Welcome in, everyone, to the 2023 Champions Chess Tour here on chess.com. Words I don't know if I ever thought I'd say, but I'm here with Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky to kick this thing off the right way. Danya, how's your morning, and are you ready, sir?
Well, TGIF, Danny, good morning to everybody. It's always such a great feeling to be commentating a tournament that kicks off something epic, and I think the CCT, it is safe to say, is going to be epic. Danny, it's a pleasure to be commentating with you. I'm just excited to be here.
I'm so excited to be here, and this is going to be epic, and this really is the start of something huge. Of course, all of those who follow and love the chess world know exactly what this is. This is the beginning of the merger that was the Champions Chess Tour previously on Chess 24, and if you want to call it the chess.com series of events from the Global Chess Championship to others, combined into one. We are in for fun. Oh my gosh, it's rhyme time. TGIF it is. Let's remind everybody of how this thing works, what's in store for them, not just today, Danya, but in the coming year. We're kicking off the 2023 Champions Chess Tour schedule with the Airthings Masters. Today, of course, is the play-in for the Airthings Masters. There will be five other events, 6 total, to qualify players for the finals at the end of the year. 6 players get in via winning these tournaments. 2 players will be rewarded via leaderboard spots. Danya, I'm ready to jump in with you, but your thoughts on the schedule and how excited are you to probably be calling most of the action for us this year?
Well, Danny, I'm incredibly excited. I think the scheduling has been done so meticulously. It's easy to understand. You can mark your calendars now. So as busy as you are, there is no excuse to miss any of these 6 events, including, of course, the Airthings Masters, as well as the play-in that we're commentating today. Everybody gets a chance to get in. And these 6 events are going to feature tightly contested super tournaments with large prize funds. I mean, really, what more could you ask for than a circuit of this magnitude with these prizes and featuring players of this caliber?
For some of you who maybe prefer to learn your information visually, audibly, then you might be actually seeing this schedule, hearing about how the tour is working for the first time right here. Maybe you didn't follow the articles. And so if that's the case, you saw the schedule, you know what you need to mark down, and you know that you need to look forward to this whole year. But Danya and I are now going to talk about how this thing works. We are starting, as he said, with the Airthings Masters play-in. And what does that mean for everyone? As I said, the broad tour, what you really need to know is that if you win one of those 6 events, you're in. Otherwise, 2 spots are going to players who perform their best over the entire year. But each individual event will qualify players via a play-in tournament to match play, which Danya and I will cover today, and then eventually a knockout on the following week most of the time. Sometimes there's a longer break depending on whether it's going to be a live final event somewhere. The basic rules of the game, Danya, are that if you finish in the top, you get to compete in Division 1. The winner of Division 1 gets that coveted seat, directly punching their ticket to the finals at the end of the year. But the winners of Divisions 2 and 3 also have a ton on the line, not just massive prizes, Danya, but if you win Division 2, the next play-in, the next match play-in knockout around, you're already in Division 1. If you win Division 3, you're in Division 2. This allows us that balance, right? That balance of rewarding the top players in the highest prizes, but everybody is competing for something every single event.
Yeah, and I would broadly categorize things as 2 major sort of items at play. There are the winners of the tournaments themselves, and there are the large prizes. So Divisions 2 and 3 are mostly fighting for big prizes, and these prizes are really big. Obviously, Division 1, there are prizes at stake, but there's also the ticket to the major events, of which there are 6. So I think, Danny, when you see this on the screen at first, it can be a little bit overwhelming, but I actually think the format is really simple. 3 divisions, Divisions 2 and 3, fight for prizes. The winner of Division 2 gets into Division 1. The winner of Division 1 gets into one of the final tournaments. The final tournaments gets into the finals.
100%. To stay focused on the Swiss right here, I guess we'll just talk about that. Donnie and I are so excited. We've been talking about this thing for months now, so there's a lot of energy coming out. If you can't feel it, the energy is palpable between us right here. But to remind you about the Swiss, so as of today, what they're playing for are the top 12 finishers are going to compete in match play to get into this placement. So what you're about to see with all these guys that are registering for the tournament, by the way, been texting with Vladimir Kramnik to reset his password. We've got Ali Reza Farouja, Peter Spidler. So many people are just showing up last minute. But they're competing to be in the top 12 to get into Division 1 the next 24 Division 2, the next 32 Division 3. We're going to be talking a lot about that as the day goes on. So let's keep rolling through this. Danya, you've been mentioning the prizes. I think it's time for us to maybe give the fans a snapshot of that because it is big money at stake. Obviously, everyone wants to punch their ticket directly to the finals and ultimately be competing for that $500,000 in cash at the end of the year with our live event. But first place, end of next week, is already taking home 30 grand. But even if you only win a Division 2 or Division 3 prize, it's not that bad for a few days of work.
Well, I think, Danny, this format and these prizes address two abiding criticisms that essentially have been circulating around the chess world for a long time. One of them is that the prizes tend to accumulate at the very top. There's like 2 or 3 big prizes and nobody else wins anything. That's criticism number one. And criticism number two has been, listen, you basically have to qualify 1 million times to the finals in order to be eligible for any prizes. This prize pool addresses both of these issues. 76 people get a prize, and you don't necessarily need to be in the top 10. You don't need to beat Hikaru and Fallujah to be eligible, Danny, for a significant prize that makes your participation worth its while. I think both of these things are going to attract a much larger number of grandmasters that you can root for, not just the big dogs.
I love that. I love how you stated that. Again, it's $235,000 in total for those who maybe don't like to read boards or do math good. People like me, you just see that number at the top, $235K every single one of these 6 events. Of course, again, $500,000 at the end of the year as well. Danya, we've broken down the prizes. Of course, we know that the rumors are out, right? Who showed up today, and word travels fast. Let's talk about the notable players that we anticipated that were going to show up, because indeed they did. The list of notable players starts right there at the top. Probably, of course, the number one player who hasn't been directly seeded. We're going to talk about why Magnus and Wesley earned those spots in a second, but Hikaru Nakamura right there at the top. But a pretty interesting list to go with that, including a very underrated when it comes to chess.com rapid, Danya, 2483 Ali Reza Fallujah. He's been sandbagging that kid.
He definitely has been sandbagging. I was looking at the top. Where is the guy? Vidit, Nepomniachtchi, you start panicking. Where's Fallujah? He's at the very bottom of the list. Something tells me he's not going to be at the bottom of the tournament standings. But I've been pushing for this really ever since the CGC, a bigger pool of players to root for. Again, not just the same 7-8 players who we see in a lot of the stale super tournaments, but really everybody for multiple generations. And whoever you're rooting for, they're probably playing in the Swiss stage. Peter Svidler, Vidit, all countries represented, all of the top players, but also a lot of the young up-and-coming GMs, and Ali Reza Fallujah, who's finally playing in a tournament, Danny.
I know, it's not even just that it's an online tournament, it's a tournament, right? I mean, obviously, there's a reason people talk about it. We know that Ali Reza, listening in, and his brother and family, they're big fans of these shows, and so, of course, when we talk about it, it's not because anybody is doing anything, but just wondering, where is Ali Reza? He probably has the biggest fan base who doesn't get to see him play as often as they would like. And so to see Fallujah show up for this, quickly that rating will probably change from 2483 to something else. I don't have word whether Ali Reza has been recruited for any of the Pro Chess League teams. That's, of course, another big event that just kicked off this week, and of course, will be rolling over the next few months. So that'll be interesting to see whether anybody can recruit him in. We see chat having a good time talking about the 2483 there. But let's talk a little bit about this list, right? We know that Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So have been directly seeded, right? At some point, we'll remind everybody what that is. In fact, maybe we'll do that right now if we want to talk quickly about the Swiss stage format, because I think some people are wondering, why would you do that, right? Why doesn't everyone have to qualify their way in? We are big on the meritocracy here at chess.com. But let's go ahead and bring up the format and explain to everybody that obviously our goal was to bring some very big things together. The Champions Chess Tour that had run for a couple of years at Chess24, chess.com's number of events, from the Global Chess Championship last year to the Rapid Chess Championship. And ultimately, we looked at how to get this party started the right way in a celebration fashion. And it made sense to seat the reigning champions of those two major events, Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, and ask everyone else to jump in the fold and let the meritocracy begins, if you will. And so, Danya, that's really what this is about, right? 6 people will be joining Magnus and Wesley in that 8-player knockout starting next week. Coverage, of course, will be brought by our friends in the Oslo studio, Robert Hess there, along with David Howell and Ivanka Huska and
Mhm.
Kaya and others. But your thoughts on the format here, and just whether what you expect to happen next week with 6 other players joining Magnus and Wesley.
Well, I think it's all about balance. When you think about who you want to fill the finals of an event, you don't want everybody to be invited, and you don't necessarily want to leave one spot open for qualification, because then you have a traffic jam of grandmasters, and there's sort of an element of chance if you have only one qualifying spot. So I really don't think that anybody minds Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So getting invited. I think they've earned it through their chess careers, and of course Wesley through his performance in the CGC as the biggest, most notable online event, not just of the year, not just of the decade, but really of all time. And Danny, I really love that we're really opening up the field. We're not just having that one symbolic spot. We are really giving more than one top grandmaster a chance to qualify. And I think this strikes a very elegant balance between inviting the players who have earned it and opening up the rest of the spots to players who actually now have a chance to earn it.
I love it. Love what you said, and I think that that's exactly what we were trying to accomplish. So hearing it from you sounds better than any way I could say it, right? The balance between making sure the top players have their chance and that the fans
Mm-hmm.
know that they're showing up to watch their favorites over the last decade or so, but also really helping to slowly establish something we've always wanted to do in chess, which is every major title, every major event, in theory, if you had your way, would have had some sort of path for everyone to join, right? And that doesn't mean that someone starting chess today can be world champion next year. We know that. But the point is, having a meritocracy to a degree where possible should always be the goal here. And I think that's what we were trying to establish. And we're pretty excited to see where we landed with that balance of top players helping to kick things off, and every event requiring a
Mm-hmm.
meritocracy system, if you will. You got to show up on the plane to get in, and we see the prizes are worth it. So what we're experiencing right now, we're 4 minutes behind server start time, and obviously no way not to just to call it out. Everyone in the world has been talking about it because everyone in the world has suddenly decided to start playing chess over the last 45 days. So we are at peak server time right now. I'm being told we're going to be restarting the tournament. We're going to be restarting the server to allow for maximum stability. Danya, I think that means you and I are going to be talking a lot about this format and turning this into a format education show for the next half an hour, from what I can understand. The I'm just checking in. But all right, let's go back to the notable players list while we're waiting here. Okay. So we are going to take a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. Danya and I will be back. We won't keep you waiting. We're going to give you as much content as we possibly can as we get set to kick this thing off. We know you want it. We want it too. Gives us a chance to refresh our coffee. Everyone go grab a snack. When we return, we will be getting closer to kicking off the first event of the 2023 Champions Chess Tour on chess.com, and that, of course, is the Airthings Masters Plan. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the 2023 Champions Chess Tour. It's not Groundhog Day, but we've done this before. I'm here alongside Grandmaster Danya Naroditsky to
I
kick
feel like I've been
things
here
off.
before, Danny.
I feel like you've been here
I had a
before.
dream. I just woke up. Am I sleeping? Man,
All I know is we just had the
I'm dizzy.
best. We just had the best tech rehearsal of all time, and we are going to kick things off. For those of you who've been with us since we first went live about an hour ago, we do appreciate your patience, and it will be worth the wait. I promise you that. The best chess players in the world are here. The Champions Chess Tour is kicking off, baby, and it is the Airthings Masters playing right off the top. Danya, why don't you tell everybody what the schedule has for them this year? Of course, we start things off with the Airthings, and go ahead and break it down for us.
Well, I have a sort of appeal to the audience to make, but when we talk about the specifics of the format, I'll make it then. Here we start with the broader calendar. The Airthings Masters is coming your way from February 6th to February 10th. The play-in today is going to qualify 6 more players to the Airthings Masters, with 2 spots already taken up by the amateurs, Magnus Carlsen and Wesley. So there are 5 more events on top of the Airthings Masters, and all of those culminate in the CCT playoffs and the CCT finals, both of which are coming your way in December of 2023, Danny. So year-round events, year-round action, and everybody is going to get a chance to partake in it.
And what you need to know about those events is that the winner of each of those events gets a spot directly in to the finals. You see there in December. 2 other spots will be given to those who perform the most consistently and at the top of the standings throughout the year. We'll talk a lot more about that, of course, as we get into things, but that's what you need to know. 8 players will be there at the end. Right now, let's talk about things for today, Danya, because the Swiss is going to kick things off, the play-in Swiss to be at stake, and so to be exact. And so what exactly is at stake for all of those players who jumped in here on Friday?
Well, I'm going to delve into this slide, Danny, but just to get something out of the way, I think some people watching this might already start getting annoyed when they see this slide, and they might start thinking, well, this is too complicated. Trust me, when I first learned about the format, I had that initial eye roll, but as I delved a little bit into it, I started to give it a chance, and I realized that the format is not only simpler than it appears, it's also elegant and actually gives a lot of people a chance to qualify. So my appeal to people watching is to spend 2-3 minutes with us to understand the format. And I promise you that you're going to understand exactly what's going on, why things are the way that they are, and everything will be made clear. So suspend your disbelief for a little bit. Now, the key thing to understand here is that there are 76 players who qualify across 3 divisions. The top 12 finishers are the stars of the show. They move on to a Swiss, and then they move on to a knockout, play. Match play. 6 of the winners occupy the 6 spots in the upcoming Airthings Masters. There's Division 2. The winner of Division 2 gets a direct spot into the next major. And Division 3 is also important because there are big prizes on the line. And Danny, it is my understanding that the winner of Division 3 gets a direct spot into the following play-ins Division 2.
100%.
They can win Division 2 and make their way to the major, right? Okay.
The most important thing to understand is that this is the right balance between top players competing for top prizes and, of course, everyone having a chance, in theory, to become the Champions Chess Tour champion at the end of the year. Those 76 players will be playing in match play today as soon as the Swiss is done. There will be a break, and Danya and I will have all the action to describe what's at stake once again when we get there. But let's talk about the prizes as well, because there's a lot of people here to take home some cash. You see there is big money at stake with all 6 of these major events, not only the $500,000 waiting at the end of the year. To win Division 1 at the end of this next week, February 10th, is $30K in cash, but even Division 2, $10,000, Division 3, $5,000, in addition to the stakes, as Danya described it. You want to move up in standing so that you have a chance to ultimately punch your ticket in. Danya, not bad cash there, as well as the points you can see right next to it. Those are the leaderboard points available for each one of the placing finishes.
Indeed, and the leaderboard is important because 2 spots into the grand finals in December are punched through the top 2 spots in the leaderboard, with the other 6 spots, of course, going to the winners of the 6 respective majors. But I'm going to repeat what I said at the start of the show, Danny, for those who are just joining us. I think that the wide prize distribution really addresses one of the
Yeah.
biggest criticisms I've had and the public at large has had, which is that chess prizes tend to accumulate at the very top and then
Yep.
peter out once you get to 5th or 6th place. We're talking about an event with over 100 grandmasters. You want to give everybody a chance. Tons of players, they make a living off of online events now. That's the new normal. And I love the fact that the CCT has responded and addressed that criticism. So even if you don't have a realistic chance of earning that spot to one of the majors, you're still playing for big prizes, significant prizes. Division 3, you win Division 3, $5,000, and you get a chance to qualify in the major if you win Division 2 the following play-in.
I love it. You said it better than I could, and you did say it better than I could at the beginning of the show, too. We've got 9,000 on Twitch, roughly almost 10,000. Of course, many other viewers scattered throughout the interwebs. Be with us. The day is only just beginning, and the top players are showing up in force. Let's show everybody who some of the top names, some of the biggest names are that are already here. You see right there at the top, you've got Jan Krzysztof Duda and Hikaru Nakamura. But all the way at the bottom there, you also have Ali Reza Firouzja, who joined late, and his rapid rating, we've actually given it an update there. He joined and hadn't played rapid for a minute, so he was way lower rated when he first joined about 45 minutes ago. But okay, Danya, this is what we wanted to see. This is what we expected to see, frankly. Probably the only two names missing from that list. People are wondering, where's Magnus and where's Wesley? So we'll talk about that in a minute. Let's focus on these 8 names in front of us, and I'll ask you to do that hard thing. Give me a prediction. Who performs best today of these big names?
Well, the question is, do I go old reliable or do I go out on a limb? Obviously, I think the name that everybody's eyes tend to gravitate toward is Hikaru Nakamura. He has the most proven track record by a country mile in terms of his ability to qualify, his ability to come through clutch in these events. I mean, every RCC weekend, he essentially qualified. CGC, when it matters, he shows up. But Ali Reza Firouzja, the guy hasn't played OTB chess in a while. He's going to be hungry to show the chess world that he hasn't just been sitting around twiddling his thumbs. He's been studying, he's been training, and the way he's been playing Bullet recently, Danny, I think Ali Reza Firouzja definitely is going to make the top 12. And I think he has a great shot of punching his ticket through to the first major.
Yeah, I think there's no way we won't be talking a lot about Ali Reza. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Where in the world has Ali Reza Firouzja been, and what will he be doing, not just in this play-in today, but if he does indeed punch his ticket to the knockout stage next week, what is he capable of? But okay, we mentioned there were 2 big names missing from that list. Let's bring up the Swiss stage format so that we can describe to people exactly what we did here. The kickoff of the 2023 Champions Chess Tour now on chess.com is the merging of the Champions Chess Tour as it previously was for the last 2 years. And, of course, the chess.com Global Championship and the Rapid Chess Championship, all those events. As Danya said, we had a tough task to combine the top players being happy and the fans making sure that they had those top players to watch, but also everyone having a great opportunity to win big cash prizes. And those 2 top players that have been seeded, Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, were seeded for a reason, Danya. They are the respective reigning champions of the Champions Chess Tour and the Chess.com Global Championship, which is why those who saw at the beginning of the format, 12 players from the Swiss will play in a match play to decide 6 to join Magnus and Wesley, with 8 players competing in the knockout next week.
I think it's an elegant format. You're giving the top players their due while giving a lot of other players a serious fighting chance. And speaking of fighting chance, Danny, I think we are 2 seconds away. The gong is going to sound. The time control is 10+2. That's been a very popular time control for good reason. We're going to get a good cross between entertainment and high-level chess. And speaking of high-level chess, whoops, sorry, I misclicked. I pulled up some weak players there. I don't know what they're doing there. Tomaszewski and Hikaru. Can we watch some real chess?
I was going to say, you speaking of high-level chess, you picked Hikaru and Yevgeny Tomaszewski. What is wrong with you? Anyway.
Sorry, my mouse has had a life of its own recently.
Jokes aside, that's what this event is going to bring you. It's funny because obviously we all are already looking forward to the knockout next week, Nanya. And shout out to the team in Oslo waiting. You're probably watching Robert Hess, David Howell, Jovanka Huska, Kaya, Tanya, everyone who's there. But I think that this play-in for all 6 of these big events that are going to happen throughout the year will have just as many fans showing up and be excited, because it's that moment where it's almost a free-for-all, right? You get, how often do you get names that we're looking at here with Firouzja, Hikaru, Svidler, Rajabov, Aronian, Jan Nepomniachtchi, right? Vladimir Kramnik, by the way, shout out to the 14th World Chess Champion popping in for kicks and gigs. And here we go, Danya. Let's do this thing.
Listen, I always say this. Some people roll their eyes at this, but I love it when different generations compete in the same event. I love it when we have different formats all as part of the same tournament. Whatever you like, whatever gets you going, whether it's a Swiss system, whether it's a knockout, whether it's match play, you're going to get a little bit of everything. And as I said before, Danny, the time control, perfect cross between, we're going to get some time scrambles, we're going to get some craziness, but we're also making the older players happy with that 2-second increment. I won't name any names.
It's not just the older players. It's not just the older players who want increment, Don. Oh wait, did I just literally point out that I'm old by saying I wanted? Oh my gosh, that was like a moment of clarity. I just had an out of body experience. They keep
telling me I'm going to start wanting increment, when I hit my late 20s, early 30s. Yeah. It hasn't happened yet, but I can definitely appreciate its positive impact on the quality of play. Quality of play, on the subject of quality of play, Danny Hikaru getting a very tough pairing in round one. Tomaszewski is no pushover.
No, that's not a fun pairing to get when you're hoping to get a dub to kick things off. But let's be honest, Danya, there will be no, hey, that was an easy pairing to get, right? I'm sitting here looking down the list of games in my monitor on the side to help you as we navigate this thing, my man. I can't choose the next game. You got to choose it because I'm like a kid in the candy store. You want Firouzja, you want Jan Nepomniachtchi. Who do you want to jump to next? I've got Firouzja taking on Gukesh Damaraju. Can we go to Firouzja Gukesh?
We can.
Please?
Yeah, it's a pretty calm position in Hikaru's game. He's played kind of a regular quiet opening, so this game is going to proceed along pretty positional lines for a while. Perfect opportunity for us to head to a more tactical display in Firouzja Gukesh. Ali Reza has the white pieces. Definitely an E4 opening, Danny. This was a Rosalimo Sicilian, and Ali Reza trying to orchestrate some shenanigans here on the queen side.
I like it. I mean, I quickly looked at it and maybe liked white more than I should. I promise it wasn't Firouzja bias-itis, but I like the 3-on-2 that white has with C4 leading the way. It's dynamite, after all, holding back the B-pawn push and the D5 square. I don't think that eval bar, to me, gives credit to the practical struggles black has here, Don, and tell me if you think I'm right, that it feels like white's pressure, maybe even the B-pawn can push. You have bishop F4 coming. I feel like some of these pieces for black are going to have a hard time finding squares.
Yeah, Firouzja definitely hunting for gold on the queen side. Practically speaking, bishop F4 in this position almost wins the game outright. Black has a little tactic with knight to F3 check, and then recaptures the bishop. But man, is this tenuous. Firouzja could slide his king over. Instead, he presses the gas pedal, gets his knight to B6. These are exactly the kinds of complex middle games that he excels in. But Gukesh, he didn't have the greatest event in Tata, but he finished very strong. And he's someone who really wants to prove his ability to compete with the best of them, Danny, in online events where he's a little bit less experienced.
Love it. We see the chat is already pumped. Ali Reza playing chess. Poggers, where have you been? Ali Reza, Firouzja, the world wants to know. But okay, knight to B6 played. And I like that he's postponing C5, Donnie. I think it's instructive to point out that while you have a grip, you want to keep the pieces held back. If you played C5, you actually open up the square. D5 maybe for black's knight. Maybe the C-pawn is actually good right where it stands. So he plays knight B6 instead. And it's actually kind of tricky for black to find an improving move here.
Yeah, this is a hard position to play for both sides. White, as you're hinting at, runs the risk of overextending. If you grab too much space, you start weakening key squares. Black just has a problem finding squares for his pieces because he's essentially confined to the last few ranks. I have my eye on a move like queen to C7, trying to pin the knight to the queen, but then Ali Reza could support his queen and grab a little more space with B2, B4. White could grab the bishop pair on the next move if he so desires. So Gukesh definitely thinking about going bishop E8. Okay, bishop C6. So he says, you're welcome to take my bishop, but then my knight's going to slide back and kick your queen out, and then my bishop can slide over to B4. So Ali Reza, it's like driving a bus. One wrong turn, and you're going to fall off a cliff here.
Yeah, I love it. I love how you broke that down.
I don't know how to drive a bus, by the way.
I was going to say, do you have your CDL? Because you want to know a fun fact about Dan? Like. Dan has a CDL. Okay, Dan knows how to drive a commercial bus. Long story, previous life. Don't want to talk about it. Any hooters. There's Ali Reza, and he wants to talk about his position. Do you even know what a CDL is?
I assumed it's a commercial driver's license.
Oh, okay. Sorry. It's not hard to figure that
Do
out.
you
Fine.
think I don't know my
Fine.
abbreviations, Danny?
Fine. All right.
Who
Ali
do you
Reza
take me for?
Faruja looking dapper, looking focused, and gonna do everything he can today to make sure he punches his ticket for the knockout next week. There's a lot of prizes in store, and I think if Faruja had his way, he would just show up, win the Airthings Masters, Danya, and then disappear again for 12 months and come back and win the championship in December. So I think he has big goals for the next 10 days of his life.
Yeah, that's kind of been his modus operandi through the years. As we see the intensity on Ali Reza Faruja's expression, this is a 9-round Swiss, even though essentially all these top guys, they're trying to make one of the top 12 spots. And we know from the RCC how far a loss in the early rounds can set you back. So they're taking it seriously from the very start. I like Faruja's position, Gukesh, starting to drop a little bit on the clock. I also have my eye on some guy named Peter Svidler, who I wanted to check in on, if you don't mind, at some point.
Yeah, I'm open to that. Let's give one more thought on what's going to happen next year while we have Ali Reza on camera, because you pointed out White can't play Bishop F4. Highlight that again for everybody. If Bishop F4, Knight F3,
I'll play the moves out.
But wait, now if you play Knight F3, is there G takes F3 and the Bishop's hanging? No. What does Black have?
There is. No, I think Black sacrifices the Bishop. And
you go for Bishop D6?
Wide open here.
Is it Bishop D6?
Building a battery. No? Here there is E5 intercepting
E5
the battery.
forks. So what's the move?
It's not Queen G5 because White's Queen defends that square. It looks like there's something, but what is it? Rook takes D4 doesn't seem to work either.
Knight E4 maybe. Maybe just Knight takes E4 is simple because F2's hanging.
It is Knight takes E4. Just the attack on F2. You're absolutely right. White's pieces are stuck on the queen side. They once mattered, but they don't anymore.
This is fascinating. Because I was actually going to... Oh, wow.
This.
We've seen several moves. Okay, what happened here? We saw Bishop to G5 and Rook takes D4 from Gukesh. Has he surprised Faruja?
Missed it. Faruja definitely missed it. That's another tactic. He ain't going for Knight F3, Danny. He's going back to C6. Those retreating knight moves, the hardest type of move in chess. And I'll tell you what, after Rook takes D4, Knight C6, there's also the problem of Bishop B4. White could end up losing both of his rooks right now.
Yeah, you can see by Faruja's reaction, his palm is almost extended. I don't speak Faruja facial expression as fluently as I do Hikaru. I'm currently in school studying to improve my Faruja body language reading skills. But this was definitely like a, wait, what? And I think he missed Rook takes D4, and I think he's going to have his work cut out for him. I'm happy to jump to another game. Remind everybody, you can choose your own adventure. Of course, you can watch the games directly at chess.com/events. You cannot watch them directly on the live server, or you shouldn't be able to, because we're using our private server fair play mode. If you do find a way to watch them directly at chess.com/play, let me know, because you're not supposed to. Cough, cough. But you can go to chess.com/events or stick with us right here on Twitch or YouTube, wherever you are, and we will guide your ship. Let's choose another game. Danya, you're in charge. Go ahead, take it away. Flip the script when ready. But we got to come back to the final moments of Faruja Gukesh before it's over. Go ahead.
No question. Let's bookmark this game. Let's make a mental note. We'll come back to this one. I was looking at Svidler, but I'm seeing so many other amazing names from Nepo to Caruana. Let's check into Peter. Let's give him a little bit of love. I don't think anybody will mind that. Then maybe we can check out Fabiano Caruana. I'm just looking at this position, and I'm thinking this is some juicy stuff. Castor is a nightmare first-round opponent. That's Rodrigo Vasquez, one of the strongest and most experienced blitz players on the site. You always see him in top 10 in Title Tuesday, and he's already sacrificed a piece. He's gotten right to work.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was also doing that distracted kid thing. You were bringing it up, and I'm like, I'm looking at Fabi's game. I'm looking at Nepo's game. I'm looking at Hikaru's game. What is the world we live in? How excited are we to have everybody here in this event? All right, but I will give you the chess attention as if you need it, Danya. You're pretending like my opinion matters. A5, though, this is a game right out of my book. I mean, can we just play Bishop takes B4 or show everybody why that's checkmate? I mean, just for kicks and gigs.
Yes, we can.
Some of us are visual learners. There you go. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think Peter Svidler is a visual learner.
Yeah, I think he sees that in his head.
He does. Queen controls the B1 square. This is, of course, a discover check, followed by a checkmate. Something tells me we won't see this on the board, and we do not. Svidler pushes the c pawn and says, two can play at that game. Speaking of discoveries, the pawn discovers the queen's path to b5, which will be a very nasty counter check. Again, black is No, black is not down a piece. I thought he was for some reason, but he's not.
Well,
So the
normally
queen is
when you
coming to
get
b5.
normally when you get this kind of pressure, you are down a piece. In this situation, you're not. But I love c5 from Svidler, as you pointed out. That queen to b5 check is super irritating to deal with for black. We see some love for Swidler in the chat. Swidler's not a bad nickname for Svidler. It sounds like
Nope.
the Riddler and Peter Svidler had a baby, which would probably make for a very tricky chess player, if I'm honest.
It would indeed. But Peter Svidler is just, I mean, he ages like fine wine. Obviously, he is now known as one of the premier chess commentators, but I think he's going to try to prove in this tournament that he's got some chess left to play and some gas left in the tank. Queen c2. Speaking of gas left in the tank, is there anything left in black's attack here? This is a natural move, but the eval bar is having none of it. Probably that check on b5, Danny, followed by maybe c6, maybe queen takes b7, although the rook is going to hang with check.
I was going to say, I think the idea is queen b5 check on you, but the following is bishop to c4, which both protects the knight on b3 and develops the rook to guard the d1 rook. So if I had to guess, Svidler has indeed already played it. I think the follow-up move that puts black on notice will be bishop to c4, and I'm guessing with no eval. I'm out of my depth here. Guessing moves from a former candidate, Peter Svidler, and I don't know if you know, but Danya Naroditsky, he's okay at chess too, but I think that's the right idea.
Whoa! He doesn't
play it. The b3
Wait,
knight's hanging.
Rook c1, and he wants bishop c4 in response. That almost traps the queen, but I think he might have missed knight c2 check here.
Knight c2 just trades queens.
Well, or white would have to take on c2 presumably, and then go c6.
I was going to say if king b1, there's knight a3 check. Knight c2,
winning
king
the
b1,
queen.
knight a3, and it's over.
It wins the queen. Oh my gosh. Did Svidler blunder knight c2, or is he going for that rook sacrifice on c2, followed by... This is unnecessary, Danny. He didn't need to sacrifice a piece. Apparently, knight c2 wasn't even the best move.
He's showing confidence in his body language and in his speed of movement, right? He played it very quickly, but I'm not sure he likes what he did with rook c1.
There's a simple win here for black. You can take the bishop. Yeah, cd looks very scary, but the king has this e7 square, and then you're going to build a little defensive cocoon around it by bringing the rook to d8. The problem when you're down a rook is just that you need to prove something incredible, and white is just running out of pieces after the king gets to e7. Yeah, it looks impressive, but Svidler is going to have virtually no compensation. Castor can win this game with a couple more accurate moves.
A lot of love for Peter Svidler from chat right now, but honestly, not the love that he's feeling for his own position on the board right now.
No,
I think he knows he let this one get away. Castor taking his time before deciding whether he's going to take d2 or not, but I think we're going to use this time and opportunity to check in on another game, just so everyone knows. Today's going to feel a lot like that in moments. We are trying to balance following. By the way, Vladimir Kramnik, look at that dub. The 14th World Chess Championship, one of the first to strike. Hikaru Nakamura, Ali Reza Faruja, Jan Nepomniachtchi. I can't name everyone. Fabiano Caruana. We're going to have moments today that make you feel like we didn't catch every game. But don't worry. 12 players are getting themselves into Division 1 for match play. When that break happens in a couple hours, you will have all the focus in the world. This is designed to be fun and crazy, and we're along for the ride.
And I'll tell you what, someone's going to be annoyed because they're fans of everybody, but bear with us because there are 9 rounds, and we promise to cover everybody in equal portions. You know, you just can't get to everybody every round, so we're going to try to find the entertaining games. This is very much an entertaining game. It features a queen sacrifice, Danny, but it's out of necessity. Right, it's out of desperation.
It's out of desperation. He's going to win the bishop on e4. He also has knight to d7 intermezzo. Does he throw that fork in queen f4? I think Gukesh might be saying, Ali Reza, this is what happens when we don't play in serious online events for a little bit. You got to get your tactics sharp right away because I came to play and I'm going to be rhyming all day. Hashtag TGIF. Hashtag don't forget to tip your waitress.
Actually, without queen f4, this would work to perfection. G takes f6, and if knight d7, queen f4 hits that rook on d2, LPDO, loose pieces drop off. Ali Reza is going to have to take on e4 and pray. He has clearly insufficient compensation for the queen. He's got 1:30 on his clock. This should be a win for Gukesh unless he blunders a fork or some sort of sudden attack on his king, but white doesn't have enough really to create anything against black's king, which can just hide away on h8 if necessary.
Did you just say LPDO? Is that
I
a thing
did.
that I'm supposed to be aware of from your other comment? I mean,
Hey, you're the abbreviation guy, so I'm stunned that you don't know what that stands for,
a, a, a
Mister CDL.
loo loose pieces drop off apparently. I thought it was like, back in the 90s when every boy band was abbreviated. But okay, we're gonna stick it right here. Rook takes e4, knight e5, both guards the d7 square, right? And activating the pony. Okay,
Activating the pony. Okay, now can you activate the rook? You want to get a pair of rooks off if you're
yeah,
Gukesh because that greatly limits White's ability to create active counterplay. He does
yeah,
just that. This is winning for Black. Take the rook, go queen c7 maybe. Very natural play. Hit
yep,
him where it hurts. And if White loses c5, the game ends, Danny.
it's
So
over.
Fallujah, he's going to have to go b4, support that pawn with a3, and continue praying.
Probably a5 can be thrown in now for black. White will play a3 anyway, but there's all kinds of weirdness with the knight coming back to c6 at some point. The b4 pawn is tender. Um, Black can even play moves like f5, king g7, king f6, right? Stabilize and expand. Very tough position, especially given that Fallujah will be under a minute here in 18 seconds.
Excellent move by Gukesh. White's pieces just don't have purchase, and this is ultimate desperation. Ali Reza is going all in. I think he's going to take b7, and he's going to pin all of his hopes on that c5 pawn, which is going to become passed if he can eat up that b7 pawn. First, he defends b4. Can Gukesh use his active queen, combine it with an active knight? But Danny, that requires calculation, and 3.5 minutes by Gukesh. A very wise decision by Ali Reza. This is his last chance, and it may just work. I've seen so many of his swindles. He pulls wins out of the most improbable places.
Agreed. I'm actually, it's funny, the eval bar is still favoring black as it should, but I'm actually looking at this and looking at Gukesh taking his time with a little more nerves than I did. I kind of like that knight on e5 and that plan I was describing with f5 and bring the king in down because I feel like you've made it very concrete. And if b7 falls, remember a6 is falling. Don't forget that bishop on f1
Yeah,
spying it. So I think black might have to play a5 right now to try to start undermining things in a hurry.
I agree. I'm also looking at queen to c1 with the idea of getting this knight actually to e2
Ah,
and
okay.
knocking the king away. Obviously, that bishop on f1 becomes a sitting duck. By the way, quick side note, as you see on the lower left, Hikaru has won his first game, as has Jan Nepomniachtchi, as has Dmitry Andreikin. So some of the
Yep.
usual suspects, Danny, off to a pretty good start.
As has Alexei Sarana, that is Mishanik, for those who don't speak chess.com username, as has Christian Kurilla, which is the Count. Look, shout out to Christian getting a dub to
Mhm.
start things off there. One of the founders of the C Squared podcast. If you're not checking that out, him and Fabiano Caruana bringing you some long form content on YouTube. Good stuff. Okay, here it
Okay.
goes. This is what time pressure does. This is what Fallujah does. He's quickly and immediately met knight d4 with knight c4, Danya. He was on top of this. The b7 pawn still under fire. And by the way, now knight d6 is potentially on the agenda with f7 being something to watch out for.
There's a voice in my head that says Fallujah is not going to lose this game. It
I
just
know it.
feels to me that there's been a momentum shift. Yes, Black is still winning, and the reason, Danny, that knight d4 was a mistake by Gukesh, at least practically, is that now you cannot go queen c1, and that is a crucial attacking move. If
Yep.
you go e5, which very well might be the correct move, you're creating serious weaknesses and allowing the knight to jump into d6. There are some mating constructions against the Black king there, and now Gukesh is down to 90 minutes. This basically has become a bullet game.
Yeah, 90 seconds. And by the way, that was what I felt. That regardless of what the eval bar said, I was feeling nervous. I liked the knight on e5 earlier, preventing that rook from coming to d7. Whatever I said, for some reason, activated Siri. Maybe I should ask Siri whether Fallujah is going to come back and win this game, because the future is Fallujah, as many have said. All right, okay, e5
Uh-oh.
comes, but here we go.
Uh-oh.
The eval bar slipping. Look at him. Look at him scooch his way in after e5. Like, all right, here we go. Got to be some
Well,
chances because the light, yeah, exactly. Knight d6, bishop c4, light square problems, and he's got some.
Knight e3 is a very careful move that actually might be the key to the kingdom here.
I
Prevent the
love it.
queen from jumping into c1, because that's Gukesh's only idea, but Fallujah's too greedy, grabs the pawn, allowing queen c1. Pretty shocked at this move. What is his follow-up? Now he plays knight e3. What is
But
the
here comes
idea? Well,
f5.
now, but knight
Here
e2,
comes
you're exactly right. Get this knight off of e3 if you're Gukesh. Uh-oh.
uh-oh. Uh-oh, but time pressure is sinking in. It's a game for a reason, boys and girls.
I would
It's
go c6 and then knight f5, Danny, and try to create threats against black's king.
I'm with you. I'm with you. What a gambit that is, Danya. Look at you being all bullet and spicy. You got those. You've been eating your Wheaties this morning. C6, knight takes, knight f5, holds the g7 square, everyone, which threatens all kinds of mating tactics against the black king. Ooh,
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't even know why I put this on the board. We have Alireza Firouzja to do that. It is on the board. Under omitted is Gukesh. First of all, don't move your knight. Second of all, solve the problem of your king. And he does with h5. But now Alireza could start targeting some of those weak pawns. Can't take a6. That's illegal. Maybe go a4. Can you create complications with only 20 seconds now on the clock for white?
Yeah, nervous. If Gukesh holds this and proves us wrong, you can hear it in our voice. We're expecting a Firouzja comeback. It'll be an even bigger shout out to the young man from India, who many have also circled as one of those guys who will be a future contender for the title. All right, queen to b1. Oh, wait, we're trading knights here. That's actually really good for white because a6 will fall for sure, and the bishop and rook are two of the best pieces at holding down a long-distance relationship. Danya's been trying to hold down long-distance relationships for years, and it hasn't been easy, has it?
It has not. How'd you know? Maybe Siri told you that as well. Knight takes b4. Gukesh taking a chunk off of white's pawn chain. If you're Alireza, take that knight, take a6, put a pawn on b5, and enjoy your life. With 5 seconds on the clock,
he's going to do it.
No need to look for adventures.
The rook and bishop, they communicate well. That pawn's going to b5. The bishop will protect it. This is a very difficult... I don't even know that black is better at all anymore, right? I mean, objectively...
Not objectively, but tell you what Gukesh needs to do. He should have put the queen on b1. He missed the opportunity train, put it on b2, and start pushing those kingside pawns. The idea, open up white's king, because it's so easy to miss a fork with no time on the clock. Go f5. Be bold, Gukesh, and he is.
There he is. He does it. You called it. E4. He does it.
He brings his king up instead.
Okay, you're right. Yeah, this is much harder practically for white than I realized. The bishop and rook are holding the b pawn, but then what do? You can't advance it any further now that that queen is on that perfect square behind the pawn.
Oh, what a trap. Queen takes b5. Rook takes e4 is an immediate draw. Don't take that poison pawn. Gukesh now with 5 seconds. Queen b1 and bring your king up to e5. Prepare f4, Danny. If he can squeeze this through, I think he wins the game.
Wow. Gukesh.
No. Wrong way.
Don't yell at him. He's like 12 years old, man. Be nice. He's a kid.
Go back to e5 if you're Gukesh and then play f4.
Okay. Oh, but h5. Hello.
2 seconds.
Hello, is it tender? It's tender.
You know what else is tender, Danny? The b5 pawn, but so is the f7 pawn.
He goes for it.
Should be a draw now. Takes in rook g3, maybe?
You're holding
he's going to win the other pawn.
Alireza
might win this.
Oh my gosh. Don't.
Oh my goodness.
You shush your mouth when you're talking to me. Alireza going to come back and win this. You got to be kidding me.
Well, now white can't lose. This is obviously still a draw, Danny, but white's king is so safe. Your goal with white is to push your pawn. Look for pins. Very easy to blunder if you're black. Queen h6, rook g6, for instance. 1 second. Make a move!
Oh, my gosh. Firouzja doing Firouzja things. Fast and Furious 10 featuring Firouzja.
Push that
I don't know
pawn,
if that's true, but Vin Diesel should consider a casting call for Firouzja.
Rook g4 and h6, Danny. Here comes
It's winning.
Johnny.
H6.
Harry, I should say. No!
Whoa. He had h6. He didn't do it.
Still has it. No, this is over.
He's going to put the rook on h3. But he has to be careful about a perpetual. Queen g5. King goes to the first
C1.
rank. Yeah, queen c1. Queen f4.
Oh my gosh.
SpaghettiOs. I think he
might have walked into
up.
a perpetual. Yeah, I jinxed him there. Queen c2. Queen c2. Is he going to try to cover with his bishop?
He has to.
Queen c3 is the move here, and he finds it.
Very
Diagonal
nice.
checks prevent interpositions.
Queen g5 again, and we're already there. Three times. Bob's your uncle. Firouzja was winning. It's funny because playing h6 instead of bringing the rook behind the pawn when you called it, Danya, was winning. But Firouzja is probably doing exactly that right now. Look at him. He's you know what he's doing? He's reviewing his game right now, hitting that game review button. Lucky he's got a diamond membership. Gets to review his games. All right.
We're going to review some of the games that are still going. This is one of the last remaining games. Firouzja could have pushed that pawn one move earlier, and he would have won. Vidit with the black pieces. Is he winning? No, this is going to be a draw. White's going to take all the pawns.
We've actually got the wrong
Ladura.
color bishop. Just walk into the corner and give up the knight for free to show the kids how it's done. Give up the knight. Do something fun. All right, now they're just toying with us, delaying the start of the next round. Boy, am I excited about what's going on here.
Oh my gosh, already entertainment all around. There are still a couple games going. Oh, this is still in a middle game. And the position incredibly clogged up. Amin against Hammer, Danny. And this is like board 70 we're talking about. Jan Ludwig Hammer and Amin Tabatabai, who played in the Tata Steel Challengers. They're like 50 boards down, which speaks to the insanity of this event. Now, can you speak to the insanity of this position?
I was going to say, like, the insanity of the event only matched by the insanity of the position. Can somebody walk their king to, like, h4 for me just for kicks and giggles? Like, just play imaginary chess here. There is no breakthrough. Obviously, Black does have one potentially with the move b4, but, yeah, there's nothing to this position. Sorry for the, wait, is he going to play b4 and then...
that. You know what I'd do? I'd put the g8 rook on c8, put the b6 rook on a6, and in Hammer's time pressure, b4 is not to be trifled with, but I don't think, or sorry, in Amin's time pressure, I don't think Hammer is going to go for it. It's just not his style.
He doesn't. He accepts that this game is meant to end peacefully.
Yes,
Trading queens. Although, hold the phone. Is he going to block it? Oh my gosh, he's going to walk his king all the way. All right, everybody. This is your chance. If you needed to use the restroom or heat up your coffee, it's the time, because I think we're going to be in this position for the next 17 hours.
It really depends on the disposition of the players. Now, hilariously, f5 followed by g6 is a serious idea here, because Black can't take with the h-pawn because h7 actually promotes with the king on f8. But I think neither player is really thinking in that direction. But Amin might have brought his king to h4 to take a risk here and play f5. And he does!
Oh, he does it! Oh my gosh! He's going for the win!
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh!
Hammer had a million ways to prevent this, Danny. He should have kept his rook on e8 in order to keep e6 protected after fg. I think he forgot that the h-pawn promotes. He's going to have to take with the f-pawn and hope for the best.
Dude, what a heads-up find by you, Danya. What a heads-up find by Amin Tabatabai. For those who don't know, remember that name. Now you heard. If h takes, h7, and you get a queen. If f takes, you could even just take e6 right away. I guess you should, right? And then king g5 to follow. But this is... Is he going to play king g8?
No, he's going to take. Now, White could obviously lose this as well. Make no mistake.
That's the funny thing is, like... Yeah, that's the funny thing, is maybe all the hype was for naught because he may have pushed a little too hard.
And White could get checkmated on g4. I think that's what Amin missed. After rook e4 check, the king is pushed away, and that's
Can't go
big.
to g5, yeah.
Hammer's going to win this, I think. He overpressed.
You know what's funny is I was suggesting king g5 instead of taking e6, sort of accidentally, but that was actually the correct way for White to actually still go for the draw and not go for the win. But instead, he goes for the win by taking e6, and Black has now turned the tables.
But that's one of those losses where you take your hat off and you applaud. And maybe the gods of chess are going to applaud and give Amin a lucky break, because this game is not over yet. He's going after h7. He has a passed pawn already. Hammer needs to find a way here to keep that h6 pawn contained while pushing his own passers. He's got a lot of choices and only 30 seconds to make them. No, not at all.
He was supposed to play rook e7 first to guard the 7th rank, stopping rook d7 and then king g5 most likely.
Oh my gosh. Win this, Danny. White could very well win this.
I'm happy to be here,
Speechless. Now, I think the game's going to end in a perpetual check. I think Hammer's going to take the pawn on c3 and perpetually check White's king, because there's no other way to stop h7 after the rook moves out of h7, which it is. If he's not going to lose on time, and he doesn't, draw. No. Hammer's going for it now. Rook b8. Oh my gosh, this is terrifying.
Checking in on the standings to my left here, by the way, everybody. Don't worry. This is the only game still in progress here in round 1 of the Swiss portion for the Airthings Masters play-in. So, thanks for being with us. Don't go anywhere. The day has just begun. And you can see the leaderboard to the left there. A bunch of the biggest names in the game already got their dubs.
Duda was lost according to the chat, so some early swindles here. This game just has an endless number of stages. Every time we think there's resolution, the players find a way to keep going. But I finally think Amin is forced to draw. In the event of the rook trade, White's pawns are unapproachable, and so are Black's. The kings have to shuffle. This is a draw. What a game. And what a fair result, honestly.
Yeah, honestly. Poetic justice. It's fun to see that while the white pawns are not connected in the same way the black ones are, Danya, this is an instructive, king and pawn example for the viewers that if you
Yeah.
get those pawns a knight's jump away, my coach always used to say, the king is stuck in a cage, because if the king tries to go around to c7 and b6, the other pawn advances and they stay a knight's jump away, and the king is frozen. So a fun little instructive point. As you go too far, well, now you lose. You can't go too far. All right. Game on. The second round has begun. Welcome to the Airthings Masters play-in. So much at stake here in the 2023 Champions Chess Tour as we are officially underway. It has been a long time coming for this. Shout out to the whole team who worked super hard to get here. Both the chess.com crew, those who joined recently to the chess.com family from the PMG group of companies. Danya, I'm just excited. I'm like a little kid, and I'm a big fan of yours, by the way. Hi, big fan here. Big fan of Danya.
Well, I'm a big fan of yours. That's quite interesting how that works. It's a two-way street, Danny. But I'm excited to be here. I feel like I've reached into the cookie jar and found like my favorite treats. No, please. The floor is yours.
No, I was going to say, what is going on in this interesting little opening with the knight coming to d2 by Hikaru, but you're right. As long as you don't get your hands stuck in the cookie jar, then we'll have plenty of cookies to watch all day, because we can go here. I've got Jan Nepomniachtchi taking on Alexander Lenderman. That's a fun one there for those who follow Lenderman. We've got, so where do you want to go? Where do you want to go? You choose.
Let's go to Jan, because Hikaru, again, he's played a quiet opening. He's actually shown a propensity for 1d4 in his recent Blitz games. So Hikaru, I think, chooses an opening or a first move, and he essentially plays it for a couple of months, and then he switches it up. Here he's playing an offbeat Trompowsky. Pretty quiet position. Let's go to Jan's game. All right, I'm going to click into it. Alexander Lenderman, one of the top American players now for many, many years. Total nightmare opponent in Rapid, Danny, because he plays very quickly in Classical as well. He is just one of those guys that nobody ever wants to face in any tournament.
Completely agree. Like you, known Alex for a very long time. One of those just super underrated players, as you mentioned, especially in the Rapid format, because of he's got a lot of confidence, plays very quickly. Right now, holding his own a little bit worse against the one of the two challengers for the world title in Jan Nepomniachtchi. And what do we got here? Was this a Petrov or an exchange French? I didn't see the beginning of the game. It was a Petrov.
It was a Petrov. Good call. Yeah. And it's one of those typical Petrov positions where White's a tiny bit better. You could ask why, and I'll tell you it's because partially White has this little pawn chain that's keeping the knight on c6 incredibly restricted. Black doesn't have that equivalent, which means d5. It's not a huge weakness because it's hard to attack, but it's a little tender. And Nepo could consider a very Nepo-like move in knight e5, saying, I'll let you get that knight off the board, but you're going to have to give me the pawn on c5. I'm calling it. I think Nepo's going knight e5 here, or knight f1 if you want to be a little bit more positional.
Yeah. I kind of like knight f1 and educate me here, asking for all my friends in chat who aren't grandmasters. Isn't knight e5 helping to clarify a little bit of Black's situation? Obviously, if you take it, the rook takes and you're forking the knight on f5 and the pawn on d5. But do you really want to help Black clarify that knight that's blocking the c-pawn? Because Black does eventually want to play c5. But tell me, is it just that concrete that knight e5 is strong because you can't take it?
Well, first of all, I'm going to clarify something else. I think Nepo, nature has called during the game, which does happen sometimes. Now, I'm going to take that opportunity to address your point. After knight e5, the issue is very concrete. Conceptually, you don't want to allow Black to get rid of the knight. But as I mentioned, knight e5, rook e5 forks the knight on f5 and the pawn on d5. You would like to bring the knight back to e7, but that is occupied by the bishop. The problem is, if you support the knight on c6, even worse things await you, because now after rook e5, the bishop is undefended. If the knight moves here, you might lose a piece. And finally, Danny, that only leaves one option. You have to move this knight away, giving White full control of the center, allowing the queen to hit the other knight. And now you could carry on with your life. You could try b4 and knight c6. Jan loves these types of concrete ideas. Jan also poses problems very early in the game, which is what makes him so incredibly successful in the rapid time control. I think more so than other players, he looks for these problematic ideas as early as he possibly can, if, of course, he ever comes back to his computer.
I was going to say, right now he's got a different type of problem. It might be that he didn't calculate what he had for breakfast or how much coffee he drank. There he is. He's back at it. He does indeed quickly play knight to e5.
How long did that take him, Danny? A millisecond?
I wasn't on the, I didn't have him on the clock there. But no, you're right. Nepo does pose problems. Let's also remember that Nepo has become a little bit of an expert in this line. Not someone you think of immediately when it comes to the Petrov, guys like Wang Hao, guys like Fabiano Caruana, Danya, but we know that he prepared the Petrov for his world championship match versus Magnus Carlsen in Dubai in 2021. And so, and we've seen him play more of these games recently in his career. So he's becoming a bit of an expert on all the little idiosyncrasies of the move orders in the Petrov.
There's a common piece of chess wisdom, Danny, that I call total BS on, pardon my French, which is that if you are a expert in an opening, then you hate facing it from the other side. And that might be true emotionally, but if you're a Petrov player, which Jan now has been for several years, you might not like facing the Petrov when you're on the other side of the shoe, but you're going to know, as you said, all of the idiosyncrasies. You're going to know all of the little ideas, all the little ways to needle your opponent, which you can definitely do on the white side of the Petrov. This is precisely what Jan is doing. Alex, he kind of admits defeat there with knight b8, and Nepo continuing to tighten the screws and, you know, squeeze things up in the center. He's now much better. So his slight advantage has morphed into a more serious and more enduring advantage.
I love what you said there. I actually think it's instructive for a lot of our motivated improvers out there. Shout out to the hashtag ChessPunks movement. I think it's funny, Danya, when I was younger, I almost tried to design my repertoire so I never had to face my own openings, which if you do the math is actually not possible. But that's the emotional bias we have. We don't want to face our opening. But as you just described, being an expert in something actually makes you even more effective at playing against it. And even though it's an emotional thing, like you said, here Jan showing just how well he knows the white side of an opening that he used effectively as black against Magnus Carlsen. And so I love that point. I think players out there trying to map their repertoire should take note of that and really just allow themselves to dive into learning and becoming experts in a position rather than trying to emotionally navigate those circumstances. So, yeah.
And if you want to really become an expert in opening, you actually should play it with both colors because, as I said, when the shoe is on the other foot, you just get a different perspective. You deepen your understanding of what ideas are actually annoying. And Jan's showing us how to pose problems in the Petrov. His advantage has stabilized. Can we go to Fabiano Caruana's game? Can we give one of the top American players some love?
Oh my gosh, we're completing each other's
sandwiches.
I was literally just going to call that game out because it had all my favorite things: opposite side castling, positional weaknesses for both sides, complete disregard for where our pieces should be placed. It's like I'm playing chess on this board.
I need to interrupt you. You're naming all of these factors. You're forgetting one thing, which already predetermines the result of this game. Would you care to tell me what opening Black played?
The French. It's over. White wins. Okay, we can actually just move on if you'd like.
I don't know. I mean, I think just for the purpose of the chat, we'll discuss the position, but essentially the result of the game is predestined. So Kovalenko has played a French. This is actually a very typical type of situation with opposite side castling that arises in what's called the win hour variation. Black brings that dark squared bishop out early. Black is in huge trouble, Danny, and it's not because the king's on the queen side. It's because of the weaknesses in the center. Look at that monster knight. Look at how weak the pawn on e6, the pawn on g6, the open b file. Danny, the rook can move to a1 and trap the queen. b6, rook a1, 1-0.
Oh my gosh, I love that.
He has some major problems to get out of.
And you highlighted in the winner where Black brings that bishop out, and you see that trade on c3 happen, which is how White got those double pawns, but rook a1.
It's over. Knight a5, queen b4. I mean, Caruana is like 2 accurate moves away from just ending Black on the queen side, and I'll tell you how he does it.
Okay, do it.
You go queen b4, real quick. b6. Now you bring the rook to b1. Black is paralyzed. Let's make a random move for Black. Now I like bishop f4 coming.
Oh my god, bishop f4.
And bang!
Keep going. Keep going. Show it. Yes.
Mate on b8.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I love it. I saw bishop f4 coming as you were instructing me, and I was sitting there like a kid, just like, feed me, spoon feed me. I love it. This was awesome, man. Yeah, Kovalenko's in big trouble.
You might say, well, what, Black is just going to sit around and allow that over my dead body. Black is so paralyzed, you know, he has his hands full with the weaknesses in the center, and that's how the sides of the board are related. Robert Hess would, I think, be proud of this observation. He likes to cut the board in half or cut the board into 3 segments. White's not attacking the pawn on e6. White is using that pawn to tie Black down so that he could effectively operate on the queen side. Not over just yet. I think I spoke a little bit too soon, but Fabi should finish this one off. Maybe rook b1 to start.
I think okay, he does exactly what you said. He's also, you know, just deadly focused, looking great with that haircut, by the way. Fabi looking fresh with the cut down the fro. And chat saying Fabi looks happy, which is funny because anytime you're reading Fabiano's body language as a means to evaluate how he feels, a little part of him dies inside because he hates that, which is why I
He
continue to do
does.
it. He hates it. But this is just awesome. By the way, can someone on the staff watching this just impersonate Fabi's account and upload an avatar picture for him? Normally, I would ask a grandmaster before I do it, but I know Fabi will deal with it later. Don't do it right now because it'll kick him out of the live server, and then we got other problems. But he should have not a blank pawn there. Any Hooters, but Fabi looking fresh. Fabi looking like he's about to move to 2 of 2 as long as he puts this one away. And good stuff.
Ooh,
And again, kids, don't play the French.
that is a very Fabby move right there. Queen B4 was winning. Queen C1 also looks fantastic. He's massaging. He's enjoying the position. And when I say black is paralyzed, I'm not exaggerating. Queen B7, nope. Rook takes A5. Try to move your rook, you're going to lose E6. Try to move your knight, Queen's going to get to E5. Queen's going to get to E5 anyway. And that check on B8 is going to send the worlds crashing down.
I love it. The queen slides to E1. Here comes Queen E5. You actually can't stop it. Like,
Oh,
how many times are
dark
you in a
square standing.
position? How many times are you in a position, Danya, where a queen is obviously trying to move to a central square, and there's not a single move on the board that can prevent it? Pawns don't go backwards. The pieces can't maneuver. This is such an instructive lesson in the weaknesses of a color complex and the dark square dominance white is capable of in a French.
That maneuver, by the way, was sick. Queen B2 to C1 at E1 at E5. I mean, how many times do you say those words? Kovalenko just, biting some chunks off the king side. Fabi says, ask me if I care. I call this
Yep.
pinching a dinosaur. He is looking squarely at the center and at the queen side. Okay, Kovalenko eliminated White's bishop. Big deal. White still has all the pieces that he needs. He's now up in exchange. And White could even go in for the kill with Queen D6. You could even just ignore that knight because it's in the lion's den on G2. It's not getting out of there.
I love it. I want to see this finish because I think we're moments away just for fans to know. Perugia looks like he might be bouncing back with black. We could check over there. Lachus SQ, which is Yana Pomnishi, also in an interesting exchange stack versus Lenderman. So many games. We'll try to get to them. As you know, we are only in round 2 here as we kick off the 2023 Champions Chess Tour and the Airthings Masters plan. Hikaru also still in battle in this particular round 2. A really interesting one. He's actually on the worst side of a position right now, so we might want to go check out.
Let's do that after this
the
game.
biggest streamer in the chess category here in a second.
Kovalenko's going to resign literally any second now because he's lost one knight. He's going to lose the other one on G2, and at this point, checkmate isn't the problem. The problem is White's going to trade queens and be up a full rook in the endgame. And Igor admits defeat. What a textbook game. That was an amazing game. I recommend people in the chat to look at that from the start. Textbook game, and that's what 10+2 produces. You get that quality of chess. Speaking of quality of chess, you can expect quality from Hikaru, and clearly you can expect it from his opponent. Hikaru is in big trouble here with the white pieces.
I agree. And for those who don't know who he's playing here, that's one of the stars for the previous Chengdu Pandas. Of course, China will be back in the Pro Chess League. It's been a minute, but the Pro Chess League always brings a hugely strong team from China, and this is a position where Hikaru has his work cut out for him, Danya.
Yeah, but he wins about 95% of losing positions, so I'm not getting too worried yet. Rook A to D8 was an alpha move. I think if I read his opponent right, after Rook takes A7, he actually wants to push the pawn to F3 and get the Rook to D2. And
I love
he
that.
Just senses that the threats against White's king are going to be overwhelming. The problem is that when you're playing Hikaru, no matter how many pieces you have around his king, and I've experienced this firsthand countless times, he is unmateable. The rules of physics do not apply when you've got your forces around Hikaru's king. It acquires superpowers.
Every time you start talking about your own experiences versus Hikaru, I want to check your pulse. I'm going to make sure you're not having any flashbacks. I want to ask you if we should do some trauma therapy,
yes,
all
please.
those things, because he does leave a mark. And when he swindles his way out of tough positions, even against the world's best players. But right now, though, let's give credit where credit's due. There's a reason Hikaru's head is in hand, because F3 and Rook D2, as Danya highlighted, are coming. You can't take A7 because of this idea, or can you? Should we just take a quick little peek here, right? Can we just do it? Just
not only can you, Hikaru does this all the time. He just doesn't buy his opponent's main ideas. I'm calculating this, Danny, and I'm getting skeptical about F3 in this position. So is the eval bar. Rook D2 Yeah, that produces fireworks, but the simple queen g3, well, no, that's not the move
Hold
apparently.
on.
Let's
Okay.
check why. Oh, and you want to know why, Danny? This is
Tell me.
amazing. F2, and now the most anticlimactic looking move ever. You actually take the queen. What are you doing? You can't. Pawn isn't
Rook
promoted. No,
F5, and he's
no, not rook
mated.
F4, rook F5.
No, I said rook F5.
Yeah. No, I mouse slipped.
Okay.
And now rook takes e5. You combine it with the other idea, which is to get the rook to e1.
Let's just stop it.
That is a ridiculous idea.
You just stop. You shut your mouth when you're talking variations like that.
Oh my gosh.
But
Danny.
I don't. Here's the funny thing. I don't think Hikaru saw that. Maybe he did, but Willie's opponents see it because it's h4. h4 would hold the position. I see. Not queen
and
g3.
win for white. So long story short, as Hikaru takes on a7, black needs to double back and go rook f7 in the live position, which I'm going to get to. Right here, I am really worried that Shang Yu has missed the move h4 in that position. This is what Hikaru just spent 3 minutes trying to find. I can guarantee you that he will play it. This is a big moment. F3 actually loses the game. Ridiculous.
Yeah, He's thinking about it. He's down on time. One of the other things that makes Hikaru so hard to beat, of course, is
great stuff by black.
He finds
restraint.
Zhu Shangyu is the person playing black. Again, he plays for the Shangdu Pandas now. I think the China Pandas in the Pro Chess League, I believe. But Zhu Shangyu is going to be a name you get to know over the next few months, ladies and gentlemen. Just be ready for that because he is dynamite when it comes to these fast time controls. He helped lead the Pandas to a live finals in San Francisco the last time we held it in 2019. And he's a monster that, China has become kind of like Russia, Danya, in that there's just so many strong players, right? The culture runs so deep. Eastern Europe, you just get grandmaster after grandmaster. And China has so many players you don't even know about that are some of the best players in the world.
And you look at their rating, and their rating doesn't necessarily breathe fear into your mind because you're so used to seeing the top guys. And if they don't have a 7 in the hundreds digit and a 5 or a 6 in the tens digit, whatever. No, not whatever. And this is what I love about these qualifiers. They're giving people new players to root for. And some of these players might be a little bit lower rated. They might not get all the invites to the top events, but they will capitalize on the opportunities when they get them. And Shang Yu is one of those players. Rook F7 is a great move. But Hikaru is not ready to die just yet. He tosses the queen out of g5. I think he's going to bring his final rook into the game. And there's a sense in which, Danny, maybe the eval hasn't changed objectively, but I feel like Hikaru has repelled the immediate threats. F3, though, might still be incredibly nasty. He's lost, but let's see if Hikaru can hold on here for a couple more moves and get black into time pressure.
He's shaking his head because queen takes c5 would have been met by f3. And that would have blown open white's kingside. So instead, he knows he has to sack the exchange, and he's going to play bishop c4. Though I think that as much as he's shaking his head, as soon as that bishop lands on c4, I don't care that much about what the eval says. I'm looking at a Hikaru. I know that shake head nod. You know what that was? That's Hikaru number 11. Yes, he's acknowledging he's worse, but he actually already sees the path toward rebounding. That's Hikaru number 11. He's actually going to come back and win this game. I'm calling it.
It's the moment in his stream when he's been losing, and then you hear him say, this actually might not be so bad. I think my opponent messed it up. And when he says those words or any variation thereof, you know you're in trouble. Now, what's the material account? Black is up in exchange, but white has 0 pawns for the exchange at the moment, Danny. But Hikaru is eyeing these juicy morsels on c5 and e6. He's also looking at the pawn on e2, may seem insignificant with the queens on the board. With the queens off the board, white is still going to have serious chances because of that outside passer.
And it's funny from a practical perspective, from a concrete perspective, the eval is still better for black. But from a practical perspective, the type of advantage on the board, everyone, has completely changed. Black is not going to be mating white anytime soon, although this was a very good move coming to d2. Black is going to have to try to convert with that extra exchange, which makes it hard when you have an open king. If white gets bishop c4, the diagonals are getting frisky. Here comes that eval bar already creeping up for white. This is a different kind of game than what black had just a few moves ago.
So easy to lose control here. Black might have to go all in, take the plunge, and give up the other pawn and just squeeze f3 at all costs. Hikaru, though, might not engage after rook d2. White can bring the queen up to f3. White's king is the safest that it has been probably in the last 20 moves. Black's king is starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable with this bishop coming to c4. There are some mating nets with the rook takes h6 sack, Danny, if the king goes out to h8. I know that sounds crazy, but it can be a reality in 4 moves.
Hey, If listening to you sounds crazy, I don't want to be sane. All right, I love what's coming out of your mouth right now. Bishop c4, rook h6, queen pops up to maybe the g4 square,
h5 or g4, yeah.
h5 and queen h4. This is getting spicy. Also, Xiang Yu now under 30 seconds on the clock. That's a big problem.
At this point, if Hikaru doesn't win this game, he's going to be very disappointed. If he draws, he's not going to be happy. He knows that this game is turning around with every move. Okay, rook d2 is on the board. Now, queen f3, I think, is a very wise response. But given Black's time situation, Danny, maybe he grabs this pawn. I don't know. He goes back to e2. I'm surprised at that one.
I don't think that was an interesting move by Hikaru. He obviously likes his a2 pawn. I think that queen f3 giving up a2, followed by bishop c4, was more what the doctor ordered. Obviously, it's not something you do often when it comes to doubting Hikaru in these formats and in these moments, but it looked like a strange decision. Yep.
That was a very bad move by Hikaru. I mean, I think he got excited at the prospect of not getting checkmated. Too much so, because now the remaining rook is active. Queen e3, Danny, is a huge positional threat. The queens get off the board, and black gets the rook to d2, and white just might not be able to push these pawns in time. Not over, though. 23 seconds. Let's see what Hikaru can come up with to confuse matters here.
No, but he's shaking his head. He also agrees rook e2. Something was misevaluated there. Did he just flat out miss queen e5, queen e3, or was there something else that he thought was there that no longer exists? We're going to find out because,
Yeah, no, this is bad. This is bad, Danny. I mean, maybe he just pushes a4 and throws caution to the wind. Maybe that's what you need, and that's what he does. But queen e3 still looks winning, but black has to calculate that with 18 seconds. It's still a 3-result game. Hikaru might very well win this game. I've seen everything from him.
Yeah, I have as well, and at the same time, you've given black a concrete approach. So unless
Danny, 5 seconds,
Xiang Yu overthinks it, he needs to move. He plays g5, overthinks
Don't like that move at all. Weakening your king, allowing the a-pawn forward.
Hikaru immediately kind of perked up a little bit. Queen f3, he's laughing in the face of danger when it comes to queen e3 now. And the a-pawn is getting frisky.
Danny, it's going to reach a6. Guess what? That's a checkpoint, as I call it, because that pawn is permanently defended by the bishop. Black pushing his chips into the center of the table. And Hikaru defending the bishop calmly. 1 second, he's going to flag. Dude, oh, my gosh.
Was there g4 and queen e3? Okay, I don't even know, but...
1 second again.
Oh, c4. What a move that would have been.
Intercepting the bishop, but queen e6 great too, Danny, because he's threatening queen takes pawn, utilizing the pin against the bishop. Hikaru might not be able to defend against that because queen b7 check abandons that bishop. The queen's going to have to come right back.
Oh my gosh, Hikaru leaning in, shaking his head. The nerves are real. Losing this early, it's not like your opponents get easier in this format, everybody. If he loses this game, he might not be qualifying for match play, at least not when it comes to Division 1. So make no mistake, this is an absolutely huge game in today's event.
Oh, and what a move. The bishop can now move. But bishop c4 gets mated in 2 moves with queen e1. bc, rook a1, Danny, and queen b6 is checkmate. You don't even need to take the a6. It's mate in rook a1 wins the game.
Rook a1 and queen b6. And he
queen
sees
b6
it, and it's over.
Mate.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, Hikaru missed it.
Xiang Yu with the upset heard round the world here on Twitch, here on chess.com. Just like that, we have drama, everybody. Buckle up. This is what happens when you get a whole lot of the world's best players in one room. This isn't going to be a cakewalk for any of them, including the best, known as Hikaru Nakamura. So don't go anywhere. Danya, we're going to take a very, very quick break. When we return, it will be round 3 as we kicked off the 2023 Champions Chess Tour today with the play-in for the Airthings Masters.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click log in. Scroll down and click continue with chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of
Welcome back. Round 3 is underway in the Airthings Masters playing here as we kicked off the Champions Chess Tour in the year of 2023, in case you're lost on the interwebs. Let's remind everybody very, very quickly, because we got games to get to, of what is at stake today, Danya. It's the Swiss stage. Ultimately, everything is going to come down to who gets in to the top 76, and then even more importantly, who makes the top 12 for a chance to compete in Division 1 and ultimately not just the knockout next week, but perhaps punch their ticket directly to the finals on February 10th. So this is a big day. We are deciding the seedings for all 3 divisions that will take place when the knockout begins next week. But Danya, I understand right as we had to fill that break, forgive us everybody, and a crazy ending happened in the Fallujah game that you're going to show us.
Yeah, this happened during the Hikaru game. We can't cover everything, but we have to debrief this really quickly. Then we'll get to the live position in round 3. This is the position Alireza had with black. He is down 1, 2, 3 pawns. I can't even, no, 4 pawns. And he finds a perpetual check, or so I thought as I was watching this unfold. He checks, and his opponent has seconds on the clock. Ultimately, his opponent finds a maneuver where he gives up 1 queen and makes another. But Danny, suddenly, White's king is in danger. Alireza manages to run away. Then he gets his pawn to h3, and White makes a second queen, and he gets mated with a pawn. This was insane.
Oh
and
my
this just
God.
shows you that anything can happen in time scrambles. Those are not empty words we say to keep people in front of the screen. This happens on a round-by-round basis. Alireza has earned our coverage of his next game against Azerbaijani GM Vasif Durarbeli.
What a crazy finish. For those wondering, that was not paid acting by me. I hadn't seen the game yet. We all wanted to get to it. That was absolutely insane. I'm in my head, Danya, I'm like, what was White supposed to do? instead of allowing h3. There must have still been a chance for a draw there. But okay, we're going to focus on the moment and shout out Firouzja, who found a way to own it and get that checkmate with a pawn on h2.
And he needed that win too, because let's not forget, he narrowly skirted a loss in round 1, made a draw against some guy named Gukesh. Now he really has a chance to make a push. But Durar Bailey, he played very well yesterday in the PCL qualifiers.
Yeah.
And the Ferocious Tacticians ended up losing their finals match. They didn't quite make it, but he is not a pleasant opponent.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Durar Bailey, one of the absolute strongest chess players in the world, Azerbaijan grandmaster, and he is a force to be reckoned with, especially in these faster time controls.
Yeah, he's a very strong GM. He plays for the win every game, just like most Azerbaijani GMs, white, black. He's going to play something unbalanced with a lot of life. And in this game, he played the Najdorf. Maybe not the wisest call against Alireza Firouzja. And Firouzja has gone very positional, Danny. He's castled kingside. He's clamping down on the d5 square. And that's why he made his last move, bishop g5. This directly prevents the breakthrough with d5 because white will take the knight and recapture on d5 with a fork. Last thing I'll say, Danny, queen b6, queen takes b2 there was not a blunder because white traps the queen with rook f to b1.
Yeah, and knight a4. No, not knight a4 because queen d4 was rook f b1. Okay, yeah, great. All right. So queen b6 check wasn't a threat. He puts the king on h1, though, just to avoid any checks in the future. It's interesting. You say Firouzja played positionally. Totally agree. But that d6 pawn right there at some point is going to tell the story. Will white find a way to get pressure on the d file? Normally in a Najdorf, you have a bishop on e7 or something to guard that pawn. Black has actually played, whoa, a Dragador with the fianchetto.
Hello.
Knight f5. Sign me up, Buttercup. Let's go for the attack. I love it.
What was that about playing positionally, Mr. Commentator? Says an angry Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah. He's like, don't tell me what I can't do. It's not a positional game. It's a checkmate attack underway. Let's just quickly show gf5, ef5. The bishop on e6 would be trapped. So white would not only regain material, but then have the bishop pair and the light squares bursting open toward the king side to go with it.
Yeah, the problem isn't even the bishop, which, yeah, you're going to give back. But after something like knight d4, which maybe is what black should do, if you just look at black's king here with the white bishop controlling the light squares, something like bishop h6, maybe even f4, to blast the king side open. Just from a practical perspective, with 6 minutes left, this is insanely hard to handle. Alireza Firouzja, he's feeling it after that last swindle. He's not about to let that opportunity pass him by. When you swindle a game like that, Danny, you got to make it count in the next rounds.
I love it. And I love how you said from a practical perspective, because I think for a lot of people looking at these games, these guys, they understand that it's a fast time control. It's a rapid format, and playing for practical ideas like two bishops facing toward an enemy king, that's where you pay your bills right there, right? That's your moneymaker. And Firouzja knows that even if objectively black should be okay, white's attack is going to be very hard to deal with. Those light square problems are going to be very, very big.
Well, he might have a pretty big electric bill if he doesn't dim that light on his camera there, speaking of bills. But bishop f6, by Durar Bailey, he says, yeah, I've lost that battle, but let me try to take some heat off of white's kingside attack. This is a very dangerous move. Giving up your fianchettoed bishop in any position is not something you often do voluntarily. But, Danny, if Alireza takes, his own dark squared bishop is also a key engine of the attack. He can try bishop f6 and then queen h6, but black can take f5 at the right moment.
But that's what I wanted to look at. I'm sorry, you got to educate this international master. Lowly.
Sure.
Bishop f6, knight f6, queen h6,
okay.
gf5. I even have queen f6 if I want. So are you
I'll
playing
play bishop f5. No, I'll play bishop f5.
Okay, now ef5, and that's your
idea.
Now
I'll go d5, and I'll keep the protective cover alive, and if you just throw caution to the wind, it's a common thing, Danny, over-sacrificing. Eventually, you just run out of pieces. Where are my minor pieces? You don't have any left. So this is how white's attack, hits a brick wall. But Alireza isn't going to do that. I don't even think he's going to take f6. I think he's going to find something a little bit trickier. Yeah. So I'm going to go back to the live board here.
I love it.
After black's bishop f6. Let's see what Alireza comes up with.
I love it. I love it. I want more of it. Thanks for humoring there. Humoring my desires to see how that attack might play out. You're right. So now it looks more like white should keep the tension. Bishop h6 is a candidate move that comes to mind, right? Even just like This is crazy, but even like rook A to D1, right? You were going to highlight it. I
On
was
the
going to
same
nail
page
it.
as
Look at that.
usual.
Just build on the tension, right? Get the water up against the dam so that when it breaks through, it's not a trickle, right? It's a flood. And that's what you want to do, is build up on this pressure.
Moves like rook a d1 is why when you look at these complex GM games, it always feels like their pieces are just automatically on the right squares. Nothing is hanging.
Right.
They get all those 50-50 positions to go their way. That's a false narrative. It's because they make these setup moves. Ali Reza is having none of the setup moves. He wants our initial line.
Whoa.
And Bailey doesn't take the knight. He goes for your idea, knight e8. Oh, I'm skeptical about that one. But he's got all the squares covered for now, Danny. For now, he's okay.
Bishop takes f5 was better. Your idea was definitely stronger. For some reason, either that or there was something there that neither of us saw, and neither did the computer. But I think we were right. They got a little bit away. Oh, and he goes f4. Oh, look at that. This is just this is gonna be, TGIF. It's Friday. It's Freaky Fallujah Friday. TM just made it up. Mark it.
Gosh, Fallujah is the worst person to have this position against. And I played enough 30-second chess with him to know he's not missing an opportunity for a rook lift to h3. Not to mention that f4 builds up the tension on black center. He's got pressure on every side of the board, center, king side. I think rook f3 is coming next. Oh boy, is this going to be tough to defend.
F6 is such a good move, though. I know that White's still better with best player, everybody, but that opens up the communication. Let's talk about the sides of the board again, right? The queen on c7 is now an actively participating defender of not just g7, but also could it go to f7. It guards the e7 square, the h7 pawn. So Fallujah kind of takes the cue and says, I'm going to back up a little bit. I'm no longer maybe okay with just sacrificing my knight straight up anymore. Let's go for the d5 square.
Yeah, he's backing it up, but it's an intermediate step to going forward again. Knight to d5. The issue with these types of positions is that you've repelled the attack. Congratulations. I'll give you a medal. Now you're positionally worse in the centers. Now Fallujah's eyes go from the right to the left to that juicy d5 square. And Durar Bailey is having to burn tons of time to just keep White's ferocious forces at bay.
Yep. I love it. Okay. Do we want to stick here with Fallujah? We've got some other players on 2 of 2. We paid off our debt because we owed Fallujah a check-in, given that he won his last game. If you just joined us, everybody, where have you been? He won his last game with a pawn checkmating the king in a crazy scramble. I kind of want to look at Vladimir Kramnik's chess. He's the 14th world chess champion, bro. He shows up at the last minute. He literally texts me to reset his password because he hasn't logged in since the last time. He was kind of upset that he got flagged. For those of you who don't know the story, that's a you problem. Anyway, Vlad's back. He's playing in this event. We got increment. Let's see what the world champion's up to.
Well, Vladimir Kramnik is one of my favorite players. He's also the only former world champion that I've ever faced in classical chess. That was one of the best days of my life, even though I lost the game. And I'm not just saying that. Those 5 hours I will never forget in my entire life. Just the feeling of sitting across from him, playing a classical game. I gave him my best. He also played a novelty in the Grunfelds that he had been cooking up for 10 years. I happened to be the victim. Moving on from that.
What an honor. No, I love this story.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was amazing, Danny. And one of those things, you just always think about, you never forget, you turn to in dark moments, just those memories is all that really matters in your life. But right now he's making Kirill Alexeyenko's life quite difficult with that pawn on c5 supporting a knight on b6, and that knight might turn into an even more vicious pawn.
I love it. And again, obviously, I gave the quick shout out to make sure I could tell the story of him literally texting me to reset his password. But of course, he's more than just frustrated about losing on time. This guy is still one of the absolute best chess players in the world. And you see it when he shows up. And don't be surprised. I'm calling it. Don't be surprised if Vladimir Kramnik is dancing in the knockout portion February 6th through 10th, right? Don't call it a comeback. He's been here for years. This guy is still just, he's a legend. He's the 14th world champion. He's a very, very underrated rapid player, especially with that increment that ensures the quality of the chess will matter, not just the time scramble. And there's a reason he's 2 of 2 and already much better against Alexeyenko.
Listen, when people think of dominance over the chess world, certain names come to mind: Kasparov, Fischer, Carlsen. Kramnik might not come to mind immediately, but let's not forget who ended Garry Kasparov's dominance over the chess world. It was Vladimir Kramnik in the World Championship match, London 2000. He defeated Kasparov in countless other games. And Danny topped that off with the fact that Kramnik in his prime was probably the best blitz player among the super GMs, something people might forget. So he is a nightmare opponent. He's lost a little bit of the speed. He might have lost a little bit of the luster. He's lost none of his incredible opening preparation, tactical ability, and just the ability to make life difficult with both colors. We see him there, calm, chill. He's
sitting
killing
on
it so
his
far.
throne. Sitting on who has a purple chair unless it's a throne?
I
That is
love
a
it.
throne. Look at that thing. That's a full zoom in on the purple chair. The
I
throne
love
of
it.
the 14th World Chess Champion is well intact. The news of his demise greatly exaggerated. I'm sorry, we don't get to do this that often, and this guy, it deserves it. But I want to give one more shout out to Kramnik, because you mentioned while he may not come to people's mind when they think of the greatest of Carlsen, Kasparovs, Bobby Fishers, whatever that is. When we did our accuracy score ranking of the world champions, you can Google this right now, chess fans, who's the most accurate world chess champion ever, which is the accuracy score algorithm you see when you do game review. If you look at the rankings there, you might be surprised at where Vladimir Kramnik is ranked as far as accuracy goes, which means comparing himself to the modern gods of the engines. What quality of chess did Kramnik really play over his career, forgetting about the subjective sometimes results and just his quality of his moves? And I'm not even going to spoil it for you. Go check out just how good Vladimir Kramnik's career was in an article that I wrote several years ago when our CAP score, which is computer accuracy precision score, first became a big part of our community.
I'll tack on one more thing, Danny, exploiting the fact that Alexenko still hasn't moved after knight b6. His position is bad here. He's got 90 seconds. Kramnik also withstood a tremendous amount of diversity health-wise. People might not remember this, but around 2004, he developed a very rare and debilitating case of arthritis that persisted for several years during the peak of his chess career. So he was managing that while also maintaining the top level. I mean, I listened to an interview with him, and that raised my respect for him so considerably. I mean, to be able to manage that and keep your chess level, continue playing in tournaments, while he traveled the world seeking treatment. Fortunately, luckily, I think he's managed to keep those issues at bay and has for a while now. But Vladimir Kramnik, just such an impressive figure. We're blessed with those kinds of legends, and especially when they make appearances, which Kramnik has today. Queen c7 on the board. Alexenko not ready to give up defeat just yet. He's trying to clarify the situation on the queen side.
Shout out to you, chat, for bringing your A game here. Purple chair sales just jumped 200%. It's like the Prince reference. You guys are awesome. Thanks for playing along, having fun with us, and hope you're enjoying the show. So yeah, the Vladimir Kramnik chair and his position, a fantastic one. H3. Look at that little tempo move. He wants to kick the bishop off of the E2 pawn before deciding how he's going to take on D6, perhaps, and then maybe try to grind home a very small advantage against those double D pawns on D5 and D4.
Yeah, it feels like maybe his execution wasn't the greatest in the last two moves. On the other hand, he's essentially now playing without risk. It's important to note, Danny, that CD and bishop F4 does not win the exchange, and not just because black can take the rook, but also because bishop G7, E5 intercepts the pin. So Alexenko isn't losing material. Bishop to B4 also not possible. Black has two defenses on that square. A Kramnik move here, I think, would be something like queen A4. Accumulate the pressure, threaten bishop B4, and try to get black to trade. Get control of the B file. Speaking of which, queen B4. That's what Kramnik likes to do. Trade the queens, grind out that Russian schoolboy endgame advantage.
He's got a 3-minute advantage on the clock. Alexyenko, let's not forget, also a very, very strong, more of a rising star in his right. I don't know if we can call him that anymore. He did compete in the candidates, the COVID postponed candidates, for those who remember. Alexyenko, one of the top players, of course, from Russia, and here he's going to have to defend this worst endgame against Kramnik. I'm sure Kramnik is one of his heroes as well growing up. I don't even have to pretend that that's a fact. I'm just sure it is. So
no, there are some things that you can just take for granted. Kramnik, he's contemplating where to put that queen, whether to move the queen. He can play bishop b4 and get into the endgame in a slightly different way, capturing the queen with tempo. He does the same thing on the other side, and he sets a trap while he's at it, Danny. You might say, that's a blunder. Queen takes f4, wins a piece. No, it does not. The counter desperado, queen takes a8, picks up the exchange. What a sly little devil. Danny, guess what? Bishop e5, another trap. Queen takes a4, wins a pawn.
You just brought it out of me, man. It's like a couple of cowboys just sitting down, play a board game. Ain't nothing better than on a lonely prairie night.
6 months in North Carolina, you just sound like this for the rest of your life, man. I'm telling you.
All right, this is going to be a slight endgame pull for Kramnik. Whether he gets the dub or not, or Alexyenko holds, he's obviously off to a pretty decent start here in the play-in. Some other games, of course, some other big names underway. The standings there you can see on the left. on the left. Shout out to Nicholas Theodoro, not a name you know as well, who's
Mm.
already on 3 of 3. And many others.
Whew.
Part of me always wants to check in with Hikaru after he lost a game to see what's in store for his position. But if you're spying other exciting positions, just say the word and we bounce to there.
I like the look of Andrake and Yu Yang, but I also want to check to Hikaru. Let's take a quick look, maybe at Hikaru's game, and then travel onwards to Dmitry Andrake. And I'm going to click into Hikaru, who plays Jumabayev. Rinat Jumabayev, top Kazakh Grandmaster. That is a nightmare pairing after a loss. Danny, he knocked out Fabiano Caruana at the World Cup.
Yep.
You swim in these seas, you might get bitten. Every fish is a piranha.
Well, it's what I said for those who were tuning in. Obviously, it's our job to highlight drama, but for those who know us, know that we're not faking it. We're just absolutely in love with what we do and love the excitement. And we said it's hard if you lose this game if you're Hikaru, not just because it's a loss, but because the pairings don't get any better. It's not like you lose and then get the Swiss Gambit where now you're going to get a couple easy pairings. There are no games you can take for granted. So it's out of the frying pan into the fryer, literally, for Hikaru after losing, now taking on Jumabayev.
Whoa. And Jumabayev's Achilles heel online, I mean, he always seems to be better out of the opening, has been his time management, and Hikaru is trying to exploit that with some tricky moves. He's gotten all 4 rooks off the board with some tactics. Hikaru is going to try to focus his eyes, he already has, on that e5 pawn. There's a tight battle going on around the control of that pawn. If Jumabayev wants to play for a win, Danny, he could try d3, d4, but with 1 minute on the clock, I don't know if he should. I think he should just tread water a little bit. And this game might end in a draw because neither side is able really to do anything here.
It's a good call. Jumabayev now under a minute, though, so Hikaru has that advantage going for him. There's also the game, by the way, Opari Grigorian versus Fabiano Caruana. I don't know what to do. You already mentioned we've got Dmitry Andrakin taking on Yu Yang Yi, the chess panda 1, 2, 3, baby. I mean, let's actually take a quick look at Andrakin versus Yu Yang Yi, because it's not as exciting as Grigori versus Caruana.
We're going to get to this game, evaluate this endgame, then we'll swing by Caruana and catch the end of his time scramble. Good plan, Danny. Andrakin has the white pieces here. Yu Yang Yi also competed yesterday, didn't have his best event in the PCL qualifiers. He's lost the C6 pawn just now. I think Dima is going to carry this one home. He's going to go back to D4. B5's falling. Black's pawns are falling like flies here. This has to be winning for Dima.
Yeah, strange position there. Suddenly, one that looked like equal. We thought we'd be here for 30 seconds. Now we got to stick around and see the fun. Some good old-fashioned family fun.
Caruana's about to win, though.
Okay, Caruana, we go. Go to there.
Oparin just flagged. Oparin just flagged.
Okay, Oparin just flagged.
He was already losing.
Okay, he was already losing.
Look at this final position. Oh, my gosh. Action everywhere, Danny.
All right.
Our hands are tied.
We'll go back to the end game we were just on. Caruana, of the household names that you know in the game, is the first to hit 3 of 3. Okay, yeah, it's over. He's losing on time. Bobby winning with black. Looks like he's brought some of his best chess today. But okay, let's head back to that endgame we were just in, where Yu Yang Yi is now desperately trying to hold against Dmitry Andrakin.
And after that, we got to go back to the Hikaru game. Things heating up there as well. 5 seconds for Yu Yang Yi. 2 pass spawns to stop both of them on the 6th rank. Andrakin needs one more shot. He needs to blow on black's position, and it'll fall like the 3 little piggies' house of straw. Bishop to G3 coming in. He's the big bad wolf. Pawn on C7 is the big bad wolf. There's another wolf coming to E7. And I think in that order, Danny.
It's funny, though. The knight on
it's
C4.
Over.
Wait.
C7, E7. Sorry to cut you off. C7, E7 ends. I don't know what Timmy's doing.
Oh, okay. Yeah. He has to give up the bishop. He has to give up the bishop with check, and it's over. The queen comes to the board with check. In my head, I was just like, no, but black can give up the bishop for the pawn and then win that bishop. I forgot it was check. You give up the bishop, the knight takes E7 with check, and Bob's your uncle on C8. Okay.
Exactly.
We move forward to Hikaru Nakamura. If you're just tuning in, where have you been? Hikaru suffered a heartbreaking defeat against one of the unknown, soon-to-be-known stars from the China Pandas in the Pro Chess League. That is Xu Zhongyu. And but now Hikaru is really up against it. He could lose another game to start this thing off.
We'll watch the end of it. I will say that Kramnik is about to win his game against Alexeyenko. He did manage to convert that endgame. Yes, he's just won. But look at Jumabayev's clock, Danny. This is what really has killed his chances. He gets these winning positions, but he just doesn't have that additional gear that he gets into. Hikaru does. Let's see if Nakamura can create problems. He's much worse on the board. He's down a pawn. White's got the pressure on the king side. Black's knights, Danny, this is perhaps the biggest problem. They have no squares. Neither of them.
Yeah. Hikaru knows it. He owns it. He shakes his head. He's like, I know this isn't great, but I'm going to do what I can to mix things up in
Uh-oh.
this now mutual time scramble.
I thought he might be going after the e5 pawn. Jumabayev keeps it protected. Oh, careful now, Renat. He might try to get his queen around to e4, Danny. But the problem is, if white overextends himself, you could get yourself mated. You could blunder a fork. He doesn't care, though. He wants to crush Hikaru in this position. d4, making his intentions clear.
Yeah, d4 opens up the bishop on c3 to hit the b6 pawn. Black's knights are stuck. Hikaru doesn't quite know what to do. The knight can't move because b6 falls. If you play knight c5, white will probably take it. Then you got to... Oh, and queen d8's coming.
Queen b3 was a devilish move, threatening the pawn on e5 via the pin. Jumabayev knocks the queen away, and he blunders c4, and there we go!
Oh my gosh, that's the kind of thing that happens when you're facing off against Hikaru.
And now he's going to lose. Now the knight's coming in. Danny, that was the most important pawn on the board because it kept the knight at bay. Now the knight is like a tiger out of its cage. Oh, white's losing everything. That's crazy. And Jumabayev trying one last chance here, but the other knight now comes back and comes through clutch defensively. Queen d7 coming.
I was going to say, now Hikaru can get the queens off the board. Queen d7 was probably the simplest, but Hikaru wants more. He's threatening queen e2, by the way.
Oh,
Did he miss queen e2?
I think queen e2 is mate, but king g3, where's the decisive crush?
I didn't see the mate. Oh, queen h3, you can't even play bishop g2.
Knight e2, knight takes... No, he just takes all the pawns. Also possible. Queen takes h5 is even completely winning. He's up 3 pawns by now. Yeah, I can just push.
Wow.
That's it. What a swindle.
All right. Save lost positions. Crab cakes in football. That's what Maryland does. Saving lost positions. That's what Hikaru does. And just like that, he's going to keep his Airthings Masters playing alive, assuming he finishes the job here against Jumabayev. What a crazy, swindlish turnaround that was.
All it takes is one blunder. And we're just so used to Hikaru winning these positions. Our expectations are so outsized that when he actually loses a lost position, we're like, how did he do that? How did his 2650 opponent win this +6 position? But wait a second, Jumabayev is still trying.
Yeah, he is. It's actually kind of awkward. Hikaru made it hard for himself, and he only has 6 seconds.
Ooh, knight b6 was a nice move there. Uncapturable because of the b-pawn.
Yeah, Jumabayev is not going away. It shows you how hard it is to deal with a centralized king down you and a bishop pair. The bishop pair and the centralized king are not easy.
He's chopped off one pawn, but here comes the others. Take b6 and bishop b6 was a draw.
Oh my gosh, he missed it.
God, Jumabayev getting
bishop b6.
Knight f2.
But it's not over. The bishops
passive here.
No, but the bishops are so irritating. I mean, look at them. They're just devilish, making it super crazy. You could mate yourself if you're Hikaru. You have to be careful.
Yeah, but g3 wins. There's no... he picks off the bishop.
Oh,
Jumabayev had his chances this game, but he misses him, and Hikaru stays ahead with a win. Wow.
He plays knight c3. That's like a Hikaru Nakamura number 16 hand wave. You don't see it that often. It means he won, but he knows he didn't deserve it. He deserves most of his wins, so he's like, whatever. Let's move on. I can't take this anymore. All right. Well, you've got Kramnik on 3 of 3. You've got Dmitry on Draken. You've got Fabiano Caruana, and we've got another game here. Levon Aronian with white trying to get the win.
Queen b7.
Queen g2. Oh, sorry, Queen b7.
No, but the queen is on g2 is protected, so Levon gives up the knight, but you can't take it because of queen b7. What a tricky move.
What a trick. If you took the knight, the skewer worked, everybody. Queen b7.
I think you can make a second queen. You can take that pawn first. Levon's going to win. What an endgame there.
Wow.
And Maxim's king is too far away from the h pawn. Otherwise, he could have taken and gone h2.
Maxim Chigayev, also someone you know and know him well from so many of these events. Levon Aronian, though, gets the win calmly does so. We can take a quick look at Levon sitting pretty in his big chair if we can. He's got a Secret Lab chair. Shout out to one of our sponsors of the Champions Chess Tour, Secret Lab. And Levon's got it, along with a nice little painting of a king. I can't tell if the king is falling, if it's a metaphor. Let's move on. I'm no good at art.
Well, we got somewhere to move on. I think there's one game still remaining, and it is, of course, as we know from all the Title Tuesdays, Danny, if there's one game left, it's one of 3 endgames. It's either rook versus rook, and one side is playing, rook and bishop versus rook, or rook and knight versus rook. Those endgames are notorious for being drawn objectively, but incredibly hard to hold with 5 seconds on the clock.
Although, after that little mistake by white, the king is out. I don't know what the move counter is. That's usually not a recipe for success, because you can only checkmate the king on the edge of the board, everybody. And if we're close to 50 moves, that just helped black big time.
Indeed, but the king is once again pushed to the side of the board. This is one of the defensive constructions. I think it's known as the
Yeah.
Cochrane defense, where you basically keep tabs on the bishop and do not permit white's king to move in and close off its counterpart. So black keeps the rook in contact with the bishop. There are winning attempts, Danny, but they are also very hard to find. Even harder than drawing this sometimes is actually winning when you actually get the king to the side.
Yep. Indeed. And let's not forget, everybody, that this game, while it may not have two of the household names that you know, there is a lot at stake here. Remember, the top 76 will move on to match play and already have guaranteed some spots for cash prizes. And if you win, Danya pointed this out at one of our breaks as we were preparing for the show, everybody. In theory, there's almost wait, he blundered into the win and white missed it. It was rook b6. You forced the king back.
Yeah, but actually there was a sequence after that was hard, but now I want to hear your point. I think black is stabilized again.
The point is, even if you're a top grandmaster who misses out on Division 1, winning Division 2 guarantees a spot in our next major event to be in Division 1. So there's so much at stake with all three of the divisions, and there is not a single game here that doesn't matter for any of these players. So it's just it's a fascinating format. Shout out to the team for that, and it's something that's going to make sure that people are focused all the way down the stretch.
Yeah, I agree, Danny, and I'm not one to just praise the format.
Danya, is there a Swiss gambit? Danya, let me ask you, is it easier for a top player to finish 13th, win Division 2? You sacrifice that you're obviously not going to punch your ticket to the CCT finals here at the Airthings Masters, but you're guaranteed a spot in Division 1 when our next event takes place in March. Is there a Swiss gambit potential where you just say, you know what, I'm just...
If there weren't this many grandmasters playing, and I'm going to flip on Nico Theodore's last game. Black has just lost on time, by the way. That is infuriating, like 3 moves out of a 30-second draw. We're going to show you the mate from Nico Theodore's 3rd win out of 3 games, Danny. But let me quickly address your point. No, and that's because Division 2 might actually look harder than Division 1. It's like the Western Conference in the NBA. The reigning NBA champions are in 8th place. Some wild Hikaru Nakamura or Levon Aronian could be in 56th place. Good luck winning Division 2.
Yeah, good call.
And
okay.
Good luck winning against Nico Theodore when he's in this kind of form. Look at that mate, Danny. This is sexy. Knight G5, Knight F7, and Knight F6. And you know what I love about this aesthetically? The knights stacked on top of each other on the G file, and then stacked on top of each other like a slinky on the F file.
Show them the end. G takes F6, Queen H6 is mate, just for those who, as we said, are most visual learners. All the Vin Diesel fans out there with their coloring books. There you go, right there. Sorry, I don't know why I'm always picking on Vin Diesel or coloring books. First of all, coloring is a fantastic way to calm your brain. It's actually very good for mental health. I don't know why I said that. I apologize. I love you, coloring books. Let's move on. Talk about the standings.
Well, the standings are wild. Look at how many top guys. Vladimir Kramnik, I always love seeing him at the top of any tournament standings. You've got Dima Draken, Caruana, a lot of the usual suspects on 3 out of 3. But Danny, far from everyone in the field has thinned out considerably. Perugia, he's given up a draw. Hikaru has given up a loss. And we're not even seeing a lot of the top guys who are on 2 out of 3 or even 1.5 out of 3.
I'm looking for what games are still going here, because shouldn't round 4 be underway?
It is.
It is, and I just didn't go to it. Oh, it's underway. Let's go. Okay.
Yeah, let's go. I was experiencing decision anxiety. I didn't know whose game to click on, but round 4 has just started. Parham against Faruja is what I decided to click on, Danny. But your call, we can go somewhere else.
I love it. I love it.
We got Faruja just recently.
We got a story right here, right? Obviously, Alireza Faruja no longer representing Iran, the country in which he was born. Parham Magsulu still from Iran. So these guys are a couple of former countrymen, still countrymen, grew up together, a couple of the most talented people to come out of the Middle East in the last several decades. So this is going to be an interesting one with a lot of fighting chess.
And of course, Iran just producing incredible amounts of chess talent like India. This is just a great time to be a chess fan, because you got so many countries putting out exciting talent after exciting talent. Speaking of exciting, Alireza Faruja, one of my favorite aspects of his style is the fact that he plays a King's Indian defense. Danny, I'm supposed to be unbiased in every way as a commentator. I am not unbiased when it comes to praising the King's Indian. It is the best opening against D4.
We'll leave being unbiased for Robert Hess next week. For Robert Hess next week in Oslo. You and I can be biased while we're here, you know. Robert's not here to yell at us and say, stay unbiased. Take that, Robert Hess. watching somewhere from your comfortable hotel room in Oslo. I'm sure it's wonderful. Anyway, G4, look at this. This is a King's Indian where white is like, hey, remember how black is supposed to get F5 and launch that King's Indian mating attack? Not so fast. I'm going to be all in with G4 and H4, and let's go.
Well, a trick that only the King's Indian insiders know, Danny. This is the secret code word. If you know you're a King's Indian player, that pawn on H6, you might think it's been hanging for 5 moves. What are the players smoking here? Bishop takes H6 is a trap because of knight F takes E4. This is uncommon. You don't see this in any other opening. Well, here I would actually take that knight away so it doesn't cause headaches. Then Queen H4 picks up the bishop. And when all is said and done and the brouhaha has subsided, black has not only a bishop pair, but easy access to the F7, F5 pawn break. White is worse here. So that pawn is essentially untouchable.
Yeah.
So let's go back to the live board because we've got more tension on the king side. That pawn has inched forward to H5. Firouz just dropped his knight back, and he still wants to deliver that check to H4 in response to G takes H5.
Yeah, it's crazy. This is a weird position. Okay, white plays H4. The other way to avoid the check was to castle long now, but H4 I think much better because you don't want that queen to even be popping into that square. H4 is really interesting. You're kind of calling out the fact that if black ever plays H takes G4 in some positions, you just play H5 right away. You don't even take back on G4. You just bust through everything on the king side now that you've got the pawn on H4.
Well, what I would compare the King's Indian to is like that restaurant that isn't amazing. It's like a diner that's, the food is just okay, but you can never decide where you want to eat, so you always default back to it. Black is always worse in every King's Indian line. You're always almost checkmated, but it's like, you know what the seats look like, and you know the coffee's good, and you know it's warm, but it might not be very warm on the king side if white plays H5, taking the blankets off here. Firouz might be in some trouble. He needs to invent something fast, maybe F5 to meet fire with fire. He meets fire with his knight as he brings it back to F6.
Well, and he didn't. Parham did not play the move H5 that I was suggesting. He took back on G4, and Firouz is not going to miss a beat to double down on attacking the G4 pawn. But we might see H5 now. Even in the face of losing E4 and G4, you can go all in some of these positions and just say, "Let's go." Here comes the checkmate attack. Or take
he
C5.
Might take the knight.
Okay.
But it's rare, Danny. It's rare for
he
white to
He
want to
does
give up the bishop, but he does it because he wants to throw caution to the wind. I don't know about G5, though. Now the situation's a little clogged up, and black could very well play. I mean, black might even pre-move F5 and play that against anything. I know Firouz, he's looking at that F1. He wants to push that thing forward and get some real estate for his bishops.
It's a funny position, John. You talk a little bit before we check in on some other games on the way the computers evaluate space, right? Pawn structure. I think the computers like white's position, rightfully so, right? You've got these positional edges, but the long-term features in this position, if the bishops eventually do get out, if the position becomes open and that white king never finds safety on E1, guess what? Computers play positions where their king is in danger well forever. You know who doesn't play positions like that well? Human beings, right? This is a weird position where I actually like Firouz's practical chances.
I do as well. And Danny, to that point, the King's Indian is one of the OG anti-computer openings because the computers tend to especially the old computers, not as much anymore.
Exactly.
They would give +2, +3, ridiculous evals because white has such a big space advantage. And black's got some positional weaknesses that computers can underestimate. Computers can also be very nearsighted in these types of positions where they think that that space advantage is just an imminent win. Not so in human play, as we see in this position, by the way. Looks terrible if you look at it for 5 seconds. Look at it for 15, and you might see, well, that G6 pawn is hanging. That knight is unstable. That bishop on G7 might eventually come into the game.
The king on E1 is
can't
stuck.
castle. So Parham has to keep his foot on the gas pedal, but I don't know exactly how to do that. Firouz is a pawn up now. I think he's starting to recover here.
Exactly, Jen. Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, in 1972, Mikhail Gurevich. Okay, actually, speaking of things,
Robert
we've got.
Hubner.
It was Ripley. It was actually Ripley.
Sultan Ripley. I love it.
Ripley. All right,
that is not a name you hear much anymore. I love it.
Let's go look at a game between two of the guys on 3 of 3. That's Dimitrion Draken and Nicholas Theodoro, because they have had a spicy affair, and that position is still messy AF, as the kids say, which is messy as Fabi, I've heard.
Give me an anvil and give me some stockfish. That's the only way I'm figuring out what's going on here. I'm still counting the material. Okay, so 5 pawns versus 6 pawns. Pieces, 4 of them. Rooks, 1 of them for each player. Theodore. Okay, he's not up a pawn anymore. Draken has just recaptured it. This looks like a King's Indian gone all haywire. It looks terrible for Black, Danny, but the eval bar holding steady. Maybe Black will bring his bishop out and be fine here and then go rook d8 and try to force the queens off the board. I don't know. What do you think?
I'm under so much pressure. You asked what I think, and I'm like the little I am in me is so honored. I also feel like Black can come to life quickly. I know he's underdeveloped, but the moment that bishop hits f5, the rook comes to d8. There is no material advantage. I was like you. I was still counting things because this position was such a mess. The more I look at it, the more I feel like Black has actually kind of seen the worst of it. When I first looked at it, I thought, is Andrakin putting a knight on f7? Is this game almost over? But no, Black is defending and doing okay.
You're exactly right. And case in point, this was actually also a King's Indian. I guess they all know who's commentating. The knight drops back to f3. But Black is not totally and completely out of the woods. I think Nico should finally bring his bishop out. He can breathe a little bit. But that pawn on e7 can still be targeted with a well-timed knight d5. This bishop is hard to kick away. Black can play b6, but then you're weakening the long diagonal, and White could still put a bishop on f3. So I would say a few more problems to solve for Nico, only 5.5 minutes to solve them in. Let's see if he can stay afloat the next couple moves, bring his bishop and rook into the game, and then we'll start talking about total equality.
Okay. I love it how it's like you're telling your kid in the back seat, like, don't you get excited, right? Let's see you be nice to your brother for 5 minutes, and then we'll talk about pulling over and getting you something to eat, right?
Some fries from McDonald's.
Let's see you keep your hands to yourself. I love it. So we're not letting Theodoro get ahead of himself. Let's see if he can complete his development problems on the queen side, and then we'll decide whether he's equal. Let's keep rolling to some other games, all things being equal. I actually think there's some more exciting positions. Fabiano Caruana on 3 of 3, probably going on 4 of 4. I mean, the guy has brought his best chess today. He's better in a position where, despite Black having the bishop pair, he's in control of the dark squares. Yet again, a lot like the French he had.
Am I misreading the clock, Danny? Is he 7 minutes up in a 10-minute game?
Hey, there's two things I know you do well. There's two things I know you do well. One of them is read good.
One of my eyes is always on the clock, and everybody in the chat knows it. I have not kept that a secret. Now, Black's eyes, the bishop's eyes to be exact, are on the king side. The problem, Danny, is that Black is incredibly weak in the center, that e5 square, backward pawn accompanying it. White's bishop ain't anything to sneeze at. In fact, bishop takes g7 here should very well be calculated. Maybe not worth opening up the g file, but Fabi's wheels are definitely turning. Maybe queen d4. So very exciting position for Fabi.
The move I wanted, Danya, was actually bishop e5. Because if you take f3, the queen can take, you hit the rook. And if you take e5, the knight comes in. So rather than knight e5, which probably gives White an edge in any opposite code bishop position because of the clamp on the dark squares, but is bishop e5 a candidate move here?
Danny, stop saying good moves, because you remind me of the time that we played in the World Open, and I cried after that game.
Hey, you were what?
Can you throw in a couple? Can you throw in a couple blunders here just to make me feel more comfortable?
Danya was 8 years old. The only time I played him and beat him, he's being.
You're being mine. It was more like 14 and already in FM, so it wasn't too bad.
All right. Knight g5, knight g5 played. Here comes queen h5 check, and you can't play g6 without the dark squares falling apart.
Now let me tell you what's not coming. Yeah.
I think bishop e5 was better. I'm sorry. I think my move. All right, go ahead.
No, I was just going to make a small clarification. If Black castles here, that might be the only way to stay afloat. I'm going to show this really quickly. This is important. Knight takes c6 is a huge blunder because, no, you do not win a pawn. You actually lose the exchange at the end. So still some tricks, still some traps to set if you're Mitraba. But the problem isn't knight takes c6. I think you're right, Danny. Bishop e5 is a great move positionally, but Fabi, he sees Black's clock, and he might just be going for the kill with queen h5, maybe queen d4. All of the moves that were good before Black castled are going to be good now as well. Oh, he's taking on c6 first.
Oh, he sees something. He smiled.
Queen h5, queen g6. Unbelievable.
Dude, he smiled. And you never see Fabiano smile. Will someone clip it so I can shove this in Fabi's face later where he says never read facial expressions, never read body language? He literally just smiled and played a great move.
H6,
look at this
queen
guy.
to g6. Look at the minor pieces cooperate. First the knight threatens mate, then the bishop threatens mate. Everybody's friends. And Black is going to get massacred on the king side here. You can stave off mate for a couple moves, but not for very long. I think
sometimes you can look at a guy. Sometimes you can look at a guy. You know that when he looks good, he feels good. Fabiano Caruana is feeling confident. I think we're looking at the favorite to win the event today, just not based on the 404 score. It's thanks, Captain Obvious. It's the quality of his games. He has dominated every one of his opponents to this point here in round 4.
Fabi's just one of those guys. When he feels good, when he feels confident, he's Mr. 7 out of 7 in the Singfield Cup. Nobody's ever going to forget that, Danny. So we know what he's capable of when his head is in the right place, when he's in the game. Yeah, Firouzja?
We got to go to Jan Nepomniachtchi against Vincent Keimer.
Okay.
Is there queen takes f6 on the board? Is queen takes f6 possible? What is going on? I'm looking at
my God, he can sack his queen. That's a checkmate on f6. Wait a second, Danny, but black can recapture on e4. White's king could be the one caught in the crossfire there. That has to be calculated by someone who's not named Naroditsky. Maybe somebody with the name Nepomniachtchi. Oh my God, Danny, queen takes f7. Look at this line. I got to show this.
Okay,
queen
do
f6,
it. Yeah.
Bishop e4. Queen takes f7, but that doesn't work. And you know why? Because queen d1 check, king h2. Oh my God, this is ridiculous.
Queen h1.
Here there's bishop f4 intercepting. Queen h1. Queen g2. I need to turn stock for Sean.
The king gets to h4?
Oh, queen f3 is the win. You trade queens.
Oh, the king has to go
and then
back?
You take the rook. What a line.
Oh, my God.
Jan did something crazy, but something different. Let's go back to live board. He took the bishop on g6. Now, he played it simple. He took on f6, took on g6, and he's saying, guess what? I'm just up 2 pawns. The joke's on you guys.
He spent a whole bunch of time looking at that, though. He might say the joke's on us, but there's no way when we first joined that board, he was not considering queen takes f6, because how often do you get to sack a queen and mate a king in the corner with a bishop and knight? Not every day.
That was an incredible line, Danny. I'm so glad we showed that, and definitely you can rewind the tape and look at that again, but Vincent Keimer is looking at his clock. He's looking at the board. He's shaking his head. Jan is going to recapture on f6, and most importantly, Danny, black has 1 check on d1. Big whoop. White just brings the king up. Jan should win this game.
Agreed, Town. Population us. Love it when we're living in the same city. We should consider that. Maybe I'll come visit. Okay, let's move on to Firouzja Parham. As you said, it's a King's Indian. By the way, we called it. I'm not going to toot our horn, but I am going to toot our horn here. We said this position was more difficult for White in every practical way, and slowly but surely, we don't know how we got here, Black has kind of turned the tables and is now flexing in this King's Indian.
Firouzja is looking good. Parham sacked an exchange in order to make sure that his knight was well established on f5. Black lacks a light squared bishop to capture that knight, but that doesn't tell the whole story. Part of the story are Black's doubled rooks on the h file. That makes it impossible for White to take with a knight because of rook h2. And getting a pair of rooks off the board would be a disaster for White because the knights in and of themselves are just not going to be able to hold the fort. I don't know what Parham should do. Maybe he should take with the other knight, but that involves getting away and removing the pride of your position. Firouzja should be winning here, but with that knight sitting on f5, it ain't going to be easy until the last move is made here.
Agreed. But he does also have a 90-second advantage on the clock, which makes it hard for White. He's got the Firouzja looking focused look right now, dialing it up a little bit to ensure he finds his opportunity. What's that voice?
I don't know. I think it's not that. I was going to suggest bishop h6. I don't think this is as winning as I thought it was. Firouzja can deliver that check on c1. But White's king has a path down those light square. Bang, 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 bang. He can end up on c6 before long. And that's probably the safest square on the board, Danny. c6 right here is where the White king wants to be.
That's actually
I'm not kidding, by the way. That is true.
I know, and I knew you weren't, which is why I was like, that's hilarious that is true. Like, king to b3, objectively good. Like, I mean,
bang, bang, bang.
It's wild.
So, can you play knight takes g3 here? I think you can. That check on c1 makes you recoil. But as we're saying, it sends the king in the direction that it wants to go anyway. And the move a4 is just like those arrows pointing you to the right trail. King b3 straight away. He can't wait. He's just like, get me there now.
Okay, there's some problem with the move. I don't have the engine on, Don, and you'll have to tell me because I don't know why the computer doesn't like it.
Well, it might be a4 check and then rook a8, but again, the king will get to b5. You could try to make its path hard, Danny, with a move like c6. Sounds absurd, but by getting a white pawn to c6, you're closing off the end of the trail, and the king could get caught in the bushes there. But Firouzja, he goes Russian schoolboy mode and tries to get the queens off the board. Let's not forget he's up in exchange.
I was just going to say, and that was the best engine move. What a mind-blowing find.
Unbelievable.
And you know what? I didn't even realize until queen h5 that Firouzja was up the exchange. Like, I wasn't even thinking about it. I mean, I know obviously the knights versus the rook, but like he's now in convert mode. He doesn't need to checkmate that white king running to b3, a4. He's going to convert the position and try to use his rooks.
Well,
I
like
love it.
Jan with knight takes g6, bishop f6, the players know when to create fireworks. They also know when to dial it back and play those simple moves. And we take those moves for granted. Parham is desperate right now. He's trying to create counterplay in the center, but he's hamstrung. He couldn't play queen takes d6 because of the fork. So there goes his king. It's running amok on the queen side. But can Firouzja bring the hammer down here on the king side? I don't see exactly how to do it. White's got the squares covered for now.
What a move.
Queen e8. Queen e8.
Queen e8.
Wow, this is amazing to watch, honestly.
Parham survived a crazy king walk versus Fabiano Caruana at Tata Steel. I don't think he's surviving this crazy king walk versus Alireza Firouzja. Yeah,
Alireza just came and chopped down the king's pathway. King b5 doesn't help. Okay, Parham might as well take the pawn. Queen e8, king has to go back to b3. a4, king will go all the way back to where it started. And Danny, this is still not over. Let's not pretend the game is over.
Okay. I'll stop pretending, but I do like the idea of playing a4. Oh, he goes to a3. He doesn't allow a4 with check. Okay.
Queen d8 maybe?
Oh, just get the ladies off the board, use the d file for the rooks, and, ship this one home.
Parham's not going to cooperate, though. He's sliding on his queen, dancing and dodging and meandering, and there is a check on d3, but it can be covered with the pawn, and the king can restart its journey, potentially. This is a crazy game. Queen f7 instead. He attacks c4, but you can't take it, Danny, because you get checkmated there, potentially on g7. So, Firouzja just trying to sort of consolidate his pieces, taking a breath here.
It is very much a 3-result position. Obviously, the eval bar favors black for a reason, everybody, but it can be evil in these scenarios because one move, and that thing's going to shoot up and give your old guy a heart attack here. That's this guy. Your boy falls off his chair when things like that happen.
I'd spend a tempo on rook g8 there. Make sure you have h8 for your king. Now, rook h2, by the way, is in the mix. You could promote that pawn, but that has to be calculated. I don't know if you can get away with it. The black king gets mighty vulnerable there.
Man, I love how you just sometimes... One of the most enjoyable things in life is slipping into an accent you didn't see coming. It's so incredibly satisfying. You know what I'm saying, man? It just happens, and then before you know it, you're back in normal. And it's like, it just... There are very few things as fulfilling in life than slip... Yeah, go ahead. You found rook h2.
A glass of extra sweet lemonade, some Alireza Firouzja, and you got everything you need in life. Rook h2 is on the board. Perfect calculation, Danny. Knight h2, gh, rook trade, king takes back. h6 there is covered by the bishop. g1 by the pawn. h1 by none of White's pieces because he's not going to have any left. And Parham has to bring his rook back. He's on his last legs here. But these guys, they never die, Danny. That's one of the themes of this Swiss. These swindles, they happen because the players just keep their legs churning like Marshawn Lynch when he's getting tackled by 10 players. I got to throw in a sports reference. Sorry, everybody.
No, it's true. It's nothing like seeing the, it's locked up top, but it's a party down low, right? He's being tackled, but he's not quitting. And that's what Parham's doing here.
I'll let that one slide. Okay.
All right.
What does black do here? How does he finish it up?
Bishop c1. Bishop c1 is coming, and b2 is falling in some weird positions. I know you can take h2, but I'm just pointing out that there's some weird threats over there. Like, you could play queen b7 and induce b3, and then bishop c1 comes with check.
It's almost a beautiful mate. But
wild.
The king has just started and restarted its journey. Firouzja has 1 minute on the clock. I'm leaning, Danny, in favor of a more solid approach. I think g2 might win. Knight takes... No, he goes for the Danny Wrench approach. Always a wise thing to do. Hey. Firouzja knows where the wisdom is at.
He plays queen b7. He's threatening to take on b2. If b3 is played, bishop c1 comes with check. It also hits e4. I know queen e7 check is on the agenda for White, but e4 is also tender.
7 seconds.
It's a mess, and 5 seconds to figure it out.
Rook h1 is forced here. I think you can't take that. Well, he does take the rook. Firouzja could even queen in this position. He could recapture the rook. The question is, can White orchestrate last stage counterplay against the king? You know why I think the answer is no, Danny? Queen to b4 check actually is possible in this position.
Just do it right now.
The game.
Queen b4 check.
B4. What a
Queen
move.
b4. The queen's get off the board. He finds it. He finds it. And it's over.
The bishop dominates the knight. The knight can't come back to g3 and stop the pawn. This is incredible. That was an amazing ride.
Gosh, what a finish by Firouzja. Firouzja knows how to finish. That is, That is such I know we're freaking out, everybody, but that was such an instructive moment to keep your head under pressure and remember that you're not committed to this wild affair of sacrifices and checkmates and perpetuals. Simplifying the game, never forgetting your opportunity to keep your eye, as I like to call it, seeing the forest through the trees. That move, queen b4 check, taking the rook, and it's over. I love that. Loved it.
That was very well said, Danny. I was listening. I hope you didn't mind that I flipped on the Hikaru game in the meantime. Speaking of finishing, he's someone who knows how to finish. He is going to finish Muhammad. Oh, no, that's not Muradli. That's another Azerbaijani grandmaster. He's going down. The pawn on d7 is queening. Promotion is the order of the round, Danny.
Yeah. Well, despite losing that second game, Hikaru Nakamura is staying in the thick of it. He still trails the leaders, Vladimir Kramnik, Fabiano Caruana, Dmitry Andreikin, and then you have Nicholas Theodoro because they drew that game. So only 2 players on 404. Guess what we know we're watching next round, everybody? Vladimir Kramnik versus Fabiano Caruana, baby. Sign me up.
The battle of the generations. Love to see it. Both players in great form. But the action this round isn't quite over. Bluebaum, as I flipped on, has just defeated Peter Svidler. So the German Grandmaster is very much in the race. And now I'm going to flip on Ray Robson's game. He's still playing, trying to finish off Aquarium 76. Not sure who that is, but whoever it is, he's going down as well, I think. Or is he? Okay. Rook C2?
Okay. I don't know who Aquarium 76 is either. I clicked on it, but Ray Robson, everyone knows the caterpillar whom is spicy. So that's Ray Robson, the best puzzle solver in the world.
But can he solve this puzzle? No, he cannot. He's just blundered his bishop, king f8, and the knight can't keep contact with the rook and defend the bishop at the same time. He's got to push his pawn. He's lost his bishop. Rook h2, and black still has a passed a pawn. Danny, this is a wild endgame, actually. I think Ray might swindle this one, though. Rook takes f4. No, he's pushed it. h7. Oh, he's going to get checkmated. Or is it king e6?
No.
Oh, my gosh.
Wait, what?
Oh, what's going on? King e6? I like king e6 here because that sets up mate threats. He pushed the pawn to e6. Oh my God! 1 second.
You have to be super careful. If the black king gets out, that pawn on a2.
Just did.
What is going on here?
Oh my gosh! Rook e1, f5. Here comes the other pawn.
I was just gonna say the pawn on a2 is just as big of a problem as white's pawns. Oh my gosh!
a1. This is wild. 2 pawns and a knight versus 2 rooks. How often has this happened? And Ray could win this easily.
Easily. Very, very rare do you see some sort of dynamic like this on the board. But it's a 3-result position for sure. A single move in that eval bar is gonna punish a mistake.
The eval bar is just itching to skyrocket, and Aquarium using his rooks wisely. He might just take the knight and try to draw this.
Noterbek Yakubayev, by the way, Yakuboev is 2 pawns on the 7th rank versus 2 rooks.
Oh, he's gonna lose.
Oh, he gives the queen with check. He blunders the queen with check. Oh my God!
I don't know, Danny. I don't know what the move was there. I think he had to check the king perpetually with the rooks and take one of those pawns.
That was
he
the draw.
Forgot to do it. Oh my! Now Ray has to win this, but he is with 9 seconds. This is indefensible.
Yeah, the queen does beat the rook theoretically, everyone, regardless of what the situation is on the clock. So Ray should win this. But what a freaking crazy game with the 2 pawns on the 7th rank. You know what it was, Danya? If you checked with the H rook and the king goes to the 2nd rank, then you use the rook on b4 and you can check on the 4th rank and he can't get out and it's a draw. That's what it was. Sorry.
Yeah, because you lose one of the pawns. No, you're exactly right. That was the
in
mechanism.
My head. Yeah.
Black is still holding for now, and there's a lot of stalemate traps here. That's one of the reasons that you can mess this up. Ray is trying to essentially force the rook onto a square such that the queen can fork it. He's not being successful yet. Black is somehow, he's thrashing around like a fish out of water, but he's not losing his breath just yet. And where's the fork?
He has the 3rd rank defense going. I don't know if I ever told you my heartbreaking king and rook versus king and queen story, Danya. I was playing Eugene Perelstein. Shout out to Eugene. Miss you, buddy. Grandmaster Eugene Perelstein, and I executed the 3rd rank defense, which is what this is, even though it's flipped onto the F file, and I literally held it. He held it.
I'm sorry, Danny.
He drew 3 times repetition. I held mine until move 48 and then blundered.
No, you blundered the rook on move 48.
I blundered. But it's a very hard thing to win, and we see the 3rd rank defense. The key is. You have to play waiting moves that are very hard to find. Like in this position, okay, the key is you have to play
It's always
queen,
some random computer
it's-
move like king d2, queen
yeah, it's like
c6.
king d4 or queen d6 or something, and the king can't hold in the same way because you're threatening. What you want is basically this. I'll give the philosophical win. You want to threaten things like queen h2, where you further separate the king and the rook, right? If the queen gets to a square like that, so when you put the queen on d6 and you force the king over to, like h3 or something, that's the idea. You can play like king e2 and then centralize the queen, and eventually the third rank defense becomes the second rank defense, and that's how you win. But all right, I'm rambling, and that was
educational.
wild. That was wild. Oh man, you know what else is wild?
What's that, Zanny?
The Airthings Masters, because it's what you're watching. And I'm going to give a shout out right now because the Airthings Masters main event begins this Monday. It's February 6th, boys and girls. Players will recharge over the weekend, and then we are right back at it with nonstop action, competitive chess of the highest level. We are bringing it to you the week with the knockout rounds. Monday through Friday at 8 a.m. Pacific time is when it starts. It comes to a head this time next week on February 10th, when we will crown the winner of the first event of the 2023 Champions Chess Tour. Don't miss chess history being made. It's right here at twitch.tv/chess. Danya and I are right here. We're not going anywhere. So much more action ahead. Tune in as the Airthings Masters play-in continues when we return.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Airthings.
We are back as the first event for the 2023 Champions Chess Tour on chess.com is underway. It's the Airthings Masters plan. Shout out to our sponsor, Airthings. And shout out to everyone who's been with us. This day feels like it's just beginning and there's still so much more ahead. Let's talk about the schedule, Danya. Speaking of what's ahead, we know that we are in the first event of what is the Champions Chess Tour this year. Your quick highlights from this schedule.
Well, it's just an incredible assortment of tournaments, 6 in total. Right now, we're watching the play-in that will seed 6 players that will join Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, 2 players on the screen there, who are already seeded into the first major, the Airthings Masters, February 6th. Danny, you don't have to wait long. Hikaru Nakamura is the third person in the photo. He hasn't made it yet. He will first have to be one of the top 12 players to make it into Division 1, and then one of the lucky 6 who win in the match phase and make their way to the Airthings Masters. So the path is long, the path is arduous, and the path is trying to be blocked by the likes of Vladimir Kramnik and Fabiano Caruana, who themselves want to take a stab at the Airthings Masters. But Danny, it's year-round action. I love that the CCT season ends in December. You got months-long action every month of the year.
I love it. I love it. I love it. And you know what? We've been talking about how Vladimir Kramnik
Do you love it?
Still, I love it. I love it. I love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Well, I love you, Danny.
All right. Anyway, we've been talking about how Vladimir Kramnik is still one of the best players in the world, as if we needed that memo. But I get the feeling when he plays in these events that he's basically showing us things, showing us prep that he never even got a chance to use before retiring. Look at the time used on the clock, Danya. He's up almost 2 minutes against one of the best prepared players in his generation, in Fabiano Caruana. And well, he's got a good position as white. I mean, it's not great, but it's...
No, it's okay. We'll get into it in a second. I just wanted to contribute to your great point. I think I'm not the only one who feels like the last 4 or 5 years have lasted a lifetime, because enough has happened to last us a lifetime. But Vladimir Kramnik didn't retire, in the 1960s. He retired like 4 or 5 years ago, and that's not such a long time. He is still following chess news. He's playing in rapid events. So I think some players are thinking of it the wrong way. Garry Kasparov, he's had some unfortunate tournaments in the last couple of years, but that's because he retired in 2005. That's a 13-year gap. So Kramnik is still very much active. He knows his openings. His opening preparation is still relevant, Danny. What I'm trying to say is that he still has every shot at qualifying and being a menace to the other top players. They aren't thinking of this as a walkover.
No, like you said, he only retired a few years ago, and he's remained active as a commentator. He's commentated on some of the biggest chess events. He's written Chessable courses, right? He's staying up on all kinds of information to make sure that he can educate and disseminate his knowledge for the masses in the years to come. And he's also continued to play from time to time, in whether it's exhibition events, No Castles chess events. We know that he's been working hard as the chess advisor for Google's DeepMind crew that worked on the AlphaZero project. For those who don't know, Kramnik was involved in that before anybody knew he was involved in that as the confidential chess advisor. So you're absolutely right. And don't be surprised, again, like I said, if he's not only dancing in the knockout next week, but turning some heads and doing it. What a wild story that would be if Vladimir Kramnik was competing in our championship tour final come December. I would lose my giddy little schoolgirl mind. I would lose it as a fan.
Well, first of all, he's got to survive this position he has against one Fabiano Caruana. This particular game, I don't think, has gone Vladimir's way in the early going. We have an endgame. That is encouraging. Kramnik is an incredible endgame player. But what's not encouraging, Danny, 2 things in particular. The placement of the white king, which has lost its castling rights. That might not seem significant in an endgame, but black's got enough pieces to cause that king a lot of headaches, especially if a rook gets to d8. Second thing I'll point out is the pawn structure. White's doubled pawns on the b file are sitting ducks, and there's a weak square that accompanies them. Bishop to e6 to b3 is a maneuver. Kramnik has to get his pieces out very quickly. He's got to find shelter for his king. He's got a lot of items on the to-do list.
Okay, fair. And he's also playing Fabiano Caruana, as we know. Fabi's also, decent.
Yes, Jen.
Fabiano Caruana.
Exactly.
Jen.
Exactly, Jen.
Exactly. Ever since Fabiano was showing up on the chess scene, yeah, I remember.
Lone Pine. I remember in Lone
Oh, we
Pine
love
in
you, Yasser. I
1978.
remember when Fabiano Cariano needed a phone book, Jen. He needed a phone book to see over the chessboard. Yeah, exactly.
And you know who else was there at the tournament? FM Geller was also there. And FM
What
Geller,
is wrong with us? All
he
right.
puffed on his cigar. Okay, let's get back to the game. Fabiano has castled kings. I feel like the world has continued to turn. Economies have grown and collapsed, and we're still imitating Yasser.
Yeah.
I love Yasser. I love Black's position here, Danny.
I actually am slowly eating my words because Kramnik's time advantage is disappearing as we watch it before our eyes. Fabiano's position has gotten better. So Vlad started out on the right foot. Fabi obviously did whatever he had to do to calculate the correct approach in the opening, use his time wisely because he's in a pretty good spot now. And we've got a lot of other games to look at. Of course, we can't. What?
No, keep going. I had an eye on Nepo's game, and it seemed to me that he blundered an exchange, but now I think he didn't blunder an exchange. Is it okay if we take a quick detour?
Let's do it. Let's head over to Jan Nepomniachtchi's game. We've also got Hikaru Nakamura taking on Nicholas Theodoro to check in with at some point. Because even though Theodoro's a half a point ahead, I don't think that's a pairing that he wanted against Hikaru.
No, it is not, and we will go there next for sure, but hopefully I can be forgiven. I saw this, and I was like, whoa, what is Jan doing? It turns out that queen c2 is a saving grace because you are not only hitting white's queen, but what's defending the queen is the very same rook that is hanging. This construction ensures black, I think, is more or less safe, and the queens are now off the board. Yeah, Nepo is doing, still unpleasant. Knight c8 is in the cards here as well.
Yeah, this feels like one of those positions that sneaky turns into a decisive result. Eval bar equal, pawn structure basically equal, optically nothing screaming at you, but somebody's going to get control over the open file, and then their pawn, whether it's the A pawn or the D pawn, is going to become weak, and this could run away quickly.
It could, and Jan brings his other rook to b2. That's a great move because he takes the sting out of knight c8. But I do feel like the endgame has more or less stabilized, so probably a good time for us to go to that Hikaru game, which I'm really antsy to take a look at.
Let's do it. Let's take a look. Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Gukesh. We'll keep our eye on it, but agreed. Hikaru Nakamura trying to get his way back in it here at the Airthings Masters play-in. This is the first event of the Champions Chess Tour. The Airthings Masters will be brought to you all week. Look at this. Hikaru's actually doing fine, I think, but that pawn isn't going anywhere. That extra pawn doesn't look very happy.
Nico's last move was also accompanied with something called a draw offer, which something Hikaru was not really known to take much, but he might in this position because those pawns on the queen side, white is licking his lips looking at that a4 pawn.
Theodoro offered a draw? Let me go to there. Ooh, I see. Yeah, exactly, Jen. Exactly. Hikaru declined the draw. Theodoro offers a draw. Hikaru declines the draw.
Hikaru said, take that draw offer and put it in a place where the sun doesn't shine. Rook D to C8. It's a risky decision because he is worse, Danny. Let's make no bones about that. White can take that pawn on A4. Black, that is an extra pawn. So Theodoro would be restoring the material balance, but he would also be creating a massive weakness on B3, which I think Hikaru is planning to defend with C4.
Yeah, it's a weird position, though, because it was also a psychological thing by Theodoro. You offer a draw when you know you're about to get the edge to kind of get it in the back of your opponent's mind for the rest of the game. Remember that draw you didn't take? Are you regretting it? It can make you play even worse than you would otherwise, right? How many times have you been the victim of a psychological ploy like that by your opponent?
Because you keep running the tape, right? Had I taken the draw, I would have been better in the tournament. It's not just the draw for you declined. It's the subsequent tournament standing that you forfeited. So you get into that worst position. You're absolutely right, Danny. And Nico knew that Hikaru would not take this draw. Not with his tournament standing, having already dropped a point. Hikaru's mad. He wants to prove it in the next couple of rounds. So queen to c4. Nico is not actually rushing to take this pawn. He wants to take it under the right circumstances, Danny. And the right circumstances are those in which Hikaru will not be able to play c4 to cover the other pawn.
Yeah. Agreed.
Population.
Agreed, Tiana. A little bit of a shuffle there in the nice Hawaiian shirt there. I wonder how many Hawaiian shirts Hikaru has in his wardrobe, by the way. Like, what's the over-under on that? What do you got on that?
Yeah, he's doing the Mark Zuckerberg where it's like a new one every day. Probably
11
definitely over 10. Double digits, I would say.
Okay. All right. We'll get maybe a vote, a poll on that Twitch chat. How many how many Hawaiian shirts does Hikaru have in his wardrobe? I'm going to put the over-under at 9.5. So you got to go either 9 or 10. We'll find out about that later. All right. Black is worse, but it's not that big of a deal as long as you find the right moves, in the sense that if you could just pass in this position, what is White's next move is what I would ask, right? How is White improving on it?
Well, Queen take, I think it's time. Nico might have overcooked it a little bit, and he might be regretting not taking that pawn with his rook, because now if he takes that pawn with his queen, Hikaru counters with queen takes h5, and you can't take b3 because the rook hangs. It's a weird position, Danny. I'm struggling to make heads or tails of it. It's even hard to say that, White is necessarily better, because White could also be worse if he doesn't find the right time to take the pawn and then forfeits that opportunity. Man, this is a pretty crazy position. Even though the material is symmetrical, that doesn't tell the whole story. The position can still be, and is, incredibly complicated here.
Yeah, and Hikaru is already going to be considering taking h5, even at the cost of e6. It's not so clear. The h5 pawn is obviously under fire by the queen on f7. Currently, the queen on c4 hits e6, so you don't really want to do that if you're black, as it takes a check. But it's a calculation and something you got to weigh if you're Theodoro, because it's not so obvious whether you want to allow that.
And that's why Nico is taking some time. There's a lot of candidate moves here. Rook to g6 comes to mind if you want to defend the pawn. Rook to d1. Queen takes a4, obviously, is always a move, and he's decided to play it. Now, is this the right time to take that pawn? I think it is. He's brought the rook to c4, Danny. Very smart. Yeah, he's given up the h5 pawn. That's painful, but he's going to take b3, I think, and then he's going to have that passed a pawn. I think Nico is keeping a small but very stable and annoying advantage on the board.
Yeah. Oh,
man. In the meantime, craziness in Ali Rez's game as well, but we don't have to go there.
We can. We've got Firouzja taking on the player who beat Hikaru Nakamura. That is Zhu Xiangyu from China, of the China Pandas. What is going on here? Firouzja is on a mating net.
And we will go back to the Hikaru game, but this is ridiculous. Wait, he's up a rook. He's got two rooks and black is one. What happened?
He's just up a rook. He's just up a rook.
I can't believe this. I mean,
the
black
rook!
clearly sacrificed. There are the remnants, Danny, of some sort of attack that black had earlier in the opening, but nothing is left of that attack.
Where did the rook go?
Well, it was one because Firouzja was up a minor piece. I'll rewind 3 moves. Okay. Xiangyu sacrificed the minor piece. His attack failed, Danny, and then Firouzja turned it around on him. A devastating check on f6. Black is about to lose both of his bishops, and so he had to give up another exchange.
Got it.
He's trying to make something of the center, but your pawns aren't going to win the game. You're down a freaking rook. Firouzja's just got a couple more solid moves to make. If he consolidates, gets his pieces out, he'll win. But that's not a given. Not a given yet. Not over.
Yeah, the black rook is coming to f8. The bishop on c5 and the rook on f8 will hit f2. As we said, a long-distance relationship that's been working since 1611. The rook and bishop. The longest
sure was the 1610, Danny.
The rook and bishop are the longest-lasting long-distance relationship known to man. The rook and bishop. There you go. All right, but Firouzja is going to take this one. I kind of want to head back to the game between the two tournament leaders. That, of course, is the only two guys on 4 of 4, Vladimir Kramnik and Fabiano Caruana. Just to at least pay it off, because it might end in a draw from what I'm seeing. It's an obscure bishop position. But if we could quickly go back there and check, we've got, Fabi is pushing a little bit, but if the most likely result is a draw, these two guys could be joined by other co-leaders for those who get a win on 3.5 right now.
And very good news for those with 3 points, because they will get a chance to creep up a little bit and start challenging those at the top. Bishop to a6 is the last move. Now, obviously, this is a 2-result game. Black is up a pawn. Fabiano did not blunder the bishop there. Rook to f1 was a huge threat. He moved his king out of the way. Danny, I can see either scenario unfolding. I can see Vladimir holding the position, forcing a rook trade, which would basically be an immediate draw. I can also see Fabi milking White's clock down, trying to get his rook active, and trying to go after White's kingside pawns eventually.
Yeah. Well, in this case, Vladimir Kramnik does have the increment, so he can't be flagged. to remind him, he's not allowed to complain if he gets flagged in this time control, because he has increment. So the gloves are off on that one. Can't complain about flagging when you have increment. Them's are the rules. But I agree with you. Fabi is obviously the one in control here. It's a 2-result position for him. Will he win or will it be a draw with an extra pawn in the obstacle bishop ending? Nicholas Theodoro and Vladimir Hikaru. Or Vladimir Hikaru and Nicholas Theodoro.
Vladimir Nakamura and Nicholas Fabiano Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah. It all starts to blur together after a while, man. You know that.
Gary Wrench. Yeah. Shall we go back to that game?
Let's do it. I don't know what's happening
out of my
here.
sight.
It's very, very complicated right now in the Theodoro game.
It's complicated, but it looks bad for Hikaru on the board and on the clock, which probably means he's going to win. But look at Theodoro's queen. Right before we left, Danny, Theodoro snuck in that knight d4 move, which I thought was really cool. Not just to look cool, but he's also challenging both of Black's weak pawns. Obviously, the knight is and has been untouchable for the last few moves because of the rook on c8. Gosh, can Hikaru hold this together? All of his pawns are falling here. Or so it seems.
E6 is falling with check, although he'll probably play queen f7 if that happens, and then the d4 knight has to move at some point.
Importantly, Black is up a pawn here, so again, Theodoro would only be restoring material equality.
Yeah. Okay. Fair point. Hikaru and the pineapple neon light in the background. But he's under time pressure right now. He's down a minute.
Yeah.
Like you said, he's in a worse position and he's down a minute. That means he's probably going to win it. You know?
Yeah, he's right where, he feels most comfortable. He's already swindled one game this tournament against Rinat Jumabayev. Unfortunately, Nicholas Theodoro is not to be trifled with in a time scramble. He is one of the best bullet players on the site. He's ridiculously fast, and he has just snagged that pawn, but not with a queen. He wants to keep the queens on the board, Danny. Important clarification. Rook to b6 here looks like it wins the knight. I think the queen can slide up to a7 and counter-challenge Black's knight on d7. This game has just been head-spinningly complicated now for a very long time, and Hikaru's clock continues to dwindle. He does play rook b6. Can he breathe some clarity into this game in order to be able to survive with the time that he has left?
It's a good question. I wonder if he'll take a perpetual. Not to say that Theodoro has to accept it, but you could play tickle with the queen there. I mean, you don't want to move the knight.
No, that you can't do. I was going to say rook to d6. Hikaru is clearly playing for a win. He wants to keep the ponies on the board, and he wants his pony somewhere around e5. He also doesn't want to get mated. So
watch out for
got to move White's not out.
Watch out for d1 as well. Rook d1 check would force a trade, and Black would have an immediate perpetual if he wanted it between queen h5 and d1 most likely. So Theodoro has some tricks to figure out. Will that time advantage dwindle away? Still up a minute on the clock against Hikaru. But Hikaru would much rather have a mutual time scramble despite Theodoro's bullet skills in this position. He doesn't want to be down time for the rest of the game.
The real question is who's going to blunder first. I mean, it's not one of those positions where we see 50 moves of positional play. The center is wide open. Pieces are hanging. And as the clock continues to dwindle, it really becomes the only question. I'm expecting some wild eval bar swings here. And in a certain sense, it's almost easier to be Black here, but especially if this b8 rook makes its way to d8, Danny, and the knight moves out of the way. Your move, rook d1, that might not only be a perpetual, that'll actually be checkmate if Black can stack the rooks on the d file.
That would be wild. Watch out for d1. I always say. I think I've never said that in my life, but I just said it.
Wise words.
Watch out for d1. A wise man once said. I was spying at the other games because there is so much action. Again, the best part of the Airthings Masters play-in and all the play-ins we will have. The Swiss portion is going to be one of those where not for the faint of heart. Let's hope it's always on a Friday so that people can, and start to enjoy their weekend after these events, because these play-ins are nerve-wracking and nonstop action.
God, Danny, I love these moments. They may seem tedious, but the clock is dwindling. The action is coming, and these are my favorite moments. This is when you're going up in the roller coaster, and the fall is coming. Here we go. Buckle in. Knight f4, rook d1, trade of rooks. Queen comes back. It is centralized. g5 is threatened.
G5 is threatened. G5 and we live. Shout out to you, Canty.
Nico's like, give me that draw or give me death.
Okay. Is Hikaru going to take it now, or does he want more?
No.
Nico now down on time. Hikaru wants more. He wants the whole thing.
And not just he wants the whole thing. He wants the queen. He wants to snag that lady with rook a8, and Nico can do the same with knight g6. But with 30 seconds left, the clock situation has flipped, Danny.
Forktown, population U on e7. That's a forking problem. You got to watch out. Okay, the queen's going to run back. Hikaru shakes his head. Maybe he regrets something. I didn't read Hikaru's head shake there as well as I normally do. I'll have to double check on the instant replay later if that was the confident Hikaru number 7 or Hikaru Nakamura number 11, as we said.
Queen
Anyway.
c3, knight e5. Danny, how easy is that to blunder? The rook would have been trapped. Nico, though, sidestepping the landmines, and he is starting to encircle the pawns on the queen side. That's what we started with, right? That was his original mission, and now he's finally coming back to it after repelling Hikaru's kingside counterplay. Nico's definitely still better. His pieces in the center are loose, though, so it's still anybody's game. 30 seconds now for both players. Here we go.
And Hikaru's shaking his head because, like you said, it's only getting easier for Nico from here. He's parried the kingside problems. The queen will come to c3. b3 is a threat. c5 is a threat. Let's not forget that a3 pawn is actually passed. You may not note it right now, but it's a passed pawn, and it could start pushing here.
The pawn is passed. Black's counterplay is in the past. Black's time advantage is in the past. What's not in the past, Hikaru has 10 seconds. He centralizes his queen. He parts ways with the b pawn, but if you take it, you have to reckon with knight b6 and then c4. What a weasel this guy. I mean, Hikaru just pulls these tricks out of nowhere.
Oh,
and what does Nico see? No queen b4 in response. Nico's amazing.
Nico calls the tactical bluff.
Wow.
And sees that he can go for it. By the way, Alireza Firouzja did get his win. He currently is in clear first, likely joined by Caruana and Kramnik after a draw there. Hikaru now would be happy to get a draw himself, with both players going to be... He might get it, but they're both going to be under 10 seconds, and Theodoro could play for a win.
Yeah, but he doesn't. I mean, Theodoro decides, hey, I've got 7 seconds. My king is weak. If Hikaru doesn't go for a draw in this position, I would be shocked. I don't think he's got... Maybe rook c5, but that is just totally brazen. I could see him doing it, and he does!
He does it! Hikaru going for the mating net.
Danny, it's queen d8, and rook takes c4, wins the second pawn. He missed it!
Oh, queen d8 and rook c4 would have held d1 and won the pawn.
It would have won. That was winning.
He misses it, and now Hikaru still has a draw if he goes rook d1, and he... oh, no, but there's queen h3.
No, but there's queen e5 there, wins the b2 pawn. I think Hikaru's going to hold this one.
He's going to take the draw finally.
Is Nico going to go king g3? No.
No, he accepts it. Oh my gosh, I can't take anymore. I'm getting too old for this bleep. Let's go. Okay, Kramnik and Caruana. Speaking of guys getting too old, Kramnik not too old for this stuff. He drew. He holds on. Still tied for first, along with Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana. Okay, what do we got here?
He's still my beating heart, Danny. Ragnananda's heart is beating fast because he's got 2 passers. He's got a win in the bag. Salim is one of those guys that's often overlooked. Incredible player, but he's going to lose this one. Fresh off his performance in Tata Steel, Danny. Woo!
Prague keeping pace with the crowd there, right? You got Laquang Liem there. We haven't even talked about that guy. That's a former World Blitz champion. You got to know him when you see him. Laquang Liem from Vietnam there. You've got Gukesh keeping pace. I mean, who are we going to cover?
Danny, the 3rd place finisher in the candidates tournament is just casually playing on like board 30. I mean, what is this tournament?
Just casually. You
Whoa.
know.
Oh, knight.
He blundered the knight.
No, we're gonna have stalemate if he takes it.
Oh my God, what a fun trick.
That's insane. Take it. Take the pawn so we see a knight and bishop mate. Now, Danny, fun fact. Min Lee played a game last round. I don't remember who it was. Gladura, I think, failed to mate.
He goes for
in the previous round. Will Rajabov be able to take up the mantle here? He's got the king in the wrong corner. He needs to shepherd the king over to a1.
This is an easy one. The king's already there. Yeah. Knight f4, take h4 with the bishop. You
easy
go right
clap.
back to it's actually right where you want to be already. Yeah. You bring the knight into f2, and that holds the h1 square. So knight d3, knight f2, or knight h3. Oh, knight h3 stalemate. Knight d3 then. Knight d3. Oh, he missed it.
This is not it. Knight h2. Rajabov might be panicking because of his clock. Now, Danny, doing this the other way geometrically is harder on the eyes. It's harder to trace the W. He's got a second.
He's going the wrong way.
He's choking completely. Timur Rajabov is not doing this right. This is
all you have to do is get the knight to F2. Get the knight to F2.
Easy.
And it's literally mate in 19 if the knight gets to F2. It's mate in 19.
I get to talk. because I did this, and he's mated him with a G1.
Oh my God.
What did Pakleza do? He should have gone out king f1, and he's fine. He goes into the center, and he probably would have drawn. This is insane. I've never seen this mate before.
I've never seen white checkmate themselves at a grandmaster level in the knight and bishop checkmate. Sorry, you get to talk. What were you going to say there?
Well, I did this in about 10 seconds of that increment. That's one of my points of pride. I used to practice this in the ICC days over and over and over again and try to get under 15 seconds. But that was shocking. Timur was choking that, maybe looking at his clock, Danny.
Yeah.
And Pakleza is going to be kicking himself. He could have been that guy who held Timur Rajabov in a knight versus bishop position. Firouzja is that guy who's not moving on the first move right now.
Wow. Maybe he left and didn't realize the round was going to start. But Danya, first of all, that's amazing. Second of all, I actually used to do the same thing back when we were so old. It wasn't the ICC days. We used this thing called a chessboard, Danya. Stay still.
What's that?
And then we used a clock called a Chronos clock. It was a Chronos digital clock.
Come on, Danny. I still have a Chronos.
Okay. Anyway, so I actually did the same thing, and we would also practice the knight and bishop mate. We would try to do it under 30 seconds, physically harder to move than with the mouse online. Okay, we were old, but well, I did the same thing, and that's how I have that memorized. If what?
No, go on.
Firouzja's gone. Yeah, let's pull up the chair while we talk about it. Might as well. But if you get the knight to f2 in that position, boys and girls, I actually have a video if you want to Google it, just how to checkmate knight and bishop. It's on YouTube. But if the knight's on f2, in the opposite color corner, it's a mate in 19, even with best play. You have to memorize that pattern. If you know that pattern, everything else becomes clear. And Rajabov got lucky, frankly. I mean, he had many opportunities for that pattern, and instead he didn't find it, but his opponent checkmated himself.
I will admit, Danny, I was not familiar with that particular mating. I didn't even know it was hypothetically possible to get yourself mated that's on a square, not the corner you want to drive the king to, but I learn new things every day. That's what I love about my job. And Alireza Firouzja just spotted Fabiano Caruana 90 seconds in a 10-minute game. He's going to have to catch up here. And I don't understand why players do that. I mean, they get up from their computers. They don't have forever. You got to be on alert. And I don't want to be that guy, the Monday morning quarterback. But if Alireza loses this game, this will be one of the reasons why. But for him, 8.5 minutes is still an eternity and a half.
Agreed, Tim. Population us. This is going to be a fun one. The opening isn't starting super. It's not super spicy, but we know we've got both Firouzja and Fabi on cam. We've had them, so it'll be fun to be able to see how these guys are feeling. And this is a game that has massive implications. We're already in a spot where, okay, like winning this game, Danya, wouldn't punch your ticket for sure that you're in Division 1, but pretty close to it because you can get in a spot, you might be able to hold some draws. And remember, everybody, the top 76 players in the play-in will move on to Divisions 1, 2, and 3, respectively. But only Division 1 has the opportunity to compete in the knockout, joining Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, with a chance for a direct spot to the Championship Tour final at the end of the year. Welcome to the Airthings Masters play-in. I didn't even know I was going to do that, and then Beautiful. I did it.
That was
I blacked out.
Danny.
Yeah. There you go.
I have nothing to say. I mean, to follow up that act. All I'm going to say, Danny, is that, as you said, 12 of the top finishers move to Division 1. They play each other 1 through 6, play 7 through 12. And then the 6 winners secure the 6 additional spots in the first major, the Airthings Masters, where they will be joining the pre-invited players. I don't know why we thought to invite them, Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So. I mean, couldn't we have chosen more deserving players, Danny? This is this is an egregious blunder. But man, this is fun. This is exciting. Nobody has a perfect score, which I personally love. That means there's more competition at the top. There isn't someone just pulling away and then making a bunch of quick draws. And we have a Carlsbad structure here. Nice old school pawn structure.
Look at the pairings this round, man. You've got Lachis Isq versus Vladimir Kramnik. That's Jan Nepomniachtchi. You've got Sam Sevian versus Nicholas Theodoro. You've got Dmitry Draken versus Gusianov. You've got Pragnananda here and Laquang Liem getting in the fold. We hadn't even thought about their names, and Hikaru's taking on Dura Bailey. So you can't not focus on Firouzja versus Caruana because these are the two guys tied for first. But what an adventure we have in store for us here in round 6.
We absolutely do, and we definitely will look at Nepo and Andraken and Kramnik. Let's briefly unpack this position. Perhaps, and then we can move on because this is definitely on the quieter side. And 94 is very standard fare for Black. This idea has existed since the times of Capablanca, who, by the way, contributed a great deal to our understanding of this structure, we stand on the shoulders of giants. So what happens after knight e4? If white takes the knight, black actually recaptures the bishop, not d takes e4, which blunders a pawn to queen takes e4, and white defends the bishop.
Yep.
If you take e7, black recaptures with the queen, and he's got enough defenders on the e4 knight.
Quickly show the common trick for some of our beginner players. A common mistake that's made, Danya, is taking on e4 with the knight. Show that before taking e7. That's how you blunder. Or before, right? With the bishop on e7. A common mistake made here is you take there first and you lose a piece. Go ahead.
Because black, you're exactly right. This is important to note, because now if you take e7, well, this is more obvious. And if you take e4, you lose the bishop on h4. So you can't sit on two chairs. You either lose a piece in the center or a piece on the king side. Either way, you lose a piece. Somehow, Fabiano Caruana knew that. I mean,
I don't know how we knew that.
These guys are good.
Carlsbad. Queen's Gambit declined. Carlsbad structure is old as time, and somehow Fabi knew the trick. But seriously, this is an interesting one, because note that white shifts to the king side with rook a to e1. Often white's plan in these structures is a minority attack on the queen side, where you're actually advancing your pawns in hopes of creating positional weaknesses. Not so when a4 and a5 have been played. The queen side is locked up. White plays rook a to e1. They're going to move the knight from f3 and actually try to mobilize the two rooks by advancing the f and e pawns, as my buddy there with the coloring book is showing. There you go.
That is a much juicier plan, and no surprise that Fabiano Caruana is adopting the kind of modern treatment with f3 and e4. Mikhail Botvinnik is someone who had a couple of incredible games in this line, Danny. It's so fun to review games from that time, because players like Botvinnik and Capablanca were so ahead of their time that they would essentially implement the same plan in every game, and nobody would know what to do against it. It was like Wilt Chamberlain approaching the rim. Who is this 7-footer just dunking on everybody? Nowadays, all of the plans are well known. The way to fight them is well known. But let's see how Alireza Firouzja, now 2 minutes down, is going to respond to what I think is going to be knight d2, followed by f3.
Well, the last point, speaking of well-known, is a shout-out you and I have to give to a mutual coach we both shared, Grandmaster Alex Yermolinsky, Uncle Yermo, as he's known. Also very good at these positions, very well-known for the Queen's Gambit decline structures on both sides, right? How many times you go over a structure like this with a, okay, now, Danny, Daniel Neroditsky, now. That
games. No, I don't have my Yermolinsky impression.
You know what's funny?
Right,
it might be the only accent I'm better than you at. Might be the only one.
You got a Maine Irish accent, Lion. Your Southern accent, it's as if you lived on Boone, South Carolina for 5 months. I mean,
anyway, but your old no, Danny. Let me tell you, 1997, when Daniel Neroditsky was not even born yet. Now, I was living.
I'm older than that.
Okay, in San Francisco at the Mechanics Institute. No. Okay, no, we're moving on. All right, that's Yermo. Shout out to Uncle Yermo. QGD Orthodox, Carlsbad minority attack structure expert. Here, white changes the structure. We have an IQP. That means isolated queen pawn on d4. And it is petering out a little bit, but black's doing well. We'll see.
Firouzja should be able to hold this. He's slightly worse. White's got the pawn lever d5. The rook is awkward, but I vote we go Vladimir Kramniktown, population 2, because Jan Nepomniachtchi is dancing with him in a fascinating position where white has the bishop pair, but a very weak king on e2, and a trapped bishop on g5, and a hanging bishop on g3, and a complicated position, as usual in Kramnik's games. Wait, you can take b5, you can take g3?
I was going to say, you could take b5 first. That might be... Oh, what? They just agreed to a draw?
Oh,
wow.
Hess just had a, I don't even know what to call it.
Just had a tantrum.
Over in Oslo.
Hess, don't break anything in your hotel room, because chess.com has to pay for that. Don't you break anything in your hotel room. All right.
I heard that cry of anguish all across the way in the South here.
Well, it's an early, it's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it pays off, right? The 5 Ds of dodgeball: duck, dip, dive, and duck, dip, dive, dodge, and draw. That's what I was going to say. The 5 Ds is draw there, and that's actually not a draw we want to see.
It is not, and I think we're all in agreement on that, Danny. We're not in agreement on a lot of things anymore, but those quick draws, we want to avoid them when possible. At the same time, and I always feel like I play a little devil's advocate here, especially when I'm commentating with my boy Robert. The players' ultimate allegiance is to making the top 12, to fulfilling their goal in the tournament. And sometimes that does mean hedging their bets and getting that half point and securing their place atop the tournament standing. So I want to see that minimized, but it's going to happen occasionally, and we can forgive Big Vlad the occasional quick draw. He's still a fighting player.
What I was going to say before I got tongue twisted and had an unfortunate slip of the tongue on camera, but I'll say that what I was going to say is that it's a bold strategy, Cotton, because this early on taking these draws, they might get leapfrogged. That's what I'm saying, right? We obviously know that all the players are hopeful to be in the top 76, make their way into divisions 3, 2, and 1 respectively. But this early on, trying to draw your way into Division 1, that could backfire on both Nepo and Kramnik.
It absolutely could. They don't have everything mapped out. You're not guaranteed a win in the next round. And, Jan had the white pieces. He's going to be black in the next round. And let's not forget how quickly things change in these types of tournaments. You think, you've got it in the bag. Boom, you lose a game. You're somewhere in 20th place, behind total unknowns like Peter Svidler and Dmitry Andreikin.
I'm sorry. Chat is never going to let me live down that one.
No, it's not.
First of all, what I said is just the name of Richard. It's not a curse word. It's not anything awkward, chat. Let it go. It was a dodge, dip, duck, dive, and draw. I know what happened. We got to move on, Danya. I'm gonna lose my mind.
I'm going to recuse myself from the conversation.
You don't even know what I said, Danya. You're too young for that. Danya, could you earmuff it for me real quick?
I basically had my earmuffs on because I didn't understand a single word of that. But I am too young. I'm not being uncomfortable in how many times you're calling me. I'm pretty close to hitting 30 here. I've owned a Kronos for 10 years.
You're doing great.
It's,
okay.
It's I'm a little bit older, than you realize.
It's true. And here comes Peter Svidler. Speaking of guys who used to be candidates, not anymore. He's still a great player, and obviously would love to punch his ticket into the knockout, just like Vladimir Kramnik. I'm rooting for the old guys because I'm old. I don't think Peter would like to be called old, but
there's nothing to fear but White's position.
I was going to say, White is checkmating himself here. Queen e3 check, king f1, queen f3 actually looks pretty good. Yeah.
Or queen g1 with mate if you cover with rook e2. I'm assuming you got that pawn. Queen g1, rook c2, and queen d4. Peter's got the checkmate in the center of the board. Mate in 2. Goodbye.
Rook c2. Alexander Fier, one of the great players, obviously from Brazil, for those who don't know Fier. Also someone who traditionally does pretty well in the Pro Chess League, good rapid player, but he just went down in flames. Fier was on fire. You flip those letters around, and
not bad.
Svidler takes him down. All right, we move on.
Okay, in Hikaru land, meanwhile, trouble is brewing in Hikaru land. Danny, he has struggled this tournament. He's managed to withstand a lot of pressure by his opponents. He swindled the game against Zhumabayev. He held the draw against Nico. But right now, he's in trouble again with White. His center is collapsing.
Yeah.
Dror Bailey is just one of those guys who doesn't care who he's playing. He plays for a win every game. I've seen his games now for many years. Super fun player to watch. And that D4 pawn
I was going to say,
about to disappear.
I guess Hikaru didn't have a lot of great choices there. He was choosing between poisons and ultimately decided that losing the D pawn in order to get developed and have the bishop pair was his best practical chance. Not a bad classic Hikaru kind of swindled there. But black is better, make no mistake about it. And black could even take G3 and have an opposite bishop position that would be hard to lose.
Well, I'll tell you what Dror Bailey's thinking about. I think he's deciding whether or not to flick in the move check. Rook HE8 check, which logic would tell you should, and he does. But he was just making sure that you're not actually sending the king to a square that it wants to go to anyway. I don't think you are. Because after king d2, knight takes d4, Danny, I have a hard time believing he'll bail out with knight takes g3 when there's a juicy morsel over there for the pick. And that knight is also going to be threatening b3 with check and c5. And this is what happens when you lose the center pawn. All of your other pawns are like, WTF, where's our father? And Hikaru has to sidestep that with king d1. Oh, this is nasty.
Nasty, and you also have positional weaknesses. The risk of black's position is that if you lose d4, or even if black takes g3, like you said, and plays rook e3, it's like black has the pawn and the compensation, as our buddy Yaz would say.
What in the dickens did Hikaru do here? And king to d1, but this is what he does, Danny. He forces his opponents to make decisions. I've noticed that when he gets into lost positions, he engineers it so that he gives the opponent a lot of tempting options. And that's not a good thing because you necessarily spend a bunch of time trying to find the right one. And it's the Hikaru effect. It's what it is because you know you have to play perfectly to win. And you get into a self-fulfilling prophecy where then you spend too long deciding. And ultimately, you end up making a mistake. I love the way Duror Bailey's handling this. I said he wouldn't take on G3, Danny. But the situation has changed because now you have access to this E3 square.
Yeah, but if you get G4 by Hikaru, can't you put the bishop on F3 and just start to hold everything?
True. Well, perhaps Black will take the B pawn first and then try to come back for the G pawn and somehow evacuate the rook around. Duror Bailey is playing without risk, I think. He's trying to play for 2 results.
Yeah.
And that's not a bad thing. Now which pawn is he going to take? B3, G3, you could bring the rook up to E4 again. Hikaru milking Black's clock by forcing him to make decisions.
Yeah. Agreed. Hikaru gonna have the time advantage on the clock, even if he doesn't have one on the board. Something he does all the time. Speaking of time will get to us all. Father time. It's about time.
Fabiano Caruana Ferrugia just drew their game. That never got off the ground, Danny. That was like even all the way through.
Not as obvious a draw, if you will, as the one we saw between Vladimir Kronmik and Jan Nepomniachtchi, but similar in that the players understand what's at stake. Getting to the next stage of this many different stages. It's quite the gauntlet if you want to make it to the end and win the Airthings Masters. And so they understand that right now at the play-in stage, securing Division 1 is their top priority, which doesn't even secure the knockout, by the way. It only secures match play that Danya and I are going to be covering within a couple hours here. So if you just got here, where have you been? Mom has been calling all day. She's like, hey, would you pick up some groceries? I'm like, Mom, I already turned the corner. Will you go back and pick up some groceries? Plus, I'm late for the Twitch show. Anyway, we're here. We're in it. And yeah, we got a lot ahead. But I will double down on what I said. It's a little early to just think that these draws are going to secure top 12 for any of these guys, Danya. So we'll see if it backfires for the guys who are playing it safe.
For sure. They got their work cut out for him. They still have 3 huge rounds to play. Hikaru, he's in trouble. He's going to try to hold this. Can we take a brief look at Nico Theodoru's game? I think we should give him some love. And he's playing Sam Sevian, by the way, new 2700, incredibly exciting American player. And Nico is in a world of hurt here.
Speaking of incredibly exciting player, new 2700. That's Sam Sevian. We haven't covered any of his games so far, but we might be covering a lot more of Sam before the day is through because he's about to get a second queen. 2 queens are better than 1, I hear.
He had an incredible performance in the RCC. I mean, he's just a nightmare opponent in Rapid. He's just got the fixins. He's got a sharp style, great preparation, doesn't fear anybody. Just a great epitome of the new crop of talent across the world. This is over, I think, Danny, because knight F3 check, 1 queen replaces the other. Queen H1 covering the E1 square, and D8
Beautiful.
queen coming to a theater near you. 1-0 is the result.
That was a nice
to 5 out of 6.
That was a nice instructive thing to show there, just that if knight F3 check would come, White would have just sacrificed the queen and then gotten a new one. And so there really was no way for Nicholas Theodore to keep this one alive, everybody. Sam Sevian is saying, hey guys, I'm 2700. I'm kind of new to the club, but I might win the event before we're all said and done. So buckle up. What else we got here? We're going to go back to the town known as Nakamuraville.
Smallville. I don't know how many people will know that reference, Danny.
If you know, don't tell them. Don't tell them. Wait for chat to show.
Well, people know the TV series, but do you know the chess-related reference? I know you know.
I know you know, and I'm saying don't say anything else because you're going to ruin it.
I know that you know that I know that you know that I shouldn't say anything else. Well, Hikaru might be cursing his luck here in this position. Duror Bailey still hasn't secured a material advantage, by the way. Somehow Hikaru has kept the pawn count even. This is just black magic, and I think Hikaru's fine again. And now he's going to start playing for a win.
I was going to say, and he's managed to increase his edge on the clock along the way. Classic Nakamura.
Classic.
All right. Well, we're going to stay right here. By the way, I'm just looking at the list here. There are so many amazing players in this event who we haven't even had a chance to look at yet, and it's just wild. We are going to have a lot of fun on these play-in days. I hope I get to do all of them. I'm going to talk to the team and be like, hey, because they don't let me do commentary anymore. They keep me out. I'm like, can I do some commentary?
Please.
Hey guys, hi guys.
Well, if you ask nicely.
Hi
Well,
guys.
Dura Bailey, by the way, is asking nicely to
For a
end this
draw.
game in
Yeah,
a
he
draw.
wa-
Now,
he
here we
knows
go with
he
this
could lose.
again. 99% of players would take on F7 there and just bless their fate. Hikaru's like, he's got 9 seconds. Let me win this real quick. And let's see the magician at work as he brings his rook up to F5. Black's obviously not worse here, but it's so easy to miss a move like G5, severing the connection between the F pawn and the E pawn. You can sense the tricks. B5, I can guarantee you, is going to be played at some point.
Yeah.
Such as now. Okay.
Okay.
Dura Bailey forcing some trades here. I love the way he's handling this so far.
Yeah,
Maybe A5. Sorry,
I think the
Danny, go ahead.
simplification is going to lead to a draw. No, you're good. You're. I love when you're excited. Me and all the chat. I think the simplification will get us closer to a draw, but it's really just going to be a question of, does Dura Bailey blunder under time pressure? Because this should be held, should be fine. But unless that D pawn gets away from him or something else of a catastrophe happens, he should be okay.
Well, Hikaru was thinking about that move A5, sacking a pawn, but then he runs the risk of losing. He doesn't want to do anything wild because there is still time.
Yeah.
Even if he draws to win the last 3 games, at that point, he'll have to start taking the big risks. Dura Bailey should not lose this. The one important thing, Danny, he should keep his rook on the G file again to prevent. Now he can move it. And instead, he moves his king up to B4. And if Hikaru gets too casual here and too cavalier, he's already lost the pawn. Now
Watch
maybe
out
rook
for-
C7, rook C3. I mean,
I was just going to
careful
say.
now.
I was just going to say. He's pushing it too far.
Rook B3 would be an instant draw. He still is playing for a win. He doesn't want to allow the rook trade. You can sense it. D4. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, no.
Rook E3. Oh. Here goes another pawn.
Now he's
Hikaru is
really getting frustrated.
still a draw, Danny.
Should still be a
Blockade on
draw.
the
And
D3
also,
square.
regardless of Hikaru's frustration, don't assume that he's not thinking he has mating chances against that king on the A file. I'm just saying there's a chance. I'm going full
Get
Lloyd
that
Christmas
king
here.
Off the file.
Exactly.
And Dura
Run.
Bailey knows who he's playing against.
Yeah, run. Do not get
Rudolph.
checkmated.
Run, Rudolph, and run it. It runs to C7. Hikaru is probably dreaming about getting his king to G6.
Yeah.
I can assure you that is what he's trying to do. Dura Bailey says, no can do, no siree. Hikaru's going to get back to E4,
Dude,
and he is still very much playing for a win.
Oh my! Regardless,
take that!
he
was
he
winning!
could have taken a king of 5
And G5,
he was
no,
winning.
Danny. No, takes in G5 was winning. Takes in
Oh
G5.
my god! Oh my god! Takes in G5 was winning. The bishop was undermined.
He's gonna win this. He's gonna win this game. Dura Bailey's gonna flag. You cannot get yourself to 2 seconds against Hikaru. He will find a way to make it complicated, and he has. Bishop F4, defend H6.
The pawn's hanging.
Still holding. Oh my god, Dura Bailey is cutting this. This is ridiculous.
I don't think
Don't
Hikaru
take the
knows
pawn.
that he had that win. Oh my
That
god!
was ridiculous. I might have to show that, Danny, when we get a moment.
Yeah,
That
was
was
nutty.
so beautiful.
I thought it was winning because the bishop was blocking the diagonal. You could just bring the king to G6 and win H6, but G5 is just straightforward.
Oh, Hikaru is going to blow a gasket when he figures this out, and he will.
Yeah.
And right now, he might just have to repeat. Dura Bailey cut it that close, but it seems like he's found out construction where he can essentially pre-move.
Yeah.
You don't care about this pawn. You care about the H pawn, which is what prevents white from creating a passer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Can you believe he had a win
Wow.
here? I mean, can you just
Unbelievable.
that thought is ridiculous in and of itself.
Oh my gosh.
Jesus.
He's not just gonna take the draw here. He's gonna make sure he milks this. Is there any last way to get a swindle? Is what's going through Hikaru's head? Do I have anything left in the tank here?
I'll tell you what he might do. He's bringing himself down on the clock. This is an old man's trick.
Mhm.
You tempt black into playing for a win, and then you increase the chance that Dura Bailey blunders. I don't think it's going to work because white is actually worse here. King
Yeah.
C3 and D3 is
Yeah,
not
no,
to be
he's
trifled
taking it.
with. You get that pawn to D3, and black starts playing for a win himself. So time to repeat.
He's taking the draw. He's taking the draw.
Is Dura
Okay.
Bailey going to play for a win now?
Oh,
No.
oh, that's what he did. He milked him down on the clock, but Dura Bailey doesn't go for it. He did what you said he was doing. He
No.
rather than repeating, he got way down in hopes that Dura Bailey would change his mind. Back up real quick, Danya. Real quick. Go
Okay.
to that. Oh, never mind. We got other games to look at. I was going to say, if you wanted to
how about
show
this?
that.
I'll pull up the game after we finish this time scramble because I
Yeah.
saw this was an interesting scramble. Lazovic against Prague. In the meantime, I'll pull up Hikaru's game and we'll show the win.
Okay, great. God,
All right.
I love when you're driving. I just take my hands off the wheel and you're in control. You know?
Hey, GMs aren't the best drivers, but
oh my God,
he just driving the pawn forward to promotion.
E7.
Oh, knight!
Over.
No, you can
He's
make a
knight
knight
with me. Under promote. Oh,
under promote was made in 2. Knight was mate. But obviously this is winning.
He still wins, but that's hilarious.
What a beautiful mate, Danny. Oh, that was
so
sick. But you know what else is sick? The Hikaru win, which I'm now going to show.
Yeah.
No, that was his game against Theodoro. I apologize.
Yeah. It was the
Dura Bailey game.
Rook takes b6, Dura Bailey. Right here. Rook b6 takes and g5. Go ahead.
I mean, look at this. Look at this. If FG, you lose the bishop. And yes, the pawn is the wrong color, but the king is too far. You can trust us on that. Here you go, h6. A pawn is unstoppable, and it's unstoppable because you can try one last trick, Danny. Look at this. King to d6.
Yeah.
If you promote, black wins the queen, but the king steps onto the square, and then white promotes. That was the win. How did he miss the simple line with 8 seconds on the clock? Wow, Hikaru really losing his abilities here.
Obviously, the sarcasm is real. Oh my gosh, I'm in mind blown territory, and I'm having a great time along the way. You know when your mind is blown and you're having a good time. It's one of those.
I do.
It's they call it zone 2 these days. There's all this science coming out about exercise. There's zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, zone 4. Zone 2 is like, that flow. You're hitting the flow state. That's how I feel. That's how I feel right now.
Well, zone 5 is when you're hitting a flow state along with Danny Wrench. Yeah. Has Lenier Dominguez hit a flow state this tournament? Not really. And he's struggling to win this position up 2 pawns. This actually might be a draw. I'm getting vibes of Noterbeck against Vincent Keimer, that type of endgame. Dominguez is another guy that we haven't checked into so far, Danny.
Yep.
And this just showcases how strong this tournament is. He is not just any old grandmaster like your Dominguez.
No, when I was looking at the list, when I was looking at the list of people we hadn't checked in on yet, Vincent Keimer and Lanier Dominguez Perez were right at the top of that. We did quickly have a look at a Keimer game, but overall, there's just too many good players in this event for us to keep track of everyone.
For sure.
You got to give shout out to Black for holding on so tight here. This is a lost endgame, but it's one of those ones where White's pieces are not ideal, and so it's really tricky to unwind.
Well, it's simple. You can't play a5 because you drop b5. Mm-hmm. In order to play a5, you need to defend the b5 pawn. You can't do that because the king is cut off, and the king is cut off because anytime it moves to b4, it receives a side check by the rook that sends the king right back to where it started.
King a5, I think. King a5 is a draw here. No.
Yeah, rook c. It's so easy to lose this for Black because you can lose purchase in terms of your defensive setup.
Yeah.
Now, Dominguez almost flagged there, so don't lose if you're White. Lenier, so tricky here, tries to get his king out. He's managed, but does that help? Now it's cut off along the third ring.
No, it's just a check, and he's stuck. It's a bluff. The king has
he's got to go back.
No ability to get out. It was just a bluff.
Oh, don't go to e4 and lose your rook.
If you go
he's
too far.
Zigzagging his way to f3, Danny.
Yeah, but if you come to a3, now king a5 is a threat.
Rook c6, rook a6, though, might make some progress if you're White.
No, king a5. Rook c6, take a4, rook a6. There was king takes b5. It was a draw.
Agreed, Town. Now Dominguez doubles back to b2. Black has to go king b6 again. I'm not sure why this is winning. Now a check. Rook a6. And he's making progress. No, he's going back. Where's the win?
No. King c2, king a5 is still a draw. If you play king a5, it's a draw. Don't miss it another time.
Danny, the win is to get the rook to a6. That allows you to play a5. It's too late. He's gotten Antipov's king.
Now the king
allowed it to
gets
a5,
there.
as you called. Yeah. Now
it's
don't trade rooks, obviously. Rook h4.
Yeah.
Rook h4.
Rook h4. You threaten to take with the rook. That's the key. That's going to force the rook to a3. This is over.
Not over. Rook b3. I would try rook b3 here. Oh, man. That is a tricky winning attempt.
Oh my
King
gosh.
takes a4 is the draw.
King takes a4, b6, rook g8, rook to b8.
No, rook g2 wins for Black.
You win the rook. LOL. And the kings are all that's left in this one. Wow. We get the peaceful result. It feels like that was the correct karmic result. Again, we didn't see the whole thing, but in the end, we have the Nietzsche, as we like to say. Nietzsche draw. Draw. All right. Look at this. Firouzja, Caruana, Denlaz, I don't know who that person is. Vladimir Kramnik, Guket, Jamaraju, Lukwang Liam. Go ahead. Who is Denlaz?
On the topic, well, Denlaz is Denis Lazovic, very strong
Denis
Belarusian
Lazovic.
grandmaster.
Okay.
But I had a joke to share.
Okay,
I had a joke to share. This might not land, but since you mentioned Nichia, all you have to know to understand this joke is that Nichia is a double meaning. It means draw. It also means no ones, like the word no ones. So the old chess joke goes, two players are facing off. One of them is in a lost position, and he points to a cat that's running around. He asks, whose cat is this? The response, Nichia, no one's. And then he says, Saglaisen, agreed. And they shake hands.
Classic tomfoolery using Russian language tricks. All of us know those jokes.
Of course we do. I have many more, but okay, we have games to analyze. And Firouzja, in an open Rui, Sevian, has been playing this opening now for a while. He played it in the RCC against MVL. He's played it in the US Championship. He's incredibly well prepared, armed to the teeth with the black pieces in this line.
Sam Sevian has more time than which he started with, as you can see. Just like Danya said, he's an expert in these variations of the Spanish. And Firouzja taking a think and making sure he remembers his theory. Big question. Do you en passant or not? I always say Grey Poupon, en passant. Don't mind if I do.
Dijon mustard, a little bit of knight g5, maybe some attack on h7.
Bonjour, croissant.
Etienne Bacro. Maxime Vacher-Lagrave.
Where is Maxime? Maxime is what loans he didn't show up. He said he was coming. I'm going to text Maxime, be like, yo, you said you were playing, brah. Where you at? MVL not here, one of the only big names in the game who didn't show up on this Friday. All right. Firouzja versus Sam Sevian is here. Let's not forget, also going down in this round, you have Fabiano Caruana taking on Lukwang Liam, the World Blitz champion. You've got Daniil Dubov taking on Durabali. Hikaru is trying to stick in it. Hasn't had his best chess today. It feels that he's not quite in form, but will he find it by the end? No one wants that to happen if they're one of the opponents of Hikaru. And Kramnik is taking on Gukesh, a battle of the generations.
Oh,
sorry,
that is
I'm not
awesome.
sure we have to go to. I'm not saying we have to go to any of those.
You're giving me decision anxiety, Danny. You just named 6 Michelin star restaurants, and now you're expecting me to choose. Okay, since we haven't looked at Lukwang Liam yet, I vote we start there, and then we kind of go around the horn and look at all the top games. But this is the best part. This is where tons of players have to take a lot of risk, like Hikaru. Go ahead, Danny. I'm going to flip on the game in the meantime.
No, I was going to say, music to my ears. I also kind of wanted to check in on Lukwang Liam. I think of all the people we've had the pleasure of covering today, Fabiano Caruana has seemed to be in the finest form. For those just tuning in, he's just been a monster. The games he won in fine fashion. This is a game where now on the black side of a Queen's Gambit decline, it was probably a Rogozin based on where that knight was. Yeah, it was. What's going on here, Danya?
Yeah, Lim is better. That I can tell you for a fact. And fact number 2, he's got exactly the kind of position he excels in, Danny. Not only is he the coach of the premier Webster team, he's also, I think, either a World Rapid or World Blitz champion. I'll confirm that, but it's definitely one of the two.
It was
World Blitz champion.
Yeah.
The guy is a wizard, and he's one of those 2700s you just forget about, and then he just beats, Caruana and 6 other GMs in an event.
Yep.
Why is he better? Well, he's got the knight centralized on e5. He's got a very solid pawn triangle in the center, and he's got action on the king side. So Fabiano Caruana, without further ado, is preparing c5. Lim says, get the you-know-what out of c8. My turn to push the c-pawn.
Liam Lay pushes c4. He's better. But it's also, okay, so you prefaced or you set up the narrative that suggests why White's better. But to give Fabi credit, c5 will probably come. And when it does, it kind of undermines the protection of the knight on e5, right? And that's a key point, a key shot that Black always has in these structures to try to equalize, to get c5, take on d4, and try to simplify against White's space and pressure.
Yeah, which is why Lim rushed the move c4, and he might even part ways with his knight and transform his advantage from an advantage in the center to one on the queen side down the c file. So what is he calculating here? Probably he's thinking which piece to recapture with, a common question. Knight takes c4, and then queen takes c4 is natural to me, Danny, especially because Black can't play rook c8, which is crucial. You can play c5, I will point out, but after dc-bc, White can just bring the rook to d1, and he's got a small but very stable and nagging edge here. Fabi has to make a couple of very accurate moves, I think, to fully equalize.
DCBC, but black is not out of the jungle yet. Thank you, ACDC, for that incredibly important classic rock hit.
I'll give you a B- for that one. That's a pretty good grade in my book. I'm a strict grader. I've given my share of D's. And D's puns, pretty good though.
I think I can retire after that one. That was a subtle and appropriate pop culture reference that added value to the moment. Welcome to the jungle, AC. How could you not say that? That was an A+, bro.
Listen, I come from the Soviet school of grading where B- is essentially the new A+. That is the highest grade that you can get. I've told that story, Danny, many times of what my coach said when I got my third Grandmaster norm.
He gave you a
his
B-.
His response was 2 letters long to my Skype message that was accompanied by 30 exclamation mark. Okay. And then he logged off. I became a GM. Okay.
This is so great.
All right, move on.
All right. Liam is better here. I love this move, Bishop B7, because it's patiently reminding black that C-pawn is going nowhere. Grab a Snickers. It's weak, and I will take it when I want. You say Bishop E6, but don't I have... okay, Bishop E6. Maybe that's actually... I didn't see that coming. Schmarn it.
Well, Bishop E6 to me is the bailout move, and I feel like White is losing a little bit of purchase on this position in the sense that his pieces are sort of slipping away from the center. White doesn't have that pawn on D4. Uh-oh. This is a tactical problem. Bishop B5 is coming, and so White might have to go rook B1, and Fabi then has dragged the rook onto an awkward square. Maybe then he wants to play queen E6, offer the queen trade, or bring the queen even to G6. Oh, Bishop E6. Wow. Wait, tactical
Welcome
wizardry.
to the jungle, Guns N' Roses, not AC/DC?
You're talking to the wrong audience here.
Oh, man. That is the worst. I'm the worst. It is Guns N' Roses. Oh, my God.
Given the chat reaction, I think it is.
I should get out of here. I should get out of here. Oh, my God. I'm the worst. Okay. Let's pretend that didn't happen like everything else on the internet.
Like Tom Brady's last season.
Should have
retired when he had a chance.
You only get one emotional retirement response. So the fact that I took off my headphones and then ranted about how you didn't appreciate my AC/DC reference, I will never again be upset about lack of acknowledgement for a pop culture reference. You heard it. Flip it and ship it, fans. You have my word. I will make pop culture references, but I won't get upset anymore if I'm not being appreciated.
We have a deal. We have a mutual agreement.
I'm going to do it. I'm probably going to do it before the show's over. Who am I kidding? Let's be honest. All right, here we go. I love this question for Danya and Danny. How much has Fabi improved in faster time controls? I would argue 2 things on that, and I know Robert would back us up, Danya. One, Fabi's weakness, his reputation of not being good at fast time controls, I would argue was always a little overrated because not many people beat Magnus Carlsen in rapid tiebreakers. I don't know if you knew that, right? It's not the easiest thing to do. That said, he wasn't certainly on the level of your Hikaru's, of your Magnuses, your Jan Nepomniachtchi, or even Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Like, he hasn't necessarily considered himself a great rapid and blitz player, and we know that he did go to work on it, and I think it showed. I mean, he was one of the top performers in last year's Rapid Chess Championship. I think he likes this time control specifically. He's told me that. The 10+2 format, he just feels comfortable and at home here. But your thoughts, Danya? I gave my answer to it.
I completely agree. I think it was always overrated as well. Sometimes reputations in the chess world can be hard to shake, and most of the time they're unfounded or they're based on one tournament performance, like, draw Nishigiri and all that jazz. And a lot of people might not remember that. To reference ICC again, Fabiano Caruana, his nickname was Adaptation, and he was one of the highest rated players in the 5-minute pool. So no, he has never been the fastest bullet player, the best blitz player, but we always compare these players to other super GMs, and Magnus Carlsen is the standard that we hold them to. And yes, he's not as good. He's not as reliable in time scrambles, but Fabi has done a great deal to improve his actual results. Yep. He was always good to begin with, Danny, but now he has stabilized in time pressure. He has won some time scrambles against some of the best blitz and bullet players in the world. We saw that regularly in the RCC. And he is
Well,
no
in
pushover
the
anymore.
SEC, right? He surprised a lot of people by taking
Yeah.
down Arjun Iragaisi, right? And in a
And
comeback
in
fashion.
amazing fashion. That was an
Yep.
amazing match.
Yep. So for
He
those who
did it in
didn't
the bullet.
Yeah, I was just going to say, for those who didn't follow the match, Fabiano was actually trailing and came back in the bullet portion to beat Arjun Iragaisi, of course, someone who is an absolute star and monster, rising star from India. So yeah, and I think, there's our explanation of it. And I think in Rapid in particular, we're not claiming Fabi's one of the best bullet players in the world, just pointing out that he can do it and has. But I would say in Rapid in particular, Danya, it's a time control that actually he really kind of likes, and this format is showing, and he's obviously playing well today. So we'll see.
He's playing well. He's got the initiative now. He sacked a pawn, but brought his rook to d2, and he's hitting, well, that pawn used to be on a2. Now it's on a4. But White's pieces are in a bit of a bind here.
Yeah.
And White's king is feeling a little bit uncomfortable. Black does have this move bishop c4 that he could play at any point to drive the rook out of f1. Instead, Fabi gets behind the pawn. So it's a sharp position.
Yep.
I would predict that this game bails out somehow. Maybe White should play queen b6 and just accept that he's going to be defending in an endgame for a while. But I think Lek Kwong will pull himself together here and pull out half a point. But we'll see. We got a lot of other fascinating games.
We sure do.
Gukesh, I'll put you on the spot, Danny. Where to next?
Well, I'm a little biased because I'm looking at the other leaders of the event, including Alireza Firouzja and Sam Sevian. It's a spicy Spanish. You know how I feel about some spicy Spanish, some good paella. Oh my gosh, I could go for that right now. What in the world would that do?
You're making me miss Madrid.
Man, some of the best food. Anyway, here we go. We got that. Okay, so I'm literally blacking out. Focus, Danny, on the games and not the food. Kramnik and Gukesh was the battle of generations that we talked about in the beginning. Let's check in on that one real quick.
Boy, am I happy we finally got Madrid of that discussion. And Black trying to get Madrid of the dark squared bishop h4 g5, bishop g3, queen takes g3. Can't do that. No can do, boy.
Okay, well, we're going to stick right here. Firouzja and Sam Sevian. We'll check in on Kramnik and Gukesh in a minute. H6. Yeah, I love your idea of queen g3 hitting f2, by the way. Whether it ever happens or not, I just want to acknowledge you and your feelings that I like that idea.
Thank you, Danny. I'm all warm in the heart place. So I think White should drop back to e3, and that's not the most pleasant move to make.
Yeah.
You're not winning any brilliancy prizes, and he plays it, but a hallmark of these top players is that they know when to dial it back and take a step back and say, yeah, I'm not better anymore, but I'm going to stay solid. We're going to get some trades down the e-file. Black can take again and put the other rook on e8. On the other hand, when it's on f8, it's pressuring the bishop on f5, but I would play rook e8 here, he does, and just kind of chill. Maybe knight e5, trade some more pieces. Black's pretty comfortable here, I think.
Yeah. He's also up a little bit on time. That's not, an advantage that you write home and tell mom and dad about, but it is a good sign for Sam Sevian because Firouzja, one of the fastest players in the world, you don't want to be significantly down on the clock against him. So a good sign for Sevian. Here comes 95, just like you said. It also frees up the C pawn. Point out that idea because now Black can play both C6 to reinforce D5, and at some point, maybe even C5, and you've got a majority with the 4-on-3.
And I would be remiss if I didn't point out something I always point out. There's only one open file. You have to see who controls it. In this case, it is Black with a vengeance. He's got both of his heavy pieces on the e-file. Firouzja is creating a dark square blockade on the queen side. I like that move. Knight to b3, aiming for c5, also getting his teeth into the d4 square. The position is equal, Danny. I think it's kind of dynamic equality where both sides have their chances.
Yeah.
But the clock continues to dwindle. We could get a bailout and a draw, or things could devolve into pandemonium here in the next couple moves, especially if Black goes knight e4, which I think he very well might.
I was going to say, is Black ever looking to play like queen e2 in some of these positions, just simplify because he owns the only open file and gets the rook on the second rank? Is that an idea for Sevian?
I think that's a great move. I think that's probably one of his top, if not the top candidate move that he's contemplating right now. My guess would be he's deciding between knight e4, queen e2. There is bishop e2, which is tempting, but it's kind of a paper tiger. The queen can drop back to c2, and then that bishop is really awkward, and it can be targeted with rook e1. So I don't think he's doing that. I kind of am leaning toward queen e2.
Okay. You made me feel all good. I was just making a suggestion, hoping for some
the compliment,
for some education, man. I was like, hey, will you educate me on what's going on here with that second rank? And you just, instead, you served me up a compliment education sandwich. You complimented me. You gave me some education. Then you complimented me again, man. I am all blushing and torn up.
I'm just trying to play some chess, man. Queen f4. Sevian is trying to stick a rook on e2. His intentions are violent. Danny, he's not just bailing out. He's playing for a win here.
Yep.
And he's telling Firouzja, what you got? Knight e4 is still a possibility, but not as likely because d5 is going to fall with check. But White's position is just unstable. And Danny, it's all because he doesn't control the e-file. What you wouldn't give right now to play the move rook e1 and just stabilize those squares. He can't do it. How does Firouzja respond to this move?
Yep, I've had nothing to say but yep. I'm yupping you right now. I'm not trying to yup you, but I'm yupping you because everything you're saying is so right on. And yeah, I always talk about it. Also, I would be remiss to not do the bad analogy I always do and say open files are like commodities, supply and demand. The less there are, the more valuable they are. And usually you can see a game that is otherwise looking equal, otherwise very symmetrical, be won purely because one player owns the only open file.
That's actually a pretty insightful point. And in this case, that owner is
I love how you were surprised.
Sevian.
You were like,
I'd never heard it phrased that way before.
Insightful.
Danny Wrench, he's got some wise things to say once in a while. And
G4 was played inside. G4 was aggressive, but almost out of necessity, right? It's like an aggressive move that you're playing because it's really hard for Firouzja to find other ways to deal with this.
Yeah, it's kind of an aggressive defensive move because most people, they see G4, they think he's trying to attack. That could not be further from the truth. He's just making space for his pieces on the king side. He brings his king up. And right now, his top priority, I think, is to trade queens. If you can get the queens off the board, he takes some of the heat off of Black's pressure. Then you have to reckon with rook e8 to e2. But that's a problem I think White wouldn't mind having right now.
Good point. And something I want to jump to right now. We had a good question from chat. Legend091201 wants to know whether we think Ali Reza is suffering from not playing enough online chess in some of these moments. I mean, he's not suffering that much. We should at least call out he's currently leading the event. So there's no way that he's suffering that much. But I think what we'll tell everyone is there are things you do when you're in shape, regardless of your knowledge. When you're in shape, right? Your cardio's there. You do things intuitively, to use the right kind of sports analogy. You do things, you have more stamina when it matters. So I think it's a little too early to tell, but if it does catch up with Ali Reza, it might be because he hasn't played serious online chess. We know he's played some bullet here and there in quite a while. But Danya, what do you think?
Yeah, I think the influence of that can be kind of overstated, as we're seeing even in this tournament. Someone like Vladimir Kramnik, he doesn't play online at all. And he is acquitting himself incredibly well. Firouzja has played online his entire life. He still plays a lot of bullet. So I really think that his form is perfectly sufficient for this tournament and this time control. If you played a tournament like the candidates right now, you would probably feel the rust a little bit more. Well, someone who is surmounting a lot of the rust that we expected is Vladimir Kramnik. Can we take a dip into his game really quickly?
I was just going to say, though, unfortunately, you made the note of Kramnik as a comparable to say that, it's an example that you don't have to play a lot of online chess. But to go back to my analogy, I said that usually it's too early to tell until you see who's got the cardio when it matters. Because the thing about exercising and playing a lot is you have more stamina. You keep your focus down the stretch. Right now, I'm looking at a game where Vladimir Kramnik might be about to go down, and maybe it's catching up with him a little bit against the young Gukesh from India.
He sacrificed an exchange earlier. It did not work out, to put it mildly. Now he's an exchange and a pawn down. And rook c2, I think, deals the hammer blow to White's king, because the other rook is coming down in the second rank. And if you play g4 to create some breathing room, it's a classic construction. Rook d3 is checkmate. I think Vladimir, he might go bishop d6 here and hold on for a couple more moves, but not more than that. He's also falling on the clock as well. This is over. This is completely one-sided.
Yeah. Good point. Good stuff.
Rook b7 is fine here. I mean, Gukesh can do basically whatever he wants. He just needs a couple more moves to break down the last remnants of White's defensive construction here. Kramnik is going to keep trying, though. He's not just going down.
As he should. He's also down on the clock, though, unfortunately, while he tries to play tickle here and maybe trick the young opponent into repeating the same position a few times. But I don't think Gukesh will fall for that. But how do you...
so many interesting games here, Danny. It's one of those things, right? Firouzja's in a time scramble. Caruana might be about to win in the endgame. Oh my gosh, Nepo's in a time scramble. Help me out here.
You want me to choose? I shall choose. Let's go to the Nepo game. We haven't checked on that in a minute.
Okay.
Jan
Alright.
Nepomniachtchi, he's much better. Actually, he's better and up on the clock. So I think Jan might be someone who just continues to keep pace and jumps to 5.5 after this one.
Jan is just the ultimate nightmare opponent. He plays so quickly, he puts so much pressure. Now, material here is equal, and Lazovic is a multiple-time Title Tuesday winner. So 17 seconds for him is a lot. The problem is, to me, more on the board. I actually think Jan might grab this pawn on b2 and try to use the a pawn to win the game, but it's not going to be easy, Danny, because in some situations, White can sack the knight for that pawn and then come around and eliminate these weak pawns on the king side. So this Jan's work here is far from done. In fact, objectively, we see that the position might be close to equal.
Yeah. I think the main thing is you got to worry about time if you're Denis Lazovic, right? I mean, you're 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Move. He does play king e2.
Sidestepping the discovered check. Knight b2, knight c5. Don't do that. King d5, knight c3. Forks galore here, and black's not the only one having a fork party.
Can I run to f5?
Oh.
And go toward the king side?
Little hole there on g4. Little for the king.
I don't know.
Bang. Let's say white goes here. Bang. Right. You could win this in 2 moves because you're also going after these pawns.
Yep. I think that Jan obviously taking a moment. That's how you manage your time well if you're watching chat. When you have an advantage on the clock, use your clock as a weapon. Shout out to John Bartholomew. In critical moments, don't keep rushing. Take a moment. Execute. Jan actually gives up the a pawn.
Oh, king d4. That was a huge mistake by white, allowing the king to get active.
Oh, and there's
now
no more
Jan
checks.
is going to say that's over. That's how quickly he wins these games. He just
Knight
trick
takes
after
B2.
trick after trick, and that is a winning rook endgame just because black's king is too active and that c pawn. Okay, it's not totally over. He has to be careful, but with 3 seconds, there's no way Lazovic holds.
You're not holding this. It is a lost rook ending, and you're down on the clock. So let's. All right. I mean, we can see the final moments.
Firouzja maybe is in a time scramble.
So many games. I'm freaking out, man.
I think Firouzja's losing. I think we should go to Firouzja because this will be his first loss of the tournament. If he loses this game, they're in scramble. Watch this end game.
Sam Sevian showing what he does. The young American Grandmaster says it wasn't a fluke that I was in Toronto at the CGC finals. Here we go. Oh, yeah, but right as I say it.
He's losing his grip a little bit, but I still think black is better.
Coming to e5, though.
It's always better to have the knight in time scrambles. That is like a universal rule. There's more forks, more tricks. He's got more pawns by 1, but Firouzja has 2 passers, and he might bring his king out of the way, Danny, and try to go rook to g6 here. And this is a 3-result game, believe it or not. That f-pawn runs real fast. Yeah. Here we go.
Great points.
Rook and bishop. Great move. Rook e3. Chasing the bishop around, and now d3. No, he wants a fork on f3. Oh, he's blundered a pawn.
Knight's coming to f3 at some point with check. Don't forget that. Watch out for it. Here it goes.
d2. Oh,
D2's
or not.
coming right after it.
Oh, what a tricky move. Knight g5, king f2 hits the rook, and you might not be able to get to that bishop.
But you have rook e2 and knight takes bishop.
Oh my gosh, that does win. He wins a piece.
It wins a piece.
Great call. He doesn't see it.
Oh, he didn't see it. Knight g5 won a piece.
That was a terrible move. Now he's worse. Bishop g6 and f5. Firouzja might now win this. Or we might see a repetition. Holy cannoli.
My gosh. I could go for a cannoli.
No, he goes for it. This is insane. King f2.
He doesn't go for it.
King f2 wins for white. He didn't
see that either.
King
f2. He was winning a piece.
Oh, my lands. This is pure nerves, and he finally says, enough is enough. Let's make that draw.
What a weird way for that game to finish. I don't disagree. It was a fair result poetically, but both sides had wins in not just like 2 or 3 moves, like one move combos to win there. And neither of them seem to be keeping their nerves. And again, these are chess gods. I'm not saying I would do any better, but it does seem like they both lost their nerves a little bit there, because normally we see them execute, I would say, at a high level, even with that much time pressure.
No, they certainly did. I mean, they know it's on the line, and those positions are just so tricky. There's minor pieces in close proximity, forks everywhere. You're just trying not to lose on time. Speaking of not losing on time, a couple more games still going here in round 7 of 9.
We actually only have one more game still going.
And it's on
one
the screen.
More game still going. And it is Jospin That is Martinez versus Robson, the Caterpillar, whom is spicy. After this game, we are going to send it to our last break before we know who wins the play-in segment of the Airthings Masters. So stick right here. We got to see what happens in this game. Looks like Spicy Caterpillar has a chance.
I think we know who's winning this game. Ray is zigzagging his way, and a rook trade is good for white because he's got both pawns protected by the bishop. Jocelyn has 2 seconds here. Still trying to hold.
The advantage of having a G pawn instead of an H pawn.
Ugh. This is a nightmare to defend in a time scramble. Ray needs to find an opportunity to go rook f6 and force the king away and then start pushing the G pawn eventually.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's waited so long. At some point, you can play rook f6. You could have moved the light squared bishop to b5 once the king isn't attacking the G pawn, but he doesn't go for that plan.
No, he does not. Now he can give a check on h5, but he's delaying it. He doesn't want to blunder that pawn.
Yeah.
Oh, you might have blundered a pawn. Where's that bishop going? It has to choose a diagonal, and then you lose a pawn. Rook takes e2 and rook a2.
What?
That was an instant draw if he took the bishop. Oh,
2 seconds.
Gosh.
1 second. He
Rook
made that
d5.
move with 1.2 seconds.
Oh, Ray's gotten his bishop on the best square. Now g5 is coming, and the king is going to see the other pawn through to promotion, I think. King f7. It's over. No, this is winning.
He's got it now. It's over. And you got the bridge set up with the rook protecting the king from checks. That means there is no
a7
perpetual coming.
Oh,
a7,
that is a sick win.
g7, and it's Rover. Ray Robson keeps himself in the hunt, even if it is an outside chance. No resignation from Jospam. He wants to make Ray mate him. And I think we know how this one is going to end in just a few seconds.
And notice Ray's doing what the pros do. He doesn't even need to do it here. He's got enough time, but he keeps his pieces mostly on the light squares, which is what you do in a time scramble to make sure that you don't walk into a skewer. Always possible. There we go, right? He just attacked the rook, but Ray is going to finish this one off easily.
It is silly, but it's an even more important trick for viewers to remember when you have increment, because in that moment, you're not also really racing against the clock. A couple of fast moves with all of your pieces on the light squares are enough for you to regain time and then get the job done, as Ray just did. So that's actually a really important thing to remember, Danya. Good call out on that, right? Get your pieces on light squares so that you can gain time on the clock. Well, on that note, I think it's time for us to take our last break. And speaking of something we do before we're back on the clock, let me remind everybody that if you're a titled player and you want to compete in the 2023 Champions Chess Tour, you actually can do that. Don't miss your chance to qualify for the next play-in. We host qualifier events every single Monday, excluding the days when other CCT events are underway. So it's your chance to join the action. All you have to be is a titled player. Compete this Monday, February 13th, the following Monday, February 13th, not February 6th. All the details can be found at the Champions Chess Tour site. Go to go.chess.com/Champions Chess Tour for the direct link or the command. Use the command qualifiers in chat for the direct link. All right, Danya, you and I got to take our last break here before we know who wins the play-in today. Don't go anywhere. It's the Airthings Masters play-in as we kick off the 2023 Champions Chess Tour when we return. Welcome into our new video lecture series here with the one and only, the 14th World Chess Champion, Vishwanathan Anand.
If you have to explain that you're world champion and it's taking longer than 2 words, there's something wrong with your title. And that's how I felt at this
There's
point.
something wrong with
But I believe when we're talking the 60s and 70s, even the 80s and 90s, you could see that the match format produced something unique. And I remember there was a funny moment at the press conference where I was trying to tone it down, not get very excited, and also I had not had time to collect myself. In fact, I already wanted to calm down and think of the next game because I knew this is a wounded animal there. I knew that I had to play a game against a man who was desperate for the match to be over so that he could clinch his title. He wanted a draw at any price. I mean, you can make a joke that he had spent a week out of the swimming pool already, so he must have been exhausted and waiting to finish the match. So for all of us, there was this feeling of we got to grab this chance with both hands because it's not going to come by way.
We are live. We are back. The 2023 Champions Chess Tour kicked off today with the Airthings Masters plan. We are getting down to the stretch here with just a couple rounds left before we move on to match play. So, Danya, let's remind everybody quickly what's at stake in the Swiss. How does this format work? 76 of these top grandmasters are going to be moving on to match play, respectively, in 3 divisions, with the top division being for the top 12 finishers that are currently competing in the play-in that you and I have been covering. The next 20 in Division 2, the next 44. Obviously, they're all competing to join the Airthings Masters knockout, which will start next week after a weekend break on February 6th. So, Danya, on that note, we want to talk about the person who's now leading, who kind of came from behind and is actually in clear first with 6 of 7. That is Damaraju Gukesh of India. Danya, he didn't have a great Speed Chess Championship that we held in December. He didn't have a great Tata Steel, but he has shown up and he's playing great right now here to kick off the CCT.
And I think Gukesh might be a victim of what I talked about a little bit earlier, which is the sort of recency bias that often pervades the chess community, where you look at the last two tournament performances and his Olympiad performance kind of is already in the shadows. I mean, the guy had 7 out of 7, I think, against all GMs. He beat Bobby with black. Gukesh is still very much having an amazing 2022. This year is just getting started. So I don't think Gukesh's confidence is shaken in the least. But Danny, this tournament, I can't believe he's in clear first. He lost an early game. I think that's why he flew under the radar. So he did do a Swiss Gambit, except it's a Swiss Gambit where you have to beat Vladimir Kramnik in the previous round with black, which of course he did. And now he faces an on-form Sam Sevian, which is a pretty terrifying prospect. And Sam, he gets a double black. That's a tough pairing, but I think he embraces the challenge.
Agreed, totally. Sam embraces the challenge. If you're just tuning in, what is Nanya referring to? Sam just drew Ali Reza Firouzja with black, a game where he was better throughout most of the battle. So Sevian is playing some fantastic chess today. Nanya, before we talk about the X's and O's on the board in this battle, I also want to just highlight the standings to our left. Look at that list of names, a who's who of some of the best chess players in the game. And again, I'm going to call attention to the fact that there were a couple players who took early draws, Yanda Pomnishi and Vladimir Kramnik, and then Kramnik lost the next round, right? Ali Reza Firouzja and Fabian Caruana had an early draw, but it's not guaranteed that they're going to be in the top 12 yet. So a lot is at stake here in these final 2 rounds.
Oh, absolutely. Everything is yet to be decided. I mean, the top 12 can change completely. And you've got some players who, like Gukesh, have kind of been under the radar. I mean, look at Guseynov, Denis Lazovic, who did lose to Yanda Pomnishi, but still is very much relevant. You don't necessarily need, 8 out of 9. A score of 7 might actually get you in if you've got good tie breaks. And right now, Gukesh and Sevian, they top the tournament standings. Gukesh has a chance to solidify his place with a well-timed win here against Sam Sevian, and I think he's off to a pretty good start in this game, Danny.
Yeah, so let's talk about this particular one in action. It was a London system. Don't fall out of your chair when I say that, because it kind of just became a traditional sort of reverse QGD kind of structure. But your thoughts on why you like Gukesh's position here? I love this move 95, unleashing the discovered attack of the queen on D1 to hit the knight. Talk a little bit about what you see White doing over the next few moves.
Oh, White's just more active. And, what I don't like about Black's position is that he's cramped on the queen side. That pawn on A5 is really controlling a lot of key squares. It's not letting the queen move out to B6. It's making it hard for Black to create pawn play on the queen side. And of course, the knight on E5, if White can find a way to support it, or even if White grabs that bishop and maybe follows up with A6 and bishop B5, White's just having more fun in this position. Not saying that he's much better or anything like that, but Sam needs to proceed very cautiously the next couple of moves.
Yeah, and if the light square bishop falls after knight takes D7, as you've highlighted, not just bishop B5, White has the bishop pair, which is a long-term advantage. 2 bishops are better than 1. Hey, the bishop pair brought to you by Double McGum. Oh my gosh, that just worked out. If only. But all right, it's up now for Sam Sevian to think about how he wants to deal with this. Driving that A pawn down so aggressively, what a thorn, right, in Black's shoe. That kind that you thought you checked your socks, you get them on, now you're already mid-run, you're running hard, and you're like, what is going on here? Something's poking me. Oh, it's a pawn on A6, and it's poking my big toe. Very sensitive.
Yeah, that pawn is just a destructive force on the queen side. You might be wondering what Sevian is thinking about here. B6 is often automatic, but he is not a fan of the resulting position and the weakness of the C6 square. And White could pile on by opening up the queen side later on with a move C4. That's a pretty terrifying prospect, given how weak Black's knight is going to be on C6, unsupported as it is by a pawn. So Sevian is trying to find a way to avoid that. There's moves like queen C7 here. Even taking on A6 could be a way to stall White from playing bishop B5. The problem is that rook could take the pawn's place, and that could be even worse.
Yeah, let's show it. Let's show the options here. So if if Black takes E5, let's say, because you can't take, either one. Okay, if you take E5, just want to show you lose B7. Okay.
Oops, sorry. So, take E5, now, White takes back, and then takes B7, and then takes A7, and this is out of the question. Yeah.
Right. So you got to deal with A6 first. That was the point I wanted to show now that we established E5 can't be dealt with. You got to either play B6 or B takes A6 first, kind of.
Yeah, and if you take, this is what I hinted at earlier. Nope, that is not where the
Oh,
rook is going to land.
no.
The rook
Mouse
appears on
luck.
a6, and then the bishop on b5, and the knight on a5, and this is where you regret not having a pawn on b6 to at least keep the knight confined. But
Right.
what we're expecting, and I am expecting the move b6 with through clenched teeth, yes, but still, this is the position Sam is trying to evaluate and trying to assess how bad this is. But
Right.
this possibility, Danny, of rook c1 and c4, it's such an easy plan. And you don't want
Yeah.
to allow positions where your opponent has all the low-hanging fruit in
Yep.
a rapid game. Tough stuff.
No, I love it. And that's what I'm glad we showed it on the board, because at the end of this line, again, even if white isn't winning something right away with the bishop on b5, it's that the position's going to become open. White's going to get c4. When you have the bishop pair, it's much harder for your opponent to keep a position closed. It's much easier to slowly pry open diagonals and files. So that's why we often say the earlier you get a bishop pair advantage in a game, often the better for you, because now you know your plan, you know you can start to pry open diagonals. And I think that Sam is using his time for a reason. This is actually a very tough moment where the rest of the game might be set in motion from whatever he decides to do right here.
But he's got to make a decision soon. He's down to 5 minutes, and he does
he
take on
takes.
a6. Radical
takes.
measures, desperate
Okay.
situations, desperate measures. And I'm almost certain that Gukesh is going to eliminate that juicy bishop on d7. The bishop itself doesn't look like a good piece, Danny. It's more about the squares that it's controlling on the queen side. Giving white the monopoly over b5 and c6 gives white the enduring queen side advantage. Maybe knight takes c6 and rook takes a6 because it comes with tempo, is calling Gukesh's name as well. But I would take that bishop and, cash in my chips here.
I liked it the first time you said it, so I'm not going to disagree with you now. Take on d7, take a6. You've got the bishop pair. He agrees. Gukesh doesn't need a lot of time to go for it. He's just big fans of our commentary. He's like, I like these guys. I'm going to go with what they said. You know what? I'm in.
It's a safe decision. Always works out well, as we know.
Speaking of people that are still in it, Danya, like we can't even see all the big names who sit on 5 of 7 on the left. If you're just tuning in, there are so many top grandmasters in the hunt right now for that coveted top 12 spot, so that they get to have a chance to be in the Division 1 section as next week's main event, not next year's, next week's main event, the Airthings Masters kicks off. So Hikaru Nakamura, Raunak Sadhwani are in a battle. You can't even see Hikaru's name there on the left, even though he actually does sit at 5 of 7 like everybody else. So let's check in on that real quick and see what the 5-time U.S. champion is up to here with the black pieces.
Well, his opponent is the formidable Raunak Sadhwani, which should be a familiar name to everybody. Not quite a star that shines as bright as Gukesh and Aragaisi, but still an incredibly talented, exciting young player from India. He's a super strong blitz player, and he's got the white pieces here trying to fend off Hikaru's initiative in what started out as a Rui Lopez, but I almost thought this was a King's Indian with that bishop fianchettoed on g7. Now, Danny, positionally, white's got an advantage on both sides of the board. This knight is nicely centralized. The other knight can jump into c6, but Hikaru's pieces are very active here. So it's actually a tremendously complex position. Eval Bar gives a tiny little pull for black, but I could see this going either way in the next couple moves.
I completely agree, but I also, even though I'm the one who queued us up for this, of course, we all wanted to check on with Hikaru, but I think the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana, I'm sorry to throw it, but that is an imbalance worth jumping to. We have a queen on the board for one player and no queen for the other. It's the battle as old as time. Who will be better? The centralized queen and the potential mating net against the dark squares of the g7 pawn, or the 2 rooks and the passed a pawn? What is going on here?
I think only one side has all the chips here, and that's Jan Nepomniachtchi. And it's
Okay.
a lot of it is because of the placement of the bishop. It's not the queen per se. It's the way that it combines and cooperates with the bishop to, first of all, attack g7. Second of all, the bishop itself is incredibly stable. Jan might very well lose the c2 pawn, but he's definitely, and he just did, but he's not going to lose the c3 pawn. Fabi, on the other hand, is going to lose a5, which I would take if I'm in Jan's shoes. And as usual, Danny, he's up 4 minutes. He's got somehow 7.5 minutes. That might be the death sentence for Fabi. He takes the other pawn, does Jan. He says, I'll get back to the a5 pawn when I'm ready.
I was going to say, that's a sign that Jan definitely knows he's playing for a win, not just because of the centralized bishop and the potential threats against g7, like you said, but the time advantage on the clock. He's like, look, I don't want to take a5 and have this peter out. Let's get a race. I'll let you keep your A pawn. I'll keep my C pawn. I'm going to use my queen to attack G7 and irritate the bleep out of you. Yeah, the more I look at it, first I took that quick peek. I'm like, oh, 2 rooks for a queen. Could be anyone's game. But this is a really good example of how and why the queen can dominate pieces by attacking things on both sides of the board when you have a weakness next to your king especially.
But do not play queen c7 here and blunder rook takes d4. Jan's not going to do that. And Jan is just terrifying to play when he's in this kind of form. Now, it's not all bad for Fabi, and Fabi's rooks are active. Most likely, Fabi is going to lose the a5 pawn, and when he does, he has to arrange his rooks in a way that will, first of all, keep g7 defended, and B, try to keep the c3 pawn at bay. It's an incredibly tall order, Danny. He's got no counterplay because the bishop protects the gatekeeper to the white king on h2, which is on the safest square on the board. Tough job for Fabiano, but he's obviously not going down without a fight.
As you're describing what he has to do to hold this, I'm sitting here shaking my head. It just seems like too tall of a task. That bishop on d4, you'd almost love to give up one of the rooks, Danya, for the bishop and the pawn. The problem is, even if you do that, the queen has 3 pawns, and you're probably still losing. So, like, there's no real way to simplify the pressure, and that queen is just going to poke and prod. She'll go to a7, and how are you dealing with this stuff? I don't like it, yeah? I do like some things, right? I don't like this thing right here. I like some. I don't like this thing. 1, 2, 3 times I told you. I don't like this thing right here.
I would reciprocate, but that is one of my, shamefully one of my weak spots. As an impersonator. Now, Fabi might have just hastened his demise with the move a4. I actually like that decision practically. He's allowing queen a7, Danny, and I think he's preparing to give up the exchange and pin all of his hopes on that passed pawn on a4. It should not work. I think Jan's got enough time to refute this, but we know that Jan can sometimes get sloppy in these situations, and I think this is what Fabi's hoping for at this point. Queen takes a4.
I thought you were talking about, I thought you were saying we know Jan can get sloppy sometimes. He doesn't always make his bed. I mean,
that too.
Evidence on camera. If you tried to tell mom that you already made your bed, you just got caught on camera, buddy. Because
not good, man.
It's not a made bed. And blankets and
we can see to his toilet. This is wrong on many, many levels. And what he just did there might have been very wrong. I think I called it into existence, Danny. I just think he's made a huge misjudgment.
Okay,
he allowed the sack on d4, but more importantly, he's allowed counterplay. Fabi's threatening bishop e4, and I think Jan forgot that the g2 pawn is now vulnerable. This actually might already be a dead draw. That's crazy. And Jan
if
is
the bishop
what?
comes to e4, I think he thought he had d5, which is a discovered attack on the rook on f2. But then what? Black just plays rook d2. It's the d pawn. Bishop e4 is a threat, and you're right.
No, this is a draw. Wow. And if I may rewind really briefly to the moment when Fabi had played a4, I think Jan should have taken this pawn and then brought his queen up to a7, and this might be what he missed. This necessitates an exchange sack, and obviously with a 3-on-2, as you had pointed out earlier, this is a technical win for Fabi. But we're past that now. Jan has given up the g2 pawn.
By the way. I was going to say, he hasn't given up on a chance to win. By activating his king, he's got these chances with the d pawn still.
He has to find a way to push that pawn. Fabi has to find a way to set up a fortress on the d5 square. Not easy to do, though, is when the rook comes to g5, there's h4. I think that's where Jan is really pinning his hopes. But Fabi could even give the bishop up for the pawn, potentially, and there are some rook fortresses he could set up. I think he'll make it happen.
Shout out to Fabi, though, for kind of spotting that trick, right? That's what good players do when they're losing. He kind of baited Jan into that, right? A little bit of a trap there, recognizing his chances to hold with the rook and bishop versus the queen. We've talked a lot about rooks and bishops today. A lot of long-distance relationship references you didn't see coming. There's another one.
D5. Here he goes.
Rook D2. No, maybe, yes. By the way, so many games, so much at stake in this round. We're not going to be able to cover all of them. Just pointing out that I think Dmitry Andreikin already got a win. Fair Chess on YouTube. Maybe not. I'm just trying to track the standings here. So much at stake.
Jeez. Dubov Kramnik.
He's 6 of 8.
Oh my gosh. That is a huge win. Sevian is still playing and still suffering at the hands of Gukesh, where we can go at any moment.
Okay.
But we can also stay here.
You've got Hikaru trying to come back against Raunak Sobwani. You've got Ali Reza Firouzja in this round, still going against Liam Lei.
Looks like Hikaru will not be able to win. I think that game is likely to end in a draw.
Yeah.
Which is bad news for Hikaru. He is flirting with not making it to Division 1. We can go there briefly.
Let's do it. Let's flash Hikaru's game versus Raunak Sadwani.
Yep.
I agree. It looks like he could still lose this. You have to be very careful.
This is actually a very sharp position. He's just played Rook B8, and he's trying to keep winning chances alive. This is what he does. A6 would be a horrible blunder. Well, would it actually? A6 Rook B1. White's bishop controls the promotion square, but I wouldn't dip my feet in that toxic swamp. If I'm Sadwani, I'd try to find a way to keep the pawn at bay. Maybe Rook to A2 here would be more wise.
Yeah, well, if you end up trading the C2 pawn for the A5 pawn, depending on how that goes down and where the pieces are at the end, even that isn't over. I mean, White has this advantage that all of Black's pawns are stuck on dark squares. Highlight those for me, baby. They're targets for the white bishop. You know what I'm talking about right there. Look at that. Look at that. It's the white king done yet. The white king gets in from F3, G4, H5, or F5, and it's a very tough position for Hikaru. You have to be careful.
You do, and I think they might be repeating moves if White, in fact, plays Rook A1. At that point, Hikaru is pretty hamstrung. He has to repeat. With Rook B8, will Raunak play something sharper? A6 here would be a blunder, not because of promotion, because White would win the bishop back, because of bishop to B6. Just deflecting White's bishop by force. Don't do that. I think Raunak should repeat moves here. I don't see a need for him to be brazen. Maybe bishop C1 is a more prudent winning attempt that Hikaru would definitely play if he were White. That would be a gutsy move by the Indian Grandmaster.
Yeah, Hikaru, I think, knows that if Raunak plays... Oh, he goes for it.
He does it.
Plays bishop C1.
I love it. Love to see it.
Hikaru is frustrated, not sure what he's calculated there, but a very emotive player, as we know and love. But he's in a tough spot, because if he pushes this too hard, he could lose, and that would definitely crush his chances of making Division 1. There's probably still some awkward outside chances of making it if you draw at 6.5. I don't know if that'll be enough out of 9, but it's already getting down to the wire here.
Fantastic move by Hikaru. So hard to see. He strikes on the other side. Now, he's not attacking with the pawns. He's making space for his bishop, trying to smoke White's bishop out of C1. That might have actually been the only way for Black to stay alive.
That's actually huge. What does White do on that?
A6, bishop G5, Rook A1, I think, but we might get a liquidation there in a drawn Rook endgame, potentially.
Well, if you play King E2, bishop G5, you're too slow. You can always play Rook A1, I guess, if you're Raunak. You can protect with the Rook, so...
Yep.
Wait, he goes A6. We've got bishop G5.
Rook A1 is forced, I think. Don't take the bishop, because then you can't stop the pawn and promote your pawn in time.
Right.
And he plays it.
Forced.
It doesn't feel to me like White is risking here, Danny, but it's a Hikaru game. We know anything can happen.
No, I think you're right. I think it's getting closer to a draw. I think Hikaru will have to settle on Rook A8, and we will ultimately see a trade. Yeah, he goes for it. A trade of the A for C pawn. And that is what we have in store.
Bishop takes G5. Black could even... No, Black can't take on A6 because the bishop still controls the promotion square. If I had to bet, I'm not a betting man, but I think this one's going to end peacefully. Probably to the chagrin of both players, because the draw might not be sufficient for either.
But it's tough all around for some of the biggest names. Let's let this one peter out to a draw. Liam Lei might actually be taking down Ali Reza Firouzja.
Let's go there.
He's up 2 minutes to 30 seconds on the clock, and better to go with it. Liam Lei is pushing an advantage on the queen side here with that passed B pawn.
I will interject briefly and say that Gukesh is still very much in control against Samsevian. That's our other big game. But let's briefly unpack this endgame. How significant are White's winning chances? It looks completely winning, Danny, but it's not. That knight on B2 is actually very well placed. It's pretty unassailable. It's supporting the pawn. And the situation on the other side of the board is pretty symmetrical. Perhaps Lim could try creating a second pass pawn, but that's kind of risky in its own right. Here he goes, pushing his chips into the center of the table.
Liam plays knight d5. How do you meet a3 though? Are you just popping the pony back to guard a2? Like, what was the point? How do you?
Or pop the tower back to c3.
Okay, rook c3. Now the knight on d5 guarding b6.
c7.
No,
He's stopping it from behind. I think Firouzja should push and then drop his own pony back to c4. I think that might liquidate both passers, and then black can breathe a little bit more peacefully there.
That might be the only way to draw, actually. a2, rook a7, knight c4. We trade a2 for b. Yeah, he finds it. a2 for b6, and we're going to get peace.
And rook b2 there, there's knight d7, only move defending the rook. If black rook was on b7 here, rook b2 would win the game. That's always the difference in how narrow it is between a win and a draw at this level.
We almost completed each other's exact sentence there, but yeah, rook b2 would win if the rook was on b7. But okay, going to be another draw here. Indeed.
Let's watch the end of the Gukesh game, but please continue.
Okay. No, I was trying to check. By the way, Fabiano did hold that draw against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Amazing.
Woo!
So he doesn't give an inch. Going to the Gukesh game versus Sam Sevian, we have
completely winning.
The young man who started this event with a loss. Was it round 1 that he lost, or round? Anyway, Gukesh,
one of the early rounds,
has won 6 of 7 games. I forget whether it's 6 in a row or not. He might be about to make it 7 of 8. And Damaraju Gukesh is like the legend lives on. The Olympiad called. They want their record performance back. Gukesh is he will be look at it. Crushing through two pass pawns.
He is cooking with some fish oil here. b6 and knight e2 check. It looks scary, but white can take and drop his rook back. Then Sam will go d4. There's still some off chances here. I think he should try it. But he's one tempo shy if I've got my calculation on. And he is. Yep. b7 and white promotes first. He's going to go d2. But queen takes h8 comes with check. You ain't going to fool Gukesh. That's it. Rook a6.
You ain't going to fool Gukesh. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Gukesh, 7 of 8. You can pretty much clip it and ship it. He is the first one who has punched his ticket into Division 1. I'm not saying others probably haven't with tiebreakers, but I went to the school for kids who don't do math good, and I'm not going to do that. But Gukesh, he will be dancing in match play for Division 1 for sure.
He will indeed. What an incredible performance. I mean, he just gets so hot when he's on form, and he did that in the Olympiad. He's doing it again here, and here's like a refutation, Danny, of the idea that you can't play regularly online and succeed in a tournament like this. He's doing it.
It's true.
And yeah, he got crushed by Magnus in the SEC, but Magnus is Magnus, and he will meet him again in the Airthings Masters pretty soon. Vladimir Kramnik, he's not out of contention, but he's got to win this 4-on-3 against Dubov. And white's pawn structure is ideal. I don't think it's happening now for sure.
But remember, just because Gukesh is making the play, it doesn't mean he's going up against Magnus or Wesley just yet, right? We have 12 players playing in match play right after this, so don't go anywhere, everyone. We still got a lot of chess ahead. Don't worry.
I'm jumping the gun. He's the first into Division 1, but he still needs to make his way into the top 6. He needs to win a match in Division 1. And he will get to choose his opponent most likely, but we will get to that.
And it looks like the game between Raunaq and Hikaru ended in a draw. Excuse me. Daniil Dubov and Vladimir Kramnik also still throwing down in this round, if we want to check out that one.
Yep, I've got it pulled up here. Kramnik has a 4-on-3. The bishops have been traded off. Obviously, this is a draw from a theoretical standpoint, but how many times have we seen players lose control in time pressure? G5 here is a very dangerous attempt. Vladimir Kramnik knows all the tricks, Danny, and he's known them since the 1970s. The guy has played hundreds of these endgames in his life.
He's been around the block. That's what you're trying to say, all right? Be kind. Yeah, Vladimir Kramnik has been around the block
there.
Yeah, he's whoa, he goes for mate with king h3, and the king puts his running shoes on.
What? You might have to take his running shoes back off.
I was going to say, it wasn't even the best way to do it. Now he loses e4 with check, and it was like, oh, I was just kidding. Kidding. Literal. Okay, Nietzsche. Okay, very nice. What we have here? What we have here is round 9, around the corner. Okay, do not forget, Daniel. The tournament may be over, but we don't know who's won until the last person has finished the last game.
Tournament may be ending, but the party is only beginning. Stick around, not just for the last round, but of course, for match play to determine the six
right.
players who are making their way to the Airthings Masters, joining Wesley and Magnus. Fabi and Gukesh.
I was going to say,
Gukesh
this is
fine with a draw. Is Fabi, though, Danny?
I don't think Fabi is, because I don't think that 6.5 is guaranteed. You're really throwing up the tie breaks here, right? I mean, as we look at the standings, there's so many people with the potential to end on 6.5 right now. The list of 5.5 out of 8 players is so long, you can't even see the end of it on the screen.
People whose names we have not mentioned all day. Ralph Mamedov.
Yep.
Bluebaum. Raunak Sudwani. Mishanik. I mean, freaking Pavel Pankratov. Everybody's on 5.5, and their tie breaks might not be that bad. So most likely your tie breaks are going to be better if you've been at a higher place in the tournament throughout, but that's not guaranteed. And Fabi should at least try in this game.
100%. A few people with 6.5 will likely get in. But many people on 5.5 know very well what they're up against, and that this is must-win territory for them. One of those people, of course, being Hikaru Nakamura, who in this round is going up against a World Blitz champion in Liam Lei.
Gukesh is establishing himself, I think, as one of the top Rogozin experts in the modern day. He plays this opening almost exclusively. He played it against Magnus Carlsen in Tara, and he held the world champion with, room to spare. So Gukesh just not afraid to play the same opening. He knows it backwards and forwards. I think he's got a pretty nice position once again. Probably going to push C5 and get some action going on the queen side, and he does.
Yeah, Fabi would love to get a win here and just throw everything into mass chaos. But
look at this. We've already had two draws, Danny. Sorry to cut you off. Faruja, Nepo, Andrekin, and Eric Geisy. Hello. Arjun Eric Geisy on 6.5 out of 9. All of them. So 5 spots essentially have already been reserved, at least.
Wow.
In the first 1 minute.
Well, they're reserved right now. I mean, but there's so many people who could win and get to 6.5. Yep. What happens to the tie breaks if that should occur, right? I mean, it's obviously a safe bet to a degree from a score perspective. 6.5 is going to get in for some people, but not everybody. And you're really throwing it up to the tie break. You know me, I get nervous in that mode. Someone is going to be heartbroken on the outside looking in at the end of this for sure.
No question about it. Hikaru, one of the big group at 5.5. He's in a must-win territory, but he usually has good tie breaks as we're used to him being at the top of the cross table. Not so this time. He had that early loss to Shang Yu, who ended up falling off a little bit. That's going to hurt Hikaru's tie breaks because it is, I think, the sum of the points that your opponents score. So right now, the job, Danny, for the players with 5.5 is to win. They're not thinking about the tie breaks. They will cross that bridge if they get there. First, they need to get there. What a bleep show this is going to be. Yep. And I love every minute of it.
Me too. I don't know whether to focus on this game here where Caruana could just turn the tables on the standings, or if we should pop over to some of the players who are probably in must-win territory. I feel like we should probably do that. I mean, this is a game that's going to be spicy. I think Fabi's showing like, hey, I'm not just going to take a draw and throw my hat into the 6.5 out of 9 ring where none of us know what's going to happen with tie breaks. So Fabi's going to push. We'll keep our eye on it. But where else can we go?
The only other player who can guarantee a spot in the top 12 if he wins is Lei Kwang Lim. So let's maybe briefly check into his game. I don't actually know who he's playing. Let's find out. I'm going to click into his game. Lei Kwang. Who is this guy?
Hikaru. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It was Hikaru versus Liam Lei. It's a good one. It's
brutal pairing for Hikaru on 5.5 in the last round. Just brutal.
Yeah, this is not a fun one to be, right? If Liam Lei wins, then he gets 7 and he's for sure in, like you said, but he's playing black against Hikaru. So would you rather, who do you want to be here, right? You're black, you're going up against a guy with the white pieces who has to win. He has no choice. You could get a draw in theory and roll the dice on tie breaks if you're Liam Lei, but that's not an opponent that either of these guys want.
Most likely, I think Lei Kwang would get in. He's been atop the cross table, but as you're saying, it's far from guaranteed, and we've seen many cases, particularly on the RCC, where a player takes a draw, they're positive they're going to get good tie breaks. You just can't know that for certain. Things turn in the final round, and you just can't depend on your opponents achieving a certain result. right? Then it's out of your control. So Lei Kwang is just playing chess, and I think he'll try to seize his opportunities if he gets them. I actually like Black's position here. The structure is pretty symmetrical. Hikaru is trying to spice things up and add some sriracha to the position by getting his knight to d6. And Lei Kwang, I think, is about to say, over my dead body. But how is he going to stop that maneuver, Danny?
Why is it sriracha and not Cholula or Tapatio? Like, why you got to
Cholula.
do that? Like, why are we discriminating against different types of everyone's favorite way to spice up a position?
I'm not a Cholula. I don't. Tapatio is good with certain things. I think sriracha is the most universal hot sauce to me. I can put it on absolutely anything.
I think Cholula would have a pretty big argument to say against that. Okay. Wow. This just got
Agree to disagree.
ugly.
Population too.
Okay. Well, sriracha is also. I mean, I'm a big. I make some mad hot wings. Sriracha honey madness. It's a sauce. You're like, oh, hot wings with sriracha? Yes, one of my specialties. Next time you come over, I'm cooking them up for you. So I'm not against sriracha. I just felt like that was a big leap to make. That's all I'm saying.
Get the skillet ready. I'm taking you up on that. I love me some hot wings, and Hikaru loves him some hot d6 square. He's gearing up to go knight c4. He wants to do it at the right moment, and he wants that bishop pair, right? Why is getting the knight to d6 dangerous? Because you get the bishop pair, the board is pretty open, so the bishop pair is rather desirable here.
Yeah, but you got to be careful, right? Because black also has the d5 square. Depending on how quickly you pop a pony into c4, black can respond by maybe putting a knight on d5. But white has one of those microscopic pulls. White can be patient. You can play bishop f1, put the a rook on c1, take your time before you play knight c4. And I don't see as many improving moves for black here, Danya. Tell me what I need to learn. No, you're right.
I know, I mean, it's clear because of the time that Lei Kwang is spending. I'm thinking about how to reshuffle. If you play knight d5 and as he goes bishop e7, which I was going to propose, bishop e7 or bishop f8, clearing the parking spot for his knight, but that is also hard to achieve because the b6 pawn is going to hang. But there are some tactics in the air there, Danny. If I can show this really quickly, this might be what Hikaru is calculating. Knight c4, knight c5 might be possible. Queen b6, rook c6. Queen starts feeling short on moves. Queen a5, knight b3. But I think White can get away with queen b4. And you say, discovered check. Anywhere the knight moves, you drop the bishop. So I think Hikaru will calculate this. He'll take his time. But I don't see him rejecting knight c4. I think he's going to go straight for the complications here. That is the best way of guaranteeing winning chances. Let's go back to the live board.
What a fantastic line. I love that. Knight c4, knight c5. You take b6. Laughing in the face of danger. Ha 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 ha. He is the Simba of this Lion King movie, they say. He is his own Simba.
Well, Hikaru, he hasn't done too much laughing this tournament. He's had a pretty rough go of it, and the standards we hold him to are so high. I mean, 5.5 out of 8 is the score a lot of players would kill for this tournament. Danny, but that early loss, it really set him back. He's still in contention, which is crazy because he was losing to Jumabayev. He could have been totally out of the tournament. So he's kept himself in, but wasn't able to win that game in the last round with black. And now, even with a win, might not be making it into the final 12. But oh boy, will those in Division 2 feel sorry if they have to face an angry Hikaru Nakamura.
For sure. And it would be the one thing, normally we'd be focused on Division 1 solely, but if you've got an angry Hikaru making his way through there may be something we have to check in on. By the way, speaking of things we need to check in on, Fabiano Caruana is pushing against Gukesh. Like, this is not, he's not just gonna say that I'm, like I said, he's not rolling the dice on the 6.5 tiebreakers. I think it's a very smart move. And I've been critical of people earlier today and in previous events when we've done rapid chess championships, which had a similar kind of Swiss day and then a match knockout day. I don't think it's good to leave yourself as a victim to the universal tiebreak system. And I like what Fabi's doing.
Yeah, Firouzja, and right now, I should remind everybody, this was a point of confusion for some in the RCC. You should take the tie breaks you see on the left side with a grain of salt because they will update after the final round. They will change after the final. And you might say, well, can they really change that much? Yes, they can. We have seen some crazy reshuffling. The top tie break could become the lowest tie break. So Alireza Firouzja isn't sitting and chilling, sipping his Frappuccino and saying, I'm in Division 1. He is watching nervously for the final tournament standings. Okay, so H4, the last move by Fabi. He is trying to drive that pawn down, use it as a battering ram and crack open Black's incredibly vulnerable kingside pawns construction. I love every bit of what Fabiano is doing here.
Cariano. Yeah, exactly. All right. F5, played by Gukesh. Feels like that's, well, it kind of works out here. It's definitely a move you don't take lightly because pawns don't move backwards, Danya. Pro tip. And that's a big commitment to your entire kingside structure.
I have something crazier to tell you. I'd like to thank our amazing team working hard to provide all the facts. Gukesh actually did not lose in early game. I think everybody and their brother was under that impression. He actually drew two games against Jan and Reza. Not the worst people to draw against, but he was just a little bit below the top guys, Danny, for most of the tournament. And so we didn't have our eyes on him until the last round. But Gukesh has not lost a game yet. Shades of his Olympiad performance, honestly. But right now, he's in big danger. Fabi has a big decision to make, though. He can take the knight with his bishop. Tempting, but you give up the light squares. Or you can keep the tension with bishop f3 and really try to sneak in h5.
Okay.
And he takes.
Fun fact. Good to be corrected by the team. Thank you for that. If you're going to draw two guys, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ali Reza Firouzja are probably two of the best guys to draw. So there you go. Gukesh really has had the best tournament of all. He is the belle of the ball so far. And will he finish that way, or will Fabiano, make that pumpkin go splat at midnight, huh? How's that for a reference completed full circle?
Make the pumpkin go splat at midnight. At least tell me, is it a movie or is it a song? Is it a band?
You're kidding, right? You're kidding.
Oh, have I? Oh, God. What did I just do?
Oh, God.
Is it one of those limp biscuit moments again where chat is just going to explode? It's like when you stub your toe and the pain is coming, but there's that one delicious second where you don't feel the pain yet. That's what happens when I look at the chat. It hasn't exploded yet.
You don't know what a pumpkin like at midnight is referring to.
Is it a horror movie like Halloween? Because I'm a horror fan. That would be particularly embarrassing. Now you got to tell me. I mean, chat's probably going to scream it, so...
We're gonna wait. We're gonna let chat handle this one because I got some chess to focus on.
What have I done?
So Fabiano bringing the pressure, hitting g6. Maybe h5 comes. I like that move. Rook b1. He's playing both sides of the board here, poking on the b5 pawn, poking on g6. I know you're waiting for chat to say like, Danya, are you kidding me?
I'm kidding. I'm keeping my eyes nervously on chat. The turbulence is about to begin. We also should probably check into Hikaru's game at some point. But just to complete the picture here, Danny, Fabi is in control of this game. He's calling the shots, but will he be able to actually deliver?
Yeah, we're gonna find out. But Hikaru is on his way to delivering something. Talk about a 3-result position over there against Layam Lay. But it's one that Hikaru looks like he's in control over.
What?
But with every piece hanging, what is going on? He's down the exchange. Let's do the math.
Oh my! The queen is hanging, and it's black to move.
But 97 check is coming.
And A8 is hanging, and C8 is hanging, D5 is hanging, B4 is hanging. Black.
Dude, the last move he played was queen takes knight on D2.
Oh my God, look at this sequence. Knight D5, bishop B4? What?
He plays bishop B4 because the knight on D5 was pinned to the mate on G2, but the queen takes D2, and Layam Lay forgot that the bishop had to guard E7. He just blundered it. Actually, in hindsight, it was just a blunder.
It was a blunder, and here's the thing. Let me spell out what's likely to happen. If you take the knight, that's out of the question because Hikaru wins more material. I think Lei Kwang has to bite the bullet here, take the queen. I'm going to just show the likely line. Take the queen. It's not actually that hard to follow the rest of the line. Black has to take the knight back. And actually, there's worse things waiting for Black on the other side of the endgame, Danny. He's down upon A, B. White could bring the rook in. White has this move to trade off the bishops. I think Hikaru is going to finish this one off. And he at least is going to give himself a chance. This is incredible tactical eye by Hikaru, who has withstood his subpar form and, again, has given himself a fighting chance based on the tiebreaks to make his way into the top 12.
I'm blown away, plus, especially because of how we got here. While we have the big board up, let's show it again. That bishop b4 was played to guard the knight on d2. If you back up just a couple
Cinderella
moves.
run here. Yep.
Yeah, on a real bippity-boppity-boo, since you know your references. Queen takes d2, expose the bishop on b4 for being overloaded. Just like It's an easy blunder to make because who sees that coming? We can see on the live board the exact line Danya pointed out a few moments ago. And
Right.
Hikaru is going to be playing for a win in this endgame.
He is, and I think he's going to deliver.
You
He's
want
not
to
going to get
apologize
these
yet?
beautiful tactics go to waste.
Are you apologizing about?
Sorry, I didn't hear I was looking for my lost slipper.
Thank you. Danya,
I know
right?
the
You're better than
story
that.
of Cinderella.
Of
I
course,
just
you're
didn't
better
get that
than that.
particular reference within the story.
Dude, you got when the clock strikes 12 at midnight, right? And then
That I know.
the pumpkin.
That I don't know. Right? I'm just rusty on my fairy tales.
Okay. All right. I
But
don't
enough
always know what to do
commentating with
you,
Danny
buddy.
Wrench will set the record straight. Don't worry. It'll right the ship.
All right. Oh, look at this rook d1. It's even worse than we thought. The
It
rook
is.
is coming to d8 to win the bishop.
Oh, the game might be over, Danny.
It's
because
just
oh,
over
look at
'cause it's
this. Bishop a5,
b4.
b4. Bishop
Bishop
b6,
b6, a5.
a5.
Bishop c7.
Bishop c7, bishop takes c7.
Bishop takes rook, and then rook
No
d8.
backbreak made. Bishop f1 in the end. This is like, Hikaru's pieces are always on the perfect squares. Lei Kwang has to play rook c1 or rook c2, and a6 hangs. No, I think Hikaru can win a piece here if you...
Well, let's... Okay.
Ooh,
did he...
that might not have been the best move.
It's still pretty good. Let's back up
It's
and show
winning.
what would have happened on bishop a5 real quick, Danya. So if
Wow,
bishop
we
a5,
had a Hess
b4,
moment there. Third mouse
Yeah.
up of the day, b4. Now, I'll just
Bishop
point out,
b6.
Danny, anytime you take, and in the end, rook c1 is not made because white covers. Bishop b6,
Yep.
a5. Bishop c7 takes c7. And it's only a matter
Yep.
of time.
And as you said, it's never mate for white in the end because the bishop goes back to f1. So there you go. Well,
Back to the
that
live
was
board.
the reason Kwang Liam had to play rook c2. Hikaru played bishop e5, but Black's position is hanging by a thread, but Hikaru better put it away because you got to get a win. There's no like, oh, this slipped and I got a draw that you feel good about. This is a win or literally go home, or in this case, to Division 2 if you're Nakamura. So,
Yeah, he has to be perfect here. He takes that second pawn. He is now up 2 pawns, both of them on the queen side, connected passers. And what stands between him and the win here is just the activity of Black's pieces. If he can force a rook trade or force one of the bishops out of their spots, he'll win on the spot. But it's actually not that easy to do, and that is why Lei Kwang put his bishop on e4 to prevent the move bishop d3. Again, hanging by a thread. Yes, we've seen Hikaru pull these types of games out, but he usually doesn't let them slip if he's on the winning side.
Agreed. It's not something he does every day. I'm looking over at that Caruana Gukesh game, and that's also getting spicy. I don't know where to go. I think we can sit right here. Obviously, we know Nakamura has to win.
We do. Let's watch a couple more moves and then go to the Caruana game. Let's see Hikaru kind of wheel his way out of a slightly awkward spot here with the pawn on b4 hanging. Danny, and if you play b5, the bishop's connection with f1 drops, and Black can actually go bishop to c2. So work left to be done here for Mr. Nakamura. Maybe it's time to make some luft, but then you give up one of your pawns.
Yeah, you're probably winning. Maybe not. I mean, giving up that pawn is no fun. And as you pointed out, your bishop on a6 is super key to defending that back rank. You can't cut off your own scope with b5 due to what you said. Show that line real quick. Just a b5, bishop c2, you take d2, and bippity boppity boo.
Oh,
put it together, and what do you got?
Won't let me jump over the pawn.
Rank.
Bang.
Put it together, and what have you got? A checkmate on the back rank too. Oh, bippity boppity. Okay, let's go back. All right, so this is not an option for white. And otherwise, he plays bishop f1. He does decide to give up the pawn. He's going to put the rook behind the a pawn with rook a1.
Or he's going to force the trade with rook d4 and go into the bishop endgame. And if you had opposite colored bishops here, it would be a dead draw. With same colored bishops, you can essentially ensure the continued progress of the pawn. Because anytime that pawn is stopped by the bishop, Danny, its counterpart can move to that same diagonal. These positions are usually pretty straightforward wins. But he's just got a little bit of technique left to show. Hikaru's going to win this one. I really don't have any doubt. Bring the king in. Easy clap, I think, for Nakamura. That pawn is also not accessible to the black king, and it can move to a6 when he wants it to. No rush. Bring the king up first is what I would do. King e3, bishop c4, etc. Then play a6 when you're ready.
Well, if that's what Danya Naroditsky would do, And that's what I would
Probably
do.
what Hikaru
E5.
shouldn't do. A lot of sriracha on the Caruana Gukesh game, by the way. I think Hikaru's got this in the bag, Danny. I think we can safely move on.
You think so?
I don't
I
know.
guess at this point, the bishop can also come to the diagonal with bishop d3, bishop e4, and even if you trade bishops and the king gets the a-pawn, you just win the king and pawn ending. So yeah, I think Hikaru's going to get it.
Of course, I'll say this. It's like when you wait for the elevator and then take the stairs. But if something happens, we promise to fly right over to this game. Gukesh is in a major hole on the clock, though. Let's go there.
Let's do it.
Hikaru is playing the right moves there. He's got this in the bag. Fabiano Caruana is close to finishing Gukesh off, but he's holding on 15 seconds in a sharp position. Danny, this is stressful.
Yeah, and the black king has also been blown open. We missed how it actually came to fruition, but ultimately where we left it is what happened. Fabi did drive that pawn to h5, pry open the g-pawn, and now he's trying to get surgical up against that king on the h-file, but where's the knockout blow?
This game is much more important for Fabi than it is for Gukesh. Gukesh essentially Fabi will catch up to him if he wins. Gukesh's tiebreak still might be better, so he's guaranteed either top or second place in Division 1. If Fabi draws, he might not make it at all. So the stakes are huge.
Yep.
Where's the win? Rook b7. Danny, there's always this move, rook c7, and Gukesh, he needs to keep this pawn alive because that is what keeps him alive in this position.
I start to look at ideas. This is crazy, I know, but things where you punch d5 as white.
d5? No, I was thinking of that too.
Because if the queen takes it, you get the f6 square, right? And if the pawn takes it, you open up the 6th rank for business. And I don't see the follow-up tactic. That's the problem. But Fabi is taking his time for a reason here, everyone. This could be a critical moment. And like Don just said, you can't let the fish off the hook.
Another great move by Gukesh. What inventive defense there as the queen occupies the corner and keeps the key dark squares protected. The queen trade might be insufficient to win. We sung Fabi's praises, Danny, in Time Scrambles, his improvement in bullet. We're about to see whether Fabi 2.0 can make an appearance. He might have already frittered away his objective advantage on the board, but he has to keep the queens on the board. Gukesh might be playing for a win here with that last move. I mean, this is getting crazy.
Gukesh is ready to move on every response Caruana has. He's playing instantly, but he may end up blowing it in the process.
Queen e4 maybe?
Queen e4. h7 was threatened mate. Queen f5. Okay, but now the rook ending is awkward AF. Awkward as Fabi.
It's drawn objectively, but I actually think white does have a slight practical edge. Gukesh has to try to get rid of white's passed pawns.
Yeah.
There goes one. Can he get to a2? Ooh. Rook g7 check there would have sent the king back, by the way. He doesn't play it.
This also works in what? Rook g7 now. You also have d5.
You have ladder mate possibilities. But king h6 in response to rook c1 forces that rook off the 7th rank.
Dude, is there like a rook c1, rook h1 mate here, by the way? It doesn't work, but I just got to point it out.
No, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Rook c1, king h6, I think, was the only move. Well, Fabi just got unlucky there with the tactics, but let's keep watching.
You have king b3 and then rook c3 threatening mate on h3.
Hikaru has one, by the way, so we made a good call here. Can Fabi squeeze a win out of this? I don't think so.
Well, if he wins, he probably ends up taking first on tie breaks, tying Rakesh with the score of 7 out of 9.
Ooh.
But all right, Gukesh is simplifying it out. I think that was a very nice move, f3, actually.
I don't know.
No?
I mean, in a time scramble, that could, I mean, probably objectively it's correct. He keeps his king active. I guess he is, because Fabi just can make no progress. And Fabi shouldn't lose, right? He shouldn't get wild here, because 6.5 gives him a chance, and we know he's got good tie breaks.
Yep.
Game is not over. Gukesh is going to win f3. You were right. f4 was an excellent call. Gukesh is in fantastic form. Fabi not giving up chances. He's got to move.
2 seconds.
Oh
1 second. Okay.
Don't go king c2 and get mated.
Oh my gosh. Would that have been the...
Rook d3.
Rook d3. It's going to be a draw. A for f.
Still not over. King takes f3.
Wait, rook b3? Okay, I thought there was a rook b3.
No, this is a draw. Fabi would get behind the pawn, but Gukesh will sack his rook for the... Oh, not yet! What is he doing?
Too early! Too early!
He's going to lose! Or is he?
No.
King b2. No! That wasn't the move.
What was the
move?
move?
Move was not yet. I don't know what the move was. Let's take a look.
There
was a win there.
It was rook f5. You force king g4 because then the king isn't ideal. Then when you go to f8 and on f3, king b2.
Well, this is the human move, I think. Oh, you buy a tempo. How is this?
Yeah, you buy a tempo by forcing the king backward. I did not find that. I just quickly broke the cardinal sin. I didn't even try. I just turned on the engine.
You're
rook
forgiven.
f5. Rook f5. That's a fascinatingly instructive point. You force the king to g4. Show it, Donya. King g4.
Yeah, rook f5. Because without it, black pushes the pawn straight away.
Yeah. And then you go down, and now you gain a tempo. F3, king b2.
This is where you gain that tempo, because the king has to burn another move.
Yep. And then you get to e2 in time.
Just enough time. Fabi just kind of assumed that was a draw. And if he doesn't make it, Danny, he will be kicking himself for a while. Although he will have a chance to make it to the next tournament. But man, oh man, was that a potentially big moment.
It looks like we might have our... My word, is someone getting in at 6? Liam Lay is in 12th place with 6 out of 9. No, there are others who can still pass. Wow, we've got a game going on with Sam Sevian we got to go check out, who still has a chance to get to 6.5. Oh, no, he just lost.
Oh, he lost.
And Daniil Dubov.
Dropped off.
Dubov takes the 12th spot, robs Liam Lay. No, he was already there.
Not yet. And we should wait for the tiebreaks, I think, to update, because they might reshuffle the final standings. So there is one game going, Danny. I'm going to flip it on just because it's the last game, and that's what stands between us and the final tournament standings. It's a rook and bishop versus rook. They're not letting us go just yet.
The mate, okay, let's just place bets. Draw or win. Draw or win. I vote white wins. White finds a way to win this.
I think it's a draw. I think black's got just enough time here. Even though it is a win, I think objectively with the king in the back rank. It's Ori Kobo, Israeli Grandmaster, trying to defend this with black. Not sure who DJ Hauby is.
Wow, I'm just like fascinated by how that finished there. What an instructive rook ending we saw there, even though Fabi missed the way to win. That was still really interesting to see in real time. And I think I'm most blown away by the fact that Hikaru managed to come back and make the Division 1. It didn't seem destined to be his day.
That Fabi moment was crazy, though. That reminds me of some videos you see of premature celebrations in sports. Right. Where one side celebrates and the other side hits a full court shot. Gukesh taking that pawn was totally unnecessary. He could have let that pawn reach a7 before taking it, but he already thought it was in the bag. And Gukesh probably doesn't realize how much he could have impacted, not his own chances. He would have still made it. He would have been okay. It's Fabi who got a golden opportunity to punch his ticket. King c6, by the way, you were right.
King c6
it ends
over.
The game. Or this, and King c6. No, but now he makes it complicated again.
King c6 was better first.
Rook
now
c1.
Rook c1 check comes.
And black is still alive. There should be Rook c1, bishop c5. It's winning. And Rook e7, Rook d8. Yeah, that's it.
No way to deal with it.
Yep. I would try Rook h1 here. But
just to catch the mouse slip.
Okay, I believe.
White wins.
Okay, trade his mate. Hello.
All
right, there we go. And now we have the final standings. And Fabi makes it, thankfully, for him. Hikaru has made it.
Just
unreal.
Just
Vladimir
barely.
Kramnik made it.
Kramnik is in?
Danny.
I didn't see it. Oh my God, Vladimir Kramnik is getting 12th
6
place.
Out of 9. He's the one lucky guy who got 6 and had amazing tie breaks.
Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable. I love to see it.
I started doing the math and saw that someone 6 out of 9 was going to make it, but I thought it would be Liam Lay, Laquang Liam.
Nope.
But no.
Oh my gosh.
Vladimir Kramnik, the 14th world chess champion, is still dancing, boys and girls, and he will be a nightmare for someone to play in the next round.
Going to pick him. That was unbelievable, Danny. What a finish. And this is why we love the last round.
Yeah. What a wild situation. We've got 3 divisions that will be going down in match play. Again, we will be focused on the top division of 12 players, obviously, because we really want to find out which of those 6 will move on, join Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen in next week's main event for the Airthings Masters. But let's not forget that if we look at the standings right now, I can't even remember the names. So many of those players have so much to play for, not just 10 grand for first in Division 2 and 5 grand in Division 3, respectively. But of course, an automatic bid. If you win Division 2, you end up getting a better second event here in the Champions Chess Tour than a lot of other players because you're automatically in the KO stage. So there is so much ahead here. I think we're getting pretty close to knowing how they finish, but we'll give the team just a second. We don't want to go for a break until we know who has punched their ticket into all 3 divisions.
Oh, is Kramnik out? It looks like the standings have been updated. Oh no.
Is he out?
Kramnik might be in 13th. He might have been surpassed by Lim. I'm looking at our screen. I apologize if I spoke too soon. I assumed those were the final standings. I guess they're not.
Hey,
they're not updated yet. I was just so excited, Danny.
I was so excited. I thought it was Liam Lay originally too. Hey, it's okay. It's our job to just keep going. Who knows? We're not even going to say it's not Kramnik yet. What I do want to clarify for everyone, the reason we're going to be announcing the players and each division that they've qualified for and not the pairings before our break, then we will come back for match play, is because one of the really fun twists of this event is that the top 6 actually get to choose their opponents in the order of which they finish. So Gukesh gets to choose his opponent for those who finish 7th through 12th. Now, why is that interesting? Well, you know when you get chosen, Danya, that someone picked you and said, hey, I'm going to beat you. Yeah, that is it. Officially, we have the standings. Vladimir Kramnik is in with the better tie breaks over Laquang Liem.
Oh, yes. Oh, no. Oh, yes.
Look at it. Look at it. We've got Gukesh, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Ali Reza Firouzja. I'm not going to read it word for word. You see the 12 players who have made it. But most importantly, Danya, the top 6 on the left get to choose who they want to play in the right.
Yes.
My guess is no one is going to choose to play Hikaru. Just going to say it.
2 things, Danny. First of all, just to make the broader point, and you can correct me, for those people who might be feeling a little antsy about the format, what Division 1 determines are the 6 players who join Magnus and Wesley in the first major, the AIM Chess Masters. So we're going to have 6 individual matches composed of 2 games, and the 6 winners of those 2-game matches are the 6 additional players in the first major. In Division 2, the winner, it gets seeded directly into the next major, but you got to win the tournament. There's only one spot to claim. And for Division 3, there are tons of prizes, and the winner of Division 3 gets automatically seeded into Division 2 in the next play-in, Danny. So the winner of Division 3 has a long road, but everybody's got something to fight for other than prizes. And that's what I love about this. There's no true consolation here. Everybody's fighting ultimately for a spot in the major. Some roads are longer than others.
Completely agree. Well said. And obviously, I want to dive in at some point to the storyline of the top 6 players and who might they choose 7 through 12. But before we do, we should take a look at Division 2, because now we officially have the standings there, which starts there with Gadir Gusianov right there at the top. Noterbek Yakuboev right there. Again, I'm not going to read the whole list, but you've got Grishuk, Liam Lay. Again, it's also
Walking Dead right there. Jeez.
I was going to say, it's a pretty scary list. Look at number 27, Pragnananda, NBD, right? Dura Bailey finishing 31st. Division 2 has so much to play for. And of course, as Danya already said, the winner of Division 2 automatically takes one of the 4 spots that will be automatic bids in the next major event. Again, we know the format's new. You're going to learn it. You're going to love it. I promise you, because it's freaking awesome. It's freaking lit. How did we find a combo that has all the top players playing and still rewards grandmasters down to the several hundreds? We figured it out, and I think it's going to be quite the year, Danya. And guess what? I think we have Division 3 as well.
We do. And I would tell people, I think we do as well. We're going to confirm that.
Not yet.
People who are a little bit confused about the format, that's okay. You know, we're going to keep talking about it and keep confirming it. So I would just ask that people be patient with themselves. I think it's a genius format that really strikes that balance. And yes, it's going to be complicated because we're trying to give tons of players a chance. But again, just listen carefully. We're going to keep reaffirming the key parts of the format. What you need to know for today is that we are going to be determining the 6 players who get into the AIM Chess Masters and the 1 player who wins Division 2 who gets into the next major. So those are the things that we're going to be really hitting on. We are confirming the players in Division 3, Danny. It's so great that 76 players get a fighting chance.
While we're waiting for Division 3, if we could bring back Division 1, I'd love to take a look, because to me, one of the most fun storylines we're about to dive into as we head to the break and come back, and we will find out who the players chose to play. But you are Damaraju Gukesh, Danya. Did you know that? You're Gukesh. Who are you picking?
Thanks for
You
letting
get
me
the first
know.
pick. Who are you
Being
picking of those
John
6
Malkovich
players?
sequel, being Damaraju Gukesh. Oh gosh, this is the problem, right? Hikaru Nakamura is number 8. That is like facing the Golden State Warriors, probably going to be the 8th seed in round 1 of the playoffs. You know what? I know this sounds crazy, but of 7 through 12, I feel like Vladimir Kramnik might be Gukesh's choice. And it's one of those, it's not like getting chosen last, Danny, in a middle school sports game. It's just because everybody's a beast. You're choosing perhaps the lesser evil.
Excuse me. Yes, and he also beat Kramnik in the Swiss play-in for those who just joined. So maybe he decides to go back to that well. But all right, we could continue to speculate. Instead, we're going to go over and take a look at who finished in the 33rd place all the way down to 76. It starts with Bortnik, a very well-known household name, especially when it comes to Bullet. But then you start circling names that just pop out. Levon Aronian in 39th place, right? Ray Robson in 46th. The FFL, the famous bleeping legend, in 59th place. I didn't even know Komsky was in the tournament. You've got Christian Chirilla over there. Mr. Irrelevant, Christian Chirilla at 76th.
Wow. Svidler in 70th. I mean, just an unbelievable. This is Division 3. Talk about the Walking Dead. I mean, these players are going to be at each other's throats for that coveted ticket to Division 2. And more spots in Division 2, Danny, will be taken up by those who lose in Division 1. So the 6 losers, they're not out entirely. They get big prizes, and they get an automatic ticket to Division 2 in the next play-in. So they've guaranteed themselves a pretty cushy spot. Who can actually make it into the first major? That's the big question.
Oh, you said it. You said it well. We've got so much ahead, so many names there. Vida Gujrathi in 51st place. But I mean, we could just continue to go down the list. But we are going to mainly be focused, of course, as we said, on the players who finish in the top 12, because those 12 players are battling for 6 spots. Who will join Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So as the knockout begins on February 6th? We're going to find out, but not until we take a very, very quick break, because we're all exhausted. The players are exhausted. Get up now, grab a snack, or sit right there and watch whatever awesome content we're bringing you at the break, because the Airthings Play-In Masters has moved to match play when we return.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
What's up, everybody? Danny here with chess.com, officially bringing on Airthings as a sponsor for the 2023 Champions Chess Tour. The Airthings Masters is coming your way, and I'm here to unbox and add some Airthings tech to my studio here. I've got the Airthings View Plus in front of me right now. The most advanced air quality tech, improve overall health, sleep, and comfort. I mean, who doesn't want all of those things to be improved? I believe I do. What? Okay, this is where I normally start just like breaking things when I unbox things at home, because but then if I unbox it, we better get it in one take, because I'm just gonna rip it. I'm like a kid on Christmas. What's inside? Here we go. So we're opening the Airthings box, pretty cool stuff. And inside the Airthings tech, which we really are gonna set up here at chess.com studios, we have the Airthings tech that's going to read for us our air quality and keep us going. We've got some chargers. Obviously, you need that. You need chargers to make your stuff work. It's pretty simple. And well, we've even got some sticky things, which they know that you might struggle hanging things on a wall, and so they give it to you so you can just do bloop, 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 right? And then you do that thing where you stick it right on the wall. I love people who are thinking ahead on that, because I can never find a stud, right? I mean, you know, you got to be a stud to find a stud, and I am not a stud. We all know that. Okay, well, there we go. We've got an empty box after that. Very well packaged, very neat. Not an unnecessary waste of cardboard. I will appreciate that for the environment and give them a shout out. So pretty simple stuff. We open it. Oh, we're gonna download the app. We'll do that in a second. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do what it says, which is rip open the tag, and it says to pull up the Airthings app, which I'm gonna do in a second, and we're gonna test the air hand waver quality in just a moment. It's already blinking. It's going to come on. That's fascinating. Oh my gosh, that literally happened in real time. It says breathe better, live better. I'm fascinated and frightened all at the same time. I can add a device and I'm going to plug it in. Getting started with my View Plus placement. We recommend that you place your View Plus in an area where you spend the majority of your time. Well, that's right here in the studio. Okay, continuing. Calibration. Know that it may take up to 7 days to fully calibrate. Makes sense. I'm TLDRing this. Yep. The radon will fluctuate throughout the day, week, month. Okay, makes sense. I'm not judging you. You don't even need to explain all this to me. I like to be educated, though. The hub is on. Anytime you want to know the air quality, you just wave your hand in front of it. It's like a magical air genie. Watch this. Doing it. Right? I flash a light, and then it absolutely tells me the air quality in the room, yeah? I've got pretty good 1272. I'm gonna learn how to read this. If you don't think that air quality is important, did you know that human beings will spend 90% of their life inside? I read that fact from Airthings, and first of all, I was frightened, because what are we doing? Why are we not outside more? That's a different conversation to have, but 90% of our life seems like a lot of time to care about the air quality in our rooms. Also, how much time do chess players spend inside? If the average human spends 90% of their time inside, how much time are we spending as chess players? I don't have a fact check on that, but I'm going to look into it, and I'm going to assume that Airthings makes sense as a sponsor for our chess event, because we want to know that we're breathing high quality air, especially because, fun fact, the ideal carbon dioxide levels will increase your cognitive function by more than 100%, 101% in cognitive ability improvement. That's a fascinating stat. Also, a 288% increase in strategic thinking with the right air qualities, 299% increase in information usage abilities. First of all, I don't even know what that means, because I probably don't have good enough air quality to consume that information and regurgitate it for you. But I'm going to say it again. A 299% increase in information usage abilities when you have the right air qualities, the right carbon dioxide levels in your room. Well, actually, looks like all this talking I'm doing, this is a fun fact, is increasing the carbon dioxide in the room. We went from 1272 to 1365. That's because I talk so fast that I'm decreasing the amount of oxygen in the room and increasing the amount of carbon dioxide. That's a special ability that I have. I don't know what special abilities you have, but that's the special ability I have. Anyway, so shout out to Airthings, shout out to chess players spending way too much time inside, and shout out to knowledge of good air quality. Hope you're enjoying the show on chess.com.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Airthings.
We are back. The day continues to roll on. International Master Danny Wrench, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. We have moved past the Swiss portion of the Airthings Masters play-in stage into match play. Danya, I know you're tired, but you're not that tired. We're pretty excited about what we have in store.
Hey, I didn't even need coffee today, Danny, and something really big has to happen to replace my daily dosage of caffeine, and something big has happened. Something big is about to happen. Something big, even bigger, is going to happen as we enter the match stage, Danny. I could not be more excited for the next stage of this epic event.
You and I could sit here and unpack what we just saw over the last several hours, the amazing comebacks, the wild finishes, but there's nothing else really to talk about at this point besides what's at stake in the match play portion. So let's dive in and remind everybody of what's ahead. 54 players are about to secure their spots in the Airthings Masters 3 divisions coming up. 6 spots will advance to Division 1. They, of course, will join Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So. 16 spots will advance to Division 2 of the Airthings Masters. 32 spots advancing to Division 3. And 10 players will be eliminated and have to rejoin the play-in in the following event. Reminder, $235,000 are at stake if you make it to the February 6th through 10th schedule where the knockout begins. So you really want to make it, Danya.
You most certainly do. A couple of clarifications, Danny, as we look at this very informative slide. Those 6 spots, that's what the fuss is about. Those 6 players are the ones who will be joining Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, who already have their tickets by invites. So that will make a total of 8 players in the top group. Those who lose, Danny, in Division 1, the 6 losers, they drop down. They still qualify for Division 2. Same process, those who lose in Division 2 make it to Division 3. So only 10 players, those who actually lose in Division 3, only they are pushed out of the the Airthings Masters.
Well said. And so, again, it is, as we said, a new format you're learning, but it's pretty simple. If you win prizes and you move up. If you lose, you still have a great chance unless you lose in the bottom of division. And don't forget, what's at stake if you win the whole thing come February 10th is a direct spot into the championship, which has $500,000 in prizes. So, quick reminder, that's what we're playing for here. And who is still left playing for it? Who are the 12 players who made their way through the gauntlet? Go ahead, Danya.
Not really recognizing any names here, Dan. You're putting me in a pretty tough spot. I don't have anybody to talk about. I will pat myself on the back. And you know why?
Why?
Guess who Gukesh, who came in first, has chosen for his opponent. Indeed, the former world champion, Vladimir Kramnik. Will he regret his choice? We are going to see. I can't wait for that game. Of course, Hikaru Nakamura, lower right. He made it through, Danny, with a clutch win in the last round. And he will be facing Daniel Dubov with the black pieces, one of the most difficult pairings in any tournament. We've got some juicy games to play for Richest. My goodness. You got something for everybody here.
It's crazy because obviously Gukesh did choose to play Vladimir Kramnik, the 14th World Chess Champion. Again, if you're just tuning in, Gukesh beat Kramnik with the black pieces in the Swiss play-in. So Danya did predict it, and it kind of makes sense from that perspective. But also, objectively, you could argue that Ralph Mamedov and Raunak Sadwani were both, I'm using this very, very lightly, weaker opponents, Dr. Evil quotation fingers, just in terms of rating and experience. And so Gukesh really going after his thought that he plays faster chess. He's a younger player. He's more accustomed to the online format than Kramnik, I guess. That's what he's saying here.
Gukesh is actually going to be simuling Fabio Caruana and Vladimir Kramnik.
I missed. There was something on screen. I missed something.
No, I think Gukesh's name is listed twice, but I'm pretty sure
I wasn't even noticing. Okay, I'm focused.
He's
on
playing
Gukesh.
a simul. That's what you do. That's the hidden twisting.
I already know who's missing there. That name is going to be Alexei Serrana, but I already know who was missing because I saw the list and knew that was who it was. So
Gukesh said, "Hey, Alexei, I'm going to put you into the finals. Let me simul these two incredibly weak players. Playing Kramnik is not enough of a challenge. Let me take Fabio with the black as well." That is, in fact, Alexei Serrana, who will be black
Yeah.
against Fabiano
We're
Caruana.
getting that updated. We're getting that updated right now. But while we get the graphic for Division 1 fixed here, everybody, of course, let's highlight that the players who made it into Division 2 are no slouches themselves. As we said, 16 of them will remain and play in Division 2. Of course, the ones who drop will be in Division 3. But back to what I was saying, because I want to talk about the storyline, if possible, that Gukesh chose Kramnik, Danya, and again, Ralph Mamedov, Raunak Sudwani, technically lower rated players, but not people that Gukesh wanted to throw down against. And I think it's an interesting choice. I know you called it, but I'm not totally sure I agree with it. You'll note that Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ali Reza Firouzja, they both immediately chose Ralph Mamedov and Sodwani, right? So the two players that were technically lower rated than Vladimir Kramnik. So interesting.
Yeah. I was opening my mouth to say that. I mean, you can basically go several ways. You can choose the lowest rated player, but if you're familiar at all with how Alexei Serrano has played in the RCC, then you know that he's not necessarily the wisest choice. Ralph Mamedov is one of the trickiest grandmasters out there. He has defeated just about everybody in rapid play and in classical chess. So you're essentially choosing, between 6 incredibly difficult opponents. Gukesh already defeated Kramnik. Vladimir, comparatively, Danny, is the rustiest of the players. So again, I don't think it's disrespect from Gukesh. I think he's in a tough spot, and he's making the wisest decision given his options.
Yeah. Okay. Well, all right. So we're going to come back to Division 1, of course, in a second. We previewed for you the players in Division 2. Let's also remind everybody that there's a who's list of a ton of very, very good chess players also competing in Division 3. We noted a few of the notable names, Danya, before we went to break. I'm going to ask you to do the fun thing. Tell me who finishes on top of Division 3 at the end of today. You got a big list there.
I feel like the Final Jeopardy. Da, 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 da. If I had to choose one name, and I do have to choose one name, I am going to choose. Give me 10 seconds to acquaint myself with the full list. You know who I'm going to choose? I'm going to go with Ray Robson, number 46. I'm gonna call Ray. I feel like Ray is just one of those players who can step it up in any moment. He doesn't play a lot, but I mean, he's just a beast. I think he's going to bring out his best opening prep. That's my prediction, Danny.
Okay.
Imagine if I'm right. You better be that better earn me a bonus.
You're choosing one of a lot of players. So if you're right, we will throw you a bonus. That's a pretty bold pick. I mean, it's just hard with the odds. But I'm going to do the same thing and try to pick. And I'm going to pick Timur Rajabov. Look at that.
Are you now?
Yeah.
What a bold choice. It's not like he came in third in the candidates tournament.
Yeah.
And by the way, he played in this play-in qualifier. Just announcing, Timur Rajabov got some super GMs thrown in there. Levon Aronian. We got Ledger Dominguez. Oh God!
Again, we're also overlooking some of the younger guns there. You've got Christopher Yu, obviously a super talented, not quite Ray Robson level in terms of puzzle prowess, but for those who don't know, Christopher Yu also one of the absolute monsters. I use that term just completely intentionally. An absolute monster when it comes to puzzles. So
absolutely.
That's one to watch out for sure.
Theodoro, by the way, who was leading. Anyway, I mean, we could go on and on about this, but let's bring it back to what we started with, the chessboard in its initial position. And of course, Danny Wrench on the bottom of your screen. That's all you need for a happy life. Chessboard and Danny Wrench. I'm not sure about that other guy.
We're going to be getting going here in just a second. The games will begin. That's what it means when you see a chessboard on screen. And looks like our first match is starting. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Ralph Mamedov, E4 on the board for the challenger to the World Chess Championship title.
Fasten your speed belts, ladies and gentlemen. Ralph Mamedov is going to meet Jan Nepomniachtchi at the top. I love seeing. I was going to say he is one of the only accelerated dragon proponents, Danny, at the top level, and he also plays the regular dragon. This is a ridiculously bold choice, and I'm going to make a bold prediction. Nepo likes the line where he takes c6 and goes bishop h6. I've seen him play that. Let's see if he essays that rare line here, or if he goes for the main e takes d5.
Well, D5 is on the board. For those who don't know, we'll go back to that game here in just a second, Danya, if you can.
Yes, I can. Kramnik's
There you
game has
go.
begun as well. We'll go there in due course.
Yeah, D5 is the main idea for black in the dragon when you face the 9 castles long variation of the Yugoslav attack. For those who don't speak this theory, bishop to C4 is the option for white that prevents D5. Okay, E takes D5 on the board. We're seeing the main line. Where will it go
Yep.
from here? Bishop to D4. Okay, indeed.
Now, interesting theoretical update. After E5, bishop C5, the kind of de rigueur forced move was bishop B6. He plays it. Rook E8 was Anish Giri's recommendation in his Dragon Chessable course that made waves. I played Rook E8 in the U.S. Championship. Didn't get a great position. Ralph going old reliable, Danny. Black is considered to be worse by modern theory, but obviously we're talking about the Sicilian Dragon here. Things can go either way, and I think Ralph is making a bet that Jan is just rusty on his theory. This is not an opening which occurs at the highest level anymore, ever. So Ralph may be thinking that Jan is a little bit rusty in some of the weeds.
And it doesn't appear at the highest levels anymore ever. I just want to leave nothing to the imagination there. It's because with all other things being equal, this line is basically a forced win for white. I'm just going to say it. And that's someone who used to play the dragon religiously as black. Like, this is not a fun time for black if white is deeply prepared and ready to bring it. And that's why Danya's making the point that Mamedov is playing a line that is, while interesting in blitz and a practical shot, objectively, if white is prepared and remembers their theory, this is just a bad line for black. That's the truth.
And I really... Oh, bishop C4, though, Danny, might be confusing the moves. I think I called it
it's
94.
94.
That's why.
And there you go.
I was going to say, why is Ralph thinking he stumbled into this? What, now he's thinking? No, it's because Jan mixed up the move order. 94 is the move here. And how do I know he mixed up the move order? He's starting to think. And Danny, after queen C3, I think there's a check on G5, and this might have frittered away the sort of theoretical advantage that white is supposed to have. E4 could also come with a discovered attack. Uh-oh.
And you might have frittered away your chances to use fritter again because you've now used it 3 times on the show. So let's move forward.
Have I frittered away my commentary spot in further
I'm just kidding.
Airthings
No, but
qualifiers?
the point is, you weren't wrong that the gamble kind of paid off. Mamedov plays a line, a dubious line in the dragon. Jan Nepomniachtchi stumbles a little bit in terms of his theory. Now we're in a position where black is already on a slightly better footing than you would normally get should white have remembered to play the 94 move order. So this is fun. There are a lot of games going. We can go wherever the journey wants to take us. If we want to check in on the matchup we were talking a lot about, which was, of course, Dalmaraju Gukesh versus Vladimir Kramnik.
Yes, we can, and we
We
shall.
can check on that. I think we have cameras for both those guys, so we can head over there. Let's go ahead and do it.
Another look at that purple chair, Danny. And I'm just going to say one of those things that people say about athletes. Anytime Vladimir Kramnik plays, that's just a moment to savor. I mean, this is just such a great moment because you just don't know how many more times we're going to see Vladimir Kramnik make an appearance, essentially still very close to the prime of his abilities, as he has demonstrated in this tournament. Every time he plays, he does a great job, especially when there's a 2-second increment.
It's true. And again, the fact is he got in. He was number 12, by the way, if you're just tuning in. He got in by the skin of his teeth. But now that he's here, I know Gukesh picked him, but I don't know. I feel like the 14th World Chess Champion, it might take that personal. You know, I don't know that he's gonna go full MJ here and drop the cigar and grab the whiskey, but I think that he might take it personal.
There's a great Russian expression in this situation, Danny, which is Kramnik will show him where the lobsters spend their summer, literally, which essentially means I'll show you where it's at. You picked me. All right, you picked me. All right, I'm going to show you what happens when you pick me. And right now, I think Kramnik is off to a great start. It's a hedgehog structure. He has eliminated white's Fianchettoed bishop. Never a good thing for white. Black is chilling here.
I like black's position. And again, if you were in that spot, Danya, regardless of the the hype and the reference to The Last Dance,
spend their winter, by the way. Sorry, not their summer. I misspoke.
Okay, where the lobsters spend their winter. But let me ask you, like, how would you take it if you were picked? I mean, obviously you remove your emotions if you can, and be objective. But if you were picked to throw down and someone said like, "Hey, I think I can take this guy," how do you take that?
I mean, you take it as motivation and you just lean on what you have accomplished in the past, right? I think Kramnik is under no illusions. Like he knows that he's probably going to be Gukesh's choice. So I don't think he's taking it personally to the point where he's just, I'm never talking to this guy again. I hope Gukesh doesn't succeed. In fact, Kramnik was one of two players, the other being Boris Gelfand, who traveled to India and conducted a high level training session with the top Indian juniors. So he is very well familiar with Gukesh. And so I actually think he's embracing the challenge. He maybe even appreciates the chance to show Gukesh where the lobsters spend their winter. And Gukesh trying to show Kramnik what happens when you put a knight on e4 prematurely. Look at the tension there between the knights. Who is better and why this might be a total fizzle out and a draw? I mean, anything is possible here.
Yeah. Well, if it's a draw, you got to feel good if you're Kramnik because you have the black pieces. Then you get a second chance as white. Let's remind everybody, it's a 2-game match format, right? So unless we have a tie and we move on to Armageddon, we'll talk about what that process is. It's 2 games to decide the winner and ultimately who punches their ticket to compete in the knockout next week.
And the thing about 2-game matches, Danny, that I love is that you essentially create intrigue right off the bat. Because if one side wins, I think we need more situations in chess where one player absolutely has to win. That situation occurs in the World Cup, which is also a 2-game format, and it produces some of the most entertaining chess you will ever see because players who don't usually find themselves in that situation are suddenly thrust into a spot where they got to change their openings, they got to change their play styles, and we are going to see a healthy dose of that as Vladimir Kramnik makes a very committal decision, pushing his pawn up to the center, knocking off the bishop, but weakening some of the light squares here.
Yeah, that's a big commitment, and maybe he thinks all the knights are coming off. One of the points is that if I just grabbed my mouse like I was going to highlight something instructive. You're in control. My point was, let's say knights on d2 are traded and the knights on g4 are traded. Now you're in a position where the d5 and f5 squares can't really be targeted anymore by a pony, right? So suddenly it's a little bit harder for white to really expose those advantages, regardless of how they look.
I'm not the biggest fan of e5 because while I agree with you, what I want to show here really quickly is after knight takes d2, rook takes d2, takes first of all, crucial detail, bishop g5 would win the game were it not for the move e3. And yes, you can occupy it with a pony. What you can do is attack d6 with the rooks and the bishop, and you can put a rook on d5. It's the next best thing. You want a knight on the outpost, rook on the outpost ain't too shabby either. I feel like Kramnik might be slipping just a little bit, but obviously way too early to say. Still a lot of fight left. h4 would be a grave error because of knight to h3 check, and then you could get mated on h1. Not desirable or Gukesh.
Or lose the f2 pawn. That would be funny. Yeah, white has to play the move king to h2 here. Or not. I wasn't even thinking the queen could slide across. Adding some Cholula to the position, if you will. Spicing it up. And there you go. The queen comes to f5 and guards h3. Just like some needed Cholula.
Speaking of Tapatio, Firouzja has some Tapatio going on in his game. If with your permission, we can jump to his affair against Sidwani.
I'm all about it. As soon as we can, we will make the plan. But right now, we'll flip it over. Here we go. What's going on? Firouzja's looking fantastic. What happened here?
Yeah, sorry to pull everybody away. The Kramnik game is very rich, but Firouzja is completely winning game 1 in 17 moves. It was a very bad opening for Raunak, who played a weird Dutch. I mean, he was stumbling around while Firouzja was developing his pieces, and that king is on its last legs, but Firouzja is also getting a rook to e7. So whichever way you slice it here, this looks totally lost for black. But Raunak, he's a tricky guy. Firouzja needs a little bit of precision here to finish him off in game 1.
Yeah.
I love that move.
The
Guess what, Danny?
There, what?
Knight e6. He's going to go knight f4 anyway, trade, and get the G file.
I love it. I was going to highlight the bishop pair is the problem. The dark squares are the problem. Knight e2 was a great way to execute, but the truth is black's problems weren't going to fix themselves, and now you're just really tough. I mean, you could probably also meet knight e6 with just bishop to c3, and black still has struggles. We see Raunak, speaking of struggling, he is head in hand focus. Firouzja given a little bit of a bob there. But knight f4 check is going to be devastating, whether it forces the trade and opening of the G file or not.
Yeah, this is very impressive play in the early going by Alireza Firouzja, who I've been saying for a while now is one of the top endgame players in the world, has already established himself as a technician. I think Magnus Carlsen has the top spot, but of the young players, Alireza Firouzja's endgame prowess is very underrated, and I think will be the subject of a lot of praise as he builds his chess career, if of course he ever, plays an OTB tournament. But he is making a case right now that he is not just not rusty, that he is ready to fire away, and fire away he will at Black's King. The evo bar going up even further.
Yeah,
and where's the crusher?
We're announcing some sort of knockout here for the computer. I just don't.
Okay.
Knight F4, King H6.
Bishop E3. There is the move G5, intercepting the bishop. You gotta be careful.
Mm-hmm.
And Firouzja, you can sense the wheels turning. He gives that check. He takes that rook.
He takes.
Just gets the rook D1. Play it simple. Rook E7 coming in. I think Black is just overwhelmed. Black's rook is not playing. White is playing this literally up a rook and a bishop.
Yeah, this is fascinating. Over. If Bishop D7, Rook E7 just wins a piece. Like, Yorktown can't defend both.
Draw in Nepo Mamedov. By the way, Jan just had to bail out after that opening mishap.
Yeah, played Bishop to C4 instead of Knight E4 on move 12 of a well-known line in the Yugoslav attack, Nine Castles Long Dragon. So he just kind of, the gambit paid off for Mamedov we talked about there. We'll talk about it later because right now, Firouzja's picking between. I thought he was going to take F6 and play Rook E8, but then maybe there was Knight D6, right? So he's just going to keep the clamps. Why part ways with the bishop pair? This is horrible.
This is terrible indeed. I think we can entrust the rest of the winning process to Alireza. We've got a bunch of other games. Hikaru, we've got Andreykin against Erigaisi. Fabiano Caruana has a crazy position. Can we go there? Unless
Let's do it.
And then Hikaru has a pretty stable equal endgame. So that might bail out. We'll check into him. But I want to show you, y'all, this position. Fabi has the white pieces. Alexei Sarana is threatening checkmate on G2.
Yeah,
help me out here, Danny.
Happened here? This is a big pawn chain, and somebody knows how to use it. He's got a pawn on D6, but a pawn on C4 to meet it. Threats on G2. White's better, according to the computer, but I feel super scared if I'm playing white.
I'm terrified. Rook takes D6 looks like it wins a pawn because you can't recapture. What you can do is play Rook to E2. Hitting the queen, putting the rook on a defended square, and then I think you can recapture the rook. This has to be carefully considered, though, by Sarana, and he's not usually down on the clock. If he's down on the clock, it's a pretty bad sign. He adheres to the Jan Nepomniachtchi school, where he will play very quickly, even in complex positions. This position, though, complex is a huge understatement.
Yeah. Although, I like that you highlighted the D6 tactic, because even if it doesn't work right now, that back rank is a problem for Fabiano. So he's using his time partly because he probably knows that there may be something sensitive and tender right now, and he doesn't want to let it slip. Although he doesn't know, the computer says, no, white's fine.
Firouzja has won, by the way, as expected, just a couple moves in. And G6 here might be the way for Black to douse the flames of White's kingside attack. You create a little luft. You blunt the influence of the bishop. There's no doubt in my mind that White is better objectively. But the things can turn around instantly here in one move, one little mistake.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise.
Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise. You get nervous when one move could lose a chess game. Is that why you're nervous all the time?
I am nervous. I mean, I'm nervous on behalf of the players. My heart is beating. I can't even imagine what they're feeling in this two-game affair. If Fabi loses this with White, I mean, beating Alexei with Black on demand. I know of a couple easier things. And Rook takes D6 here, Danny, as I always like to say, just because a move doesn't work in one position, doesn't mean it doesn't work in another. You have to keep reevaluating the same tactic over and over again. I still think that White's got Rook E2. My goodness. 3 minutes for Alexei. That might be a problem.
Is there also Rook F1, I guess? I think both moves get the rook off of the square, and then you can take D6, right?
Oh, yeah, that's even simpler. You're absolutely right, because it keeps the rooks connected.
Yeah.
Oh,
so rook takes D6 isn't possible. Is Fabi going to play for H4 and H5? Is that just like, that's a little too much, right? Like, come on, Dan. Like, calm down.
I think you're right that he's going to play with his pawns. I think F5 is probably the likeliest. Trying to smash through on G6. You could sack a bishop there. Alexei, though.
E4.
Reminding Fabi that two can play at that game. He's got some pawns of his own, but this might be a little bit too slow.
B4. Yeah, the problem is you're going to get C3, but then what?
And then
right?
what?
Yeah. White has H4 coming, H5 coming, maybe F5, as you said.
Rook F1 probably worth throwing in at some point, probably now. Just get the queen off of your back, get a little breathing room for your king. I like your idea. I think F5 might be even stronger, paradoxically, with the rook on F1, because you can imagine, Danny, after the F takes G6 happens, that rook is aiming at F7. The tactical potential here against Black's king is unreal, but if Fabi doesn't unlock it properly, it could easily backfire.
Yeah, well said. And, well, the problem is if you ever play F5, E5 falls too, though. So if you're not delivering the goods on G6 with some sort of crashing through, you also want to keep your whole pawn chain together. F4, E5, D6 is by design, right?
Yep.
And it also is holding Black's pieces back. So again, that's why, as we say it, like the players are using their time for a reason, because this is very tricky. And what a weird swing of a game when you have one side with a massive majority versus the other on two opposite sides of the board. Weird positions.
No, it's a ridiculous position. This might be a fascinating time scramble. I'm keeping a side eye on Vladimir Kramnik's game. He seems to be in a little bit of trouble. I'm not sure if it's a little or a lot. We could check that out. In Dubov Nakamura, we have an endgame where Daniel Dubov, talk about delivering the goods. He's got Hikaru Nakamura under some serious pressure. Between those two games, Danny, do we stay on this one? Do we go there? We got a good problem. We got too many interesting games.
Hey, as I've been saying, my hands aren't on the wheel. I'm just your passenger, baby. You take me where you want.
Okay,
right?
a quick look at Hikaru Nakamura's endgame, and then back to the Kramnik game, hopefully, for the end of that. Daniel Dubov has just declined a draw offer, taking a page out of Hikaru's book.
Okay.
And I think for very good reason. He can stick a second knight on C6, but then Hikaru might stick. Oh, jeez.
He's also got a roughly equal situation on the clock. Okay, right as I say that, he's now entering under 3 minutes. But when we first joined, it was close enough to say, like, all right, first thing you check against Hikaru is, am I way down on time? He's not way down on time. He has a better position. He's got a couple of knights on strong squares. But objectively as well, Black has no positional weaknesses yet, right? It's all activity that favors White, nothing concrete unless he converts. So these positions are also dangerous against a guy like Hikaru. If you try too hard, as we always say, then you get under time pressure. You know, before you know it, the script is flipped. Not the good kind.
The bad kind. I did commit the serious transgression of consulting our Silicon Fiend, but the best move apparently was knight 8 to b7. That, talk about inhuman. How do you not put your knight on c6? Not just because the knights are arranged in kind of cool fashion, because you're controlling all the squares. Knight a b7, though, prevents Black's knight from jumping out to its most active square on c5, which I think is what Hikaru should do to exploit knight c6. It was an inaccuracy objectively, but you take everything with a grain of salt. I mean, Black is hanging by a thread in this endgame. Tons of forks, tons of threats. And I think knight c5 might actually be the only way for Black to keep the sort of defensive flame burning here. And he plays it. You don't have to tell him twice.
Yeah.
Of course he sees it.
Well, and if b4, the knight will pop to a4 with tempo on the bishop, I'm assuming. If you give Black another move, is he playing something like king f8? Just like, I don't know, inching your way toward defensive efforts in the center? These positions are always so funny, Danya, because, like, everything is completely symmetrical besides the pieces and where they are, and the initiative can get away from you super quickly, but also you can get a snap of the finger and everybody's traded and we just have a draw because no one had any positional weaknesses.
And you could even get a turnaround here. White could overpress, overextend. I mean, those knights, as cool as they look, they're not very well defended. So you can think of a knight d5 could have happened there, and Dubov decides to manage his risk, eliminates f6, and knight takes f7 is an easy tactic there that's in the air. So Hikaru nips that in the bud. He's still worse, Danny, but I think he's holding on pretty nicely thus far. Vladimir Kramnik, though, he is not holding on very nicely. I think he might be losing his game, unfortunately.
Let's go check out that game, because I think it's probably the biggest storyline heading into our match play portion if you just tuned in. Why is that the case? Well, Damaraju Gukesh finished #1 after several hours of an epic Swiss event. And one of the people he beat along the way, everyone, was the world champion, Vladimir Kramnik. And we speculated whether he would choose to go back to that well. He says, yeah, it's not dried up yet. Because remember, one of the cool things about our format, Danya, 1 through 6 get to pick their opponents. So Gukesh, just to remind the fans, chose to play Kramnik, and right now it seems to be paying off.
It is, but Gukesh, he was on the queen side of the queen versus rook and piece affair in the first round against Fallujah. He failed to win that one. In fact, he almost lost it. So he might be experiencing some deja vu, but this is a much easier position to play. The reason, Danny, that it's winning for white isn't just the material. It's the weaknesses in black's camp, e6 and g6, and the king is exposed. There's forks. Kramnik, his defensive strategy here is to keep his pieces on protected squares. That's why he's gone bishop c5. This game is far from over, but Kramnik cannot afford another mistake. He's got to be perfect here if he wants a chance at salvaging a draw.
Yeah, this was a fun move because bishop takes e3 can be met by queen takes e6, and on bishop d4, queen d6 check. I saw it, Danya. Hey there.
I know you did. You saw that instantly, Mayan. Hey,
Man,
I know your tactics are, they're pretty days, almost as good as my lemonade.
There you go. Mama's lemonade was always the best, man.
Mama's lemonade, extra sugar.
Miss you, mama. All right, here we go. Queen a2 hits e6, knight c2, maybe going to follow to kick the rook off of that square. And then, okay, no. Kramnik gets the rook off of the square voluntarily, but now maybe knight. Okay, you went knight c4. I was saying is knight d1, knight c3 the maneuver.
Tomato.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. The rook is exposed, though, Danny. Queen c2 comes to mind. Now, you could easily blunder here with white, too. I mean, there's forks everywhere. Gukesh trying to arrange his pawns to maximally restrict black's knight. I'll just point out, Danny, that the pawn isn't really going anywhere. You do not want to play b5 and leave the bishop exposed to a fork. That's the best way to lose instantly. Oh.
Yep. As you say that, here he goes.
That did not age well. Queen b7 takes b5. That was a blunder by Kramnik. That was not a good move.
He's just going to win the pawn straight up. Kramnik gives a bit of a smile there. I don't think it's a happy smile. It's like, all right. And remember, everybody, this is not, we're not in store here for hours of knockout play. That starts on February 6th. This is already very high stakes. It's 1.5 points to punch your ticket for the main event and the chess that kicks off on February 6th. So losing this game is a big, big blow for Vladimir Kramnik's chances.
Hikaru has drawn that position against Zubov. I think we should go to Fabi's game because this one is totally over. He will resign any second. There's nothing left to see here. Let's go straight to Fabiano Caruana, who is in a fascinating time scramble. Alexei Serrano with 5 seconds on his last legs. I think he might be losing this one very shortly.
Yeah, 5 seconds to hold a position when your king is under fiver. I was combining under fire and a flavor, and that's what came out. It's not everyone's favorite flavor. That's what I was going to say. Having a king under fire with 5 seconds is not everyone's favorite flavor. Say that 5 times fast. And
Fabiano,
that's not my favorite flavor, Fiverr. All right, here we go. The 7th rank is exposed. Here comes e7 and queen e6 check. h6 and queen f7. He calculated the whole thing before he went for it. That's how Fabi does work.
Queen f5, you can pick up the rook on e2, but then the queen will step aside and make way for the pawn, and Fabi's got a minute. Rook e3
unless there's a perpetual.
Winning. I don't think there is.
Okay, funny idea. Queen f8
by the way.
Queen f8 check.
h5, and then take the rook.
And then take the rook.
Beautiful.
Or he doesn't do it.
No, but this is winning, Dan. King g3. I would go king g3 probably, because that queen on e8 is going to essentially create an umbrella for the white king to run toward the center. There must be a way to escape the checks here. I guarantee it.
Okay, but that queen f8 check idea of mine, come on. Hey, that was a five head move right there. Come on.
What's that from? No, I was just thinking I guarantee it. That's from the old Men's Warehouse commercial. Anyways.
Oh, yeah, you're going to like
I totally heard what you said.
I
guarantee it.
There you go.
Nice.
All right, well, Fabiano takes a lead in his match versus Alexei Serrano. If you're just joining, Ali Reza Fallujah did the same against Raunak Sadwani. Here we have Dmitry Andreikin and Arjun Iragaisi.
And Andreikin, he struggled in the first round of the CGC against Wesley, and he's about to lose this one to an angry Danny. Let me tell you, Arjun Iragaisi is on a mission right now. He had a nightmare event in Tata Steel. He wants to prove to everybody that he's 27-30 for a reason. This one's over. Queen H5 was mate. Queen G3 is mate in 1.
Queen H4 is mate. Queen H4 was my favorite
smashes.
mate in 1. Fine. We were choosing potato. I would have chosen Queen H4. But okay, let's quickly go to the only other game in progress, which I believe... Wait, is that it? I think that might be it.
That's it.
Okay.
Only one draw, Danny. This is impressive. Hikaru Dubov, the only peaceful result. The rest was blood spilled everywhere.
Iragaisi takes down Andraken with black. Caruana takes down Serrano with white. As you can see before you, Nakamura and Dubov drew their game. But I think we have the full list of results respectively to maybe throw your way. Reminder, we also saw Gukesh, or we didn't actually see the ending, but Gukesh did indeed take down Kramnik. There was one other draw. You forgot. Nepomniachtchi versus Momenov was also a draw.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a quick one, actually. And Nepo must be kicking himself because Ralph Mamedov with white is just a force of nature. So Jan failing to deliver that opening salvo, he mixes up the move order, and he's got to get his act together in game 2 with black. That's going to be a fascinating game. And if that game ends in a draw, then the silver lining is that we'll get an Armageddon. So it's a win-win for the commentators, but the players got to be feeling the nerves.
Well, I mean, if we look at those trailing, who has the best chance to come back? You know that Kramnik lost, but he was black, so now he gets white. Andraken's in a tough spot because he just lost with white. That's not everyone's favorite thing to do. Ranak Sadwani also gets white, but I have a feeling that Fallujah might just be too much today for the other young rising star from India. There are 3 of them on the screen. The other rising star from India in Ranak Sadwani. So, well, I think the Nakamura-Dubov game is also an interesting one we'll be focused on right away because Hikaru getting white, having held with black, that's going to be a tricky one.
It is, and actually a big miss for Dubov. You know, that game could have gone Dubov's way. He had a big advantage at some point in the end game, but Hikaru, one of the premier defenders, especially in Blitz and Rapid, it almost seemed like he held it easily, even though it was far from easy. Alexi Serrana, Danny, another guy to watch who's so dangerous with white. He's got tons of preparation, so he ain't going gentle into that good night either. And neither, of course, is former world champion Vladimir Kramnik.
Yep, here he goes. Back to his old vintage, you know, opening repertoire for white, according to Vladimir Kramnik. Not written by Vladimir Kramnik, contrary to popular belief, written by Alexander Halifman, FIDE world champion. If you remember the old days when we had the FIDE world knockout giving a world championship title. Shout out to you, Halifman, a great book series. And here we see Kramnik's repertoire in action.
Yeah, he's going for a little B4 action early in the game, even before developing his knight on G1. Just going to pause here for dramatic effect.
Sometimes you just let it breathe. Sometimes you say something.
That's the best way to tell a joke, Danny, yeah.
And then you look at the camera. Look at the camera, smile, look at the baby, back to the chess.
Easy. Okay, E6 by Gukesh. He's not waiting. He's the one guy who said, I'm not waiting for you to play B4. I am counter-striking in the center with D5. This is the type of unbalanced position you want to have if you're Vladimir. But, Danny, the danger is that if you get too cavalier with your kingside development or lack thereof, and you allow D5, you don't have the machinery to stop the progression of black center pawns. I would go knight F3 here with Kramnik and stop playing with fire and castle ASAP. Get out of that center before black blasts it open.
100% agreed. Plus, if you play knight F3 on D5, there's ideas after ED that you can even change the structure with D4 in some positions. So you have a lot of options if you play knight F3 and get castled rather than, you know, of course, E3 is also a move. H4, look at Kramnik. Dude. He's gone full Alpha Zero. Vlad was never the same after he spent too much time there with that deep mind crew. Look at this H-pawn running up the board.
Maybe he thinks this is no castling chess, but I love every bit of it. Gukesh says, I'm not impressed. He just stops the progression of the pawn with H6, and H5 is now going to be met probably with G5, although you can also grab that pawn. But I think Gukesh is preparing G5. We're about to find out. Maybe he doesn't know what he wants to do here.
H5. You got to love this. You know why? Because it's not like Kramnik is looking for a boring game. Look at the scoreboard. He has to win this game or it's over. A draw is all Gukesh needs, right? So he's literally playing for 2 results. And
Big Vlad. Oh,
F4. Let's go. This is how we play when we have to win. I hate
to be Danny. I hate to be the Debbie Downer here, But I don't believe in this. I think Gukesh is going to play d5, and
Dude,
I feel like White's just too unsound in the center. Whoa, every move
dude,
is surprising me.
in the words of Clint Eastwood, believe's
Hmm.
got nothing to do with it. Okay? Deserves got nothing to do with it. I'm not saying this is good for White. I'm saying let's go. H5 and F4 is epic. That's how you play when you're down and out. He's just going all in, man. I love it.
True, and I'm the first person to approve of this kind of play. This is what I've made my living on. But when Vladimir Kramnik plays it, it's a little bit scarier than when some obscure commentator plays this kind of. Again, I'm surprised he plays GF. Danny, this is incredibly creative play. He opens up the G file. So what he wants here, Knight F3, Rook G1, and let's
King
not
F2.
forget the Black's pawn structure also damaged. So he could potentially play positionally as well on the queen side here. No, let me set the record straight. I love this. I'm just a little bit worried for his own king safety.
He's gonna play Knight F3. He's gonna put the rook on G1. He'll play E3. He'll play King E2 or King F2. He'll get the other pieces to the king side. I don't even know. Oh wait, no, he's going E4.
Hit the knight.
This feels like a game that Mittens would play as White. Can I just
Yep.
say that? That's how this feels. This feels like a game that you're like, what is going on here? And then suddenly the neural net machine learning engine known as Mittens goes, he, and White's winning.
I feel like I joked about this earlier, but maybe Kramnik has a side bet with someone that he can win a game without castling. He's playing no castles chess. Gukesh can do anything he wants, but queen d4, Gukesh might want a checkmate on f2, and then rook d8 hits the pawn on d3. And one of the big problems here for Vladimir is that he can't go rook h3 to cover that pawn because someone is caught with his pants down on the king side. Maybe queen f3 and king e2 is what the doctor ordered, but then there's some crazy tactics with the knight f2. This is going to get incredible very, very shortly.
I wish I could just play King D2, to be honest. I can't for a number of reasons you don't need to list out. But if I could put my king on C2, I'm just going to finish the thought and deal with the fork. I'd be happy. But not easy to do. You're right. Probably Queen F3. But
Yeah,
even
this. I'm just going to make the moves here. And I
Yeah.
thought this worked for a second, but then I realized there's no mate on D1. The knight covers that, and it covers the rook.
Yeah.
So Sax on E5, maybe B5, throw some more oil onto the fire. I feel like this position might actually arise, and this is where I'm really, really afraid that Kramnik could just get checkmated with all these monsters sitting around the center and the king side.
Yeah. Well, if
Back
it
to
was a
live
no
board.
castles chess bet, then at least he'll win his side bet. Even if he does go home, it was pretty epic to see him throwing down today. But all right, there's some other games that have also gotten started. Danya, we can go
Whoa.
anywhere, but you're in charge. Choose the adventure,
Hikaru.
sir.
Hikaru has already drawn. He drew the opening, getting straight into the Armageddon. He offered a draw with white, and
He
we
wants
saw
the
him do
Armageddon.
this in the RCC. This is his MO in a lot of these 2-game matches. He believes in his ability to pull out the Armageddon, and his record does and has often proved him right. But what a risky call. Jeez.
Yeah, when you get the white pieces, normally you push a little bit, but Hikaru is that confident and likes himself some winner-take-all chess. That's what Armageddon is. It's winner-take-all. We like to use that phrase in sports, but in chess, there's always been a caveat. Nothing is really ever winner-take-all because you can draw not so fast when it comes to Armageddon. The most exciting event in sports, of course, right behind sudden death dodgeball.
Absolutely. I'm going to go to Mamedov Nepo because the other two games, they're both in a Nimzo Indian, but they have just started. So we're going to let Sarana Caruana and Aragaisi Andre can develop a little bit, and we'll go there in a while. Here we have an opposite colored bishop middle game, so it's not a draw just yet as long as the queens are on the board. Danny and Nepo kind of deciding, do I want to implicitly offer a draw, or do I want to keep chances alive but potentially give white pressure on the f7 pawn? That actually looks a little bit unpleasant for black.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, because Nepo got to this position facing potential Armageddon different than Hikaru, where he drew a game with white, not in a fashion he wanted, he'd probably be happy to draw this position as black, and he is a little worse here. Knight e5 is coming, as you said. F7 is tender. We're not sure what exactly Nepo's thinking. We'll find out soon, but
I have a bad feeling about this, Danny, on Jan's behalf, because that knight is coming into e5, and you've got rook c1. You've got this weird maneuver, bishop f1 to c4. Mamedov One of his strongest suits is his ability to play with the initiative. He is so good at continuing to create problems. And right now, he's got exactly what he wants, a relatively risk-free position with more active pieces and clear tactical chances.
Mamedov's got a risk-free position. I'm looking at the risk of that fan spinning super fast above Jan Nepomniachtchi's head. He's moving the air around, but speaking of air, by the way, we got an air quality check, by the way. Did you know that I have an Airthings set up here in the office, Danya?
I did not. I find out new things every day.
What my air quality is? Right there on screen.
Doesn't look all that good. I think I can see the word poor there.
Wait, it says poor?
Damn, girl.
No wonder I'm feeling so tired. Maybe that's why I'm lacking cognitive thinking. Maybe that's why I lack strategic thinking. Maybe that's why I'm not playing chess very good. It's because the air quality in this studio isn't improving the brain waves of this guy. Can we get
a full-scale investigation to get to the bottom?
Can I get a full-scale investigation?
Give me perpetrators of this will be brought to justice.
I'm actually not kidding. It does get a little stuffy in here when you've been in the room for 6 hours. But shout out to Airthings. Thanks for bringing us that air quality measurement. You might literally be improving the quality of my life if we start taking these stats to heart and improving the airflow in here. Now I'm going to be so conscious about it.
Top priority. Yeah, this is this ain't good, Danny. This has to be gotten to the bottom of ASAP. Well, I think we should go. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say the only thing worse than this is that we haven't checked in on all the games yet. So let's dive over and you take us to the next beautiful chessboard to look at.
All right. Well, the next beautiful chessboard to look at, and we've got two games competing for my attention. Obviously, Kramnik Gukesh is continuing to go haywire. We'll go there soon, but we have Arjun Erigaisi against a must-win Dmitry Andreikin. And let me tell you, Danny, this is going completely the other way. Dmitry has really dropped the ball in this mini. Oh, he's losing a pawn here. No, this might just end very quickly.
It's we knew he was in trouble because he lost with white in the first game, but it looks like he also might be feeling a little disheartened because this one is just getting away from him fast.
And that was hasty by Arjun, by the way. F takes c4 was a lot stronger.
Yeah, get a big pawn center. Shake what your mama gave you, I always say.
If I may, really quickly, F takes c4 might have just ended the match. Not trying to be dramatic, but if I'm calculating correctly, e5 might be what he missed.
Queen h5 is coming, baby. I see
or
it
this, now. Or queen h5, forking the knight and the pawn. This would have ended it.
Yeah, okay.
But, I mean, he takes to the bishop, and obviously what appeals to him is knight takes c4. You can take h7, and I'll show this as well. Queen d3, pick up c4, and from a practical match perspective, this is perfect. Opposite colored bishops with an extra pawn. Arjun is not going to lose this in a million years.
Word.
Yep.
Word.
Not looking good for Dima at all. Phew. Well, we got Mishanik against Caruana, Sarana against Caruana. That even rhymes. And we've got Kramnik's game, which has subsided a little bit in the sense that the queens are off the board, but Gukesh is sitting pretty. Shall we check into Fabi's game and then go back to Kramnik?
Let's do it. Fabi first, then Kramnik, and we'll see if the 14th World Chess Champion can pull a miracle or if he is headed home and back to the drawing board. Remember, Caruana up a full game now with the black pieces. Okay, e6, looking spicy. The pawn is pinned. The rook on a8 is undefended. White has queen b3 coming and then rook to d1. No?
You know, it's one of those positions that looks very impressive because your eyes are drawn to that pawn chain, but pawn chains don't win games. Good moves win games. Knight b5 to d6 might be one of those good moves. So black has the equivalent outpost on d3, and Caruana is just salivating at the prospect of sticking a knight there. The opposite colored bishops aren't doing any favors for Alexei either. Black has potentially c6, a nice little parking spot for the bishop. Yeah. I like Fabi here. I think Alexei needs to whip up some tactical action pretty quickly, and knight b5 is the only way I see to do that.
Well, especially because black is playing for two results, right? A draw, and Fabi is dancing on Monday as the main event kicks off. So, yeah,
I don't like this.
The more we talk about the position and remind ourselves of that fact, hard to see how Alexei Sarana is drumming up real winning chances here.
Yeah, no, he's
Yeah.
taking his time. He has been struggling with the clock uncharacteristically in these two games. And Fabiano Caruana, I mean, we've talked about his rapid improvement, Danny, and that's one of the narratives really of his online play the past year. And you can't say it enough. I mean, he is just, this is Fabiano Caruana 2.0, who matches his opponent's speed on the clock, who plays his best preparation. But Alexei, he ain't ready to give up just yet. Knight b5 on the board, and he's going to continue trying to whip up some chances. But I think we should go to the board of Vladimir Kramnik, because that game might be reaching its climax.
Okay. Ukesh and Kramnik, I see you chat. You're asking for us to check out the Firouzja game. We'll feed you, baby birds. Just sit there. Mama's going to feed you, and we're going to be there soon. I don't know why I said it like that, but
well, Firouzja's not going to lose, I think. So that game has been in an end game for a long time, but we'll get there after this one. Let's just evaluate the position and evaluate Vladimir's winning chances, which I don't believe are very high.
Aren't great. They're not great. You're right.
They're actually close to 0.
I mean, that seemed a little harsh, but okay.
No, but the reason I say that is largely because, first of all, I'm not math good, as you say, but I think black is up a pawn. White can win it back. That's not the problem. The problem is this monster sitting on d5, which Kramnik is trying to smoke out. So he's still, he's still creating threats. But
no,
Ukesh
he's
should
significantly
be able to
worse. You're right. And if you ever take d5, black will likely just take with the c pawn, open up that light square bishop, and that's no fun. You highlight rook e8. I was going to say you have to do something to guard the bishop on e7, but bishop to e8 is really what black wants to play, right? As soon as you can. So are you going to play bishop d8 so you can play no, but then c5 hangs. So you're right. Yeah, you probably have to play rook e8.
And he just did. Firouzja has drawn his game, and I was keeping an eye on it throughout, Danny. It wasn't really that interesting. Queen trade early. Sidwani never even came close. It was just symmetrical the whole way through, and Raunak has just admitted defeat. Alireza Firouzja is the first of the 6 players to punch their ticket into Division 1 of the Airthings Majors. Magnus Carlsen, here I come, says Mr. Firouzja.
That's a big moment. A big moment. Alireza Firouzja is the first person to punch his ticket for the knockout stage of the Airthings Masters, which, as we've been saying all day, will start on Monday after everyone gets a bit of a weekend rest. February 6th kicks things off, and the crew from Oslo, our studio there, will have the coverage, including Grandmaster Robert Hess, Grandmaster David Howell, International Master Jovanka Huska, Kaya Snare, and I think Tanya is in studio. I don't know if Tanya Sachev's there. I apologize. If I think she is, but I don't remember because I'm tired. I'm allowed to be tired.
And your air quality. Your air quality's poor.
My air quality's
helping
bad.
Your cause.
Yeah, that makes me feel like I can say anything and I can't get canceled because my air quality's bad.
No, you're absolutely right. You should just run wild.
I should just run wild. Here are some things I've been looking to get off my chest. When it comes to cheating in chess, I'd like to say the following. Just kidding, lawyers. Don't worry, guys. I'm not going to say the things you don't want me to say. LOL. Please don't clip that. Okay. Here's some things I would say if my air quality was good. If my air quality was good. Any hooters. Here we go. Rook to g2 played. Kramnik trying to keep the fight alive.
By the way, we should go to Nepo's game when we have a chance. I don't mean to, call the shots here, Danny. It's just that I'm looking at the board, and I feel like Mamedov is actually pretty close to winning here.
Yeah. No, Jan really let that first one get away from him. Shout out to Mamedov, because we were skeptical, like, hey, this is such a gamble. You're really hoping that Jan doesn't remember his theory. Well, guess what? Jan made one mistake. Mamedov was able to simplify the whole game. And now with the white pieces, he might be about to send the World Championship Challenger home.
Well, the World Championship Challenger will have to, make his home in Division 2 if he loses this game, with the first one being drawn. He has just taken the knight. He is down a pawn. Oh, my goodness. He is being pushed to the edge of the board. The eval bar creeps up. I think the move h4 really cements and shows the extent of White's advantage, stopping knight g5. Oh, my gosh, this is dead lost. But Mamedov has a little bit of work to do, and we know how tricky Nepo can be when his back is against the wall.
Indeed, indeed, indeed.
Knight f8, queen d6 might be also in the cards, but that has to be carefully calculated because you might lose that pawn if you're not careful. I think it might work, though.
Queen d6. He goes for it. We're going to find out. Jan gives the head nod, which is not the happy head nod, Jan.
Nope.
That's like the, if this works, I'm screwed, Jan. That's like, he can do that? If he can do that, I finally get some respect. That was my Rodney Dangerfield. I don't even know if you're allowed to do that. Speaking of things that can get you canceled, don't impersonate that guy. Any Hooters, where are we going?
That is how your career ended. No, I think this one's over. I think it's +7. And that's because the queen trade actually loses for black. And the reason it's lost for black, Danny, is because the bishop controls the e6 square. So the king can't approach the pawn that way. Otherwise, you're going to have to lose the f7 pawn. And the knight in these types of endgames is just horrible because it can't multitask. It's tied down to the pawns. This is total desperation for Jan. He tries to keep the queens on the board, and he has to. But I think Ralph should be able to finish this off with a couple more accurate moves.
For sure. And also you look at the time, and that's telling, right? Jan Nepomniachtchi is usually up on the clock when he's winning. He's down on the clock and losing, barely holding on right now. Mamedov trying to show the technique he brings to the table. Bishop to d5, really clamping down where almost any move black makes his position worse.
He's not sweating the technique. He is playing pretty fast here. The one thing you've got to be very careful about if you're white is pushing your pawns prematurely, because that's the one way I've seen these games get swindled. The queen suddenly comes out, and before you know it, the queen is harassing the white king. So you're never really out of the woods in terms of king safety because the queen is so quick to activate. I think Jan is praying for something like that. And so Mamedov is just sort of taking his time. But eventually he's going to have to make a decision on how he wants to win the game. Maybe take the pawn on b4 and trade it for e5. Maybe try to expose black's king. But whatever you do, it'll give black some chances. Jan hasn't lost his hope just yet.
Yeah, king to g1, and Jan is going to try to find a way to make a move that both passes the ball back and doesn't make his position worse. It's not easy to figure out how to do that.
Nope. By the way, Arjun Erigaisi is about to punch his ticket through to Division 1. He has a completely unlosable position. We can catch the end of that one, Danny. We could also go to Sarwana Caruana. I just love saying that. Let's take a quick visit. Caruana, Erigaisi, and Dre Kawana.
I want a lot of Sarwana Caruana. I want a lot of Sarwana Caruana. Let's do it.
I want a lot of. I say that 10 times in a row. Sarwana Caruana.
Lions and Tigers.
Should have Yasser say that.
Yeah, exactly. I was listening to the chess.com show. Those guys are so entertaining. It was Danya, and I think it was Danny that day. And they were doing impersonations of me. It was funny. And Chen, they said, I wonder what Yasser would sound like if he said Sarwana Caruana 10 times.
Tilburg.
Here we go.
1876, and King Louis XVI is actually playing in that tournament.
Before
they unseated him. And Robespierre came in and had a problem with that. Anyways, rook to a5. Speaking of heads getting chopped off, I think Dmitry Andreikin's run here is about Rover.
Yep. He gave that kind of look right there, like, all right, this is frustrating. What to do now? Remember, he has to win. It's win or go home at this time. These are two-game matches with Armageddon tiebreaks awaiting. We already know that one match is headed there. That is, of course, Hikaru Nakamura versus Daniil Dubov. And interesting things to unpack there about how Hikaru approached that strategy. He's done it before. Will he do it again and improve what he's capable of in Armageddon? But will any other matches join them is the question.
Well, Vladimir Kramnik certainly won't join them. I think he's dead lost against Gukesh, who does have 10 seconds on his clock. This is over, by the way, Danny. I mean, it's in the bag for Arjun, and I'm not jinxing. I mean, literally, Andreikin should be losing here objectively, but I think Arjun's just going to shuffle until Andreikin might just offer a draw here. That is how hopeless this is. We could go to Mamedov, back to Mamedov, and go to Kramnik. Tons of games reaching a key point. All right, let's go to Vladimir real quick. I think he might be breathing his last breaths here in Division 1, but he's still trying.
Whoa.
He's still trying.
He's trying his little heart out, man. Mom always said he'd never give up, and he's all in, man.
What a move. Danny,
Bishop
what a move. He
E7.
sacks the rook. Bishop C5. It's still a game.
Yeah, but look at this. Knight F6 check. He wants to win H6 and then go to the 8th rank. I love it.
Cold-blooded assassin. Rook takes F6 and Bishop C5 takes G1. Kramnik runs out of moves. It's over.
Yeah, Gukesh is finding these moves, by the way, with less than 10 seconds. He's all over it.
Oh, King F7.
This is what I knew was going to happen.
Pack
Vladimir
your
was going to
bags.
go all in, and then it's it. Unfortunately for the 14th World Chess Champion, he will not be playing in the main event starting February 6th. But that doesn't mean he didn't show up in force today, make his way through a gauntlet of a Swiss. And I have a feeling that Big Vlad will be back in future play-ins for the 2023 Champions Chess Tour. I got a feeling.
He most certainly will, and there is resignation. Gukesh has sent him packing. Yana Pomnishi has just been sent packing. We clicked at it at the right moment. It's over. The A-Pawn promotes. What a win for Ralph Mamedov. This is huge.
Yep, and that's the first person to win who was chosen, right? Yana Pomnishi chose to play Ralph Mamedov because he finished in the upper half, and Mamedov says, hey, you know what? Maybe rethink those choices in the future because at this point, Ralph is showing that he is ready to play next week.
He most certainly is, and he has experience facing Magnus Carlsen in classical chess. I remember he played in Shamkir in a super tournament, and he acquitted himself incredibly well. So he is no pushover in those top tournaments. Sure. He's actually a very unpleasant opponent. He's got a creative opening repertoire. And Alexei Sarana, well, his run might be coming to an end here at the hands of Fabi. This is essentially unwinnable for White, much like Andrekin's position. So we might only have one Armageddon, but that's all we need to keep ourselves entertained.
It's Nakamura versus Dubov. And zippity Dubov, zippity day. My, oh my, will we have Armageddon underway.
Wonderful day.
Thank you. All right, here we go.
Sarwana.
Caruana Sarwana. I want a lotta. It's not a position that's giving White a lot of chances. As we said, Fabiano not only in a great position to draw, given that he's already up a game, he's probably winning this position if this momentum continues. So, yeah, no other games with chances there. Again, huge shout out to Ralph Mamedov. It's one of the cool things about the format is you'll get these matchups we're not going to see every day. You get Mamedov, a creative player, aggressive player, throwing down next week against some of the world's best. Can't wait to see what that has, along with so many others.
No, this is fantastic. And this game, it's not over just yet. Andrekin has officially conceded the draw and, of course, conceding the 2-game match. Alexei Sarana is still trying. Fabiano has 1 minute on the clock. That is maybe Alexei's only chance if he can mix things up, somehow get to Black's king. But there's no mating construction, Danny. This is not mate. The king always has G7, and White's bishop is really the problem here. If it was on H6 here, we'd be singing a different tune. It's not, though. It's on E1, and it's basically a spectator.
At the same time pressure does funny things to the mind, right? And
it does.
He's nervous. We see it ticking away. It may be easy for us to see that the king is safe, but I think he's nervous about that. He sees rook A8 check coming, followed by the rooks coming to the F file. I think he's nervous about a potential mating net.
Short on time, and of course, the other big thing that does things to your mind is bad air quality. Let's hope Fabi doesn't have that. Only he had an Airthings device to check that. Rook to F3 on the board. I think he's holding on here, Danny. Very important. Rook C6 and B7. Black can send both of his rooks to the 8th rank and protect B8.
Carbon dioxide levels in my room are rising with every passing commentary moment. I'm just checking
I think it's the toxicity of your co-commentator usually that causes that. Those toxic gases are being emitted.
It's incredibly accurate. The 1203 is exactly what it says on my device. I got to give him a shout out to that. It doesn't make me happy that my air quality is poor. We're going to deal with this later. I'm actually fascinated by this whole topic because I've learned that humans will spend 90% of their lifetime inside. And I'm like, wait, what? So anyway, we got to get on top of Dan's air quality here. I might pass out mid-show one day if we don't. Okay, back to the position. Oh my God, he takes C6.
Well, he has to. This is the last yeah.
What do you mean? Is he winning? He's got B7.
Oh my God, wait. Rook, I've woken up
That's
suddenly.
What I'm saying.
No, and he's also got, Danny, Rook A8 to C8. He can win the pawn on C6 and get connected passers. Fabi might be losing control here. This is crazy.
So, as I'm saying, you're like, Danny had to. You know, you're yelling at me for getting excited. I think Serrano might be sending us to Armageddon here.
I'm on board now. For some reason, I just fell asleep on how close this pawn is to promotion. I apologize. Fabiano Caruana might be choking this game. H4 could set up a mating net everywhere, but he's got 2 seconds to figure this out.
8 seconds for Fabi, though.
Oh,
here comes Rook A8.
No, he's taking pawn first.
All Fabi needs is a draw.
Rook A6 there, I think, was winning. Now it's too late. Well, he plays it anyway, but he's going to lose B7. Oh, that might have been his winning chances right there.
And the king is getting out. This is
C6!
He forks him!
An on-demand win from a dead lost position.
Gosh. And Fabi about lost it when that happened. That was not fun for Mr. Caruana, and Alexei Sarana is sending a second match into Armageddon.
Sarana Caruana, we're going to be saying that a couple more times. I jinxed him. That was unlosable. He had it all under control. There was one idea, Danny, one, and that was the exchange sacrifice, and it worked to freaking perfection.
He found it, and Fabi got under time pressure, but I had the sense when we were saying it, you saw the time ticking. As we said, time pressure does things to the mind. It's easy for us to say, and unfortunately for Fabi, he now has to win his match a second time in Armageddon. But okay, let's remind everybody of all the results that we now have in the books. We've been through the Swiss. We've now seen the match play stage behind us. We have Armageddon in store, but Kramnik is sent home by Gukesh, not Nepomniachtchi sent home by Mamedov. Sadwani goes home, courtesy of Ali Reza Faruja. Dmitry Andreikin is no longer here. Arjun Iragaisi. Fabiano Caruana, Alexei Sarana, Daniil Dubov, and Hikaru Nakamura will be competing in Armageddon. Danya, what a world. What a time to be alive.
I mean, we have gotten every type of format. We've gotten Swiss, we've gotten knockout, we've gotten match, we've gotten Armageddon. And Hikaru Nakamura has his work cut out for him. His strategy was to take that quick draw with white, Danny. I can't wait to see if that strategy will pay off, as it did so often in the RCC. And can Alexei Sarana complete this unbelievable comeback in which he wins on demand, but now has to win again in the Armageddon? Only one way to find out.
We're going to find out as soon as we return from the break. And if Hikaru Nakamura, who's still streaming, was looking for content, I guess Armageddon is what he had in store. What is Fabi going to do to rebound? We don't know. Don't go anywhere. It's the final moments from the Airthings Masters play-in stage when we return.
He's going to win the tournament.
This is going to be a turnaround.
Whoa.
Oh. 3 seconds. 1 second. Has to make a move.
Overtime chess is what it's called, Danya. It's what the fans pay for. It's what they love. We have Armageddon, ladies and gentlemen, alongside Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, International Master Danny Wrench. We made it through the Swiss play-in. We had match play. Let's check out the results, Danya. And, okay, we're going to be diving in to the two Armageddon matchups, of course. But before we do that, as we look at the results, who are you most impressed with who punched their ticket to the knockout starting on February 6th?
Well, I'm not hesitating at all. Rauf Mamedov. I mean, Jan Nepomniachtchi is the world championship challenger. He has an unimpeachable track record in these types of rapid events. He always seems to come through clutch. I mean, RCC, anywhere you look, Jan delivers, and Rauf Mamedov holds him down with black and then crushes him. One-sided game with the white pieces. I can't wait to see Rauf playing at the top. He really deserves all of these invites. He's one of the most fascinating players. But Eric Gaisi defeating Andreikin. Firouzja, smooth win against Adwani, and of course Gukesh sending the former world champion packing. Everybody had impressive performances, but these two Armageddons, Danny, it's like we had a great dinner, 7-hour dinner, and now we've got the tiramisu. Some world-famous tiramisu coming your way.
The world-famous tiramisu being served up by Fabiano Caruana versus Alexei Serrana, Daniil Dubov versus Hikaru Nakamura. Those Armageddon matchups are going to go down simultaneously. Danya and I are going to have our hand on the volume mixer as a good DJ does, flipping the script back and forth, doing what we can to stay in touch with both. But right now, let's do what we can to tell everybody how the Armageddon rules work here in the Champions Chess Tour. The tiebreaker is played, obviously, if the score is tied after 2 games in a match. The players bid for their time, as traditional Armageddon bids go. But the cool thing about this format is that the lowest bid gets to pick their color. Normally, the lowest bid just automatically takes black with that color, Danya. But in our format, the lowest bid will get to choose whether they want black or whether they want white, designed to really show that the lower bid can be a strategy depending on the style you're playing. Maybe you want white and more time in those situations. But your thoughts, Danya, on the Armageddon format?
Yeah, the side selecting color is a nice little twist. I would say that the actual occurrence would happen if both sides bid very large, like 950 versus 940. And then even though technically you'd have less time, you could still choose white. It won't happen in most cases, but I like that. I'm a big fan of Armageddon in general, not just because it guarantees a result, but because it really brings out the players' styles. I mean, the fact that black has draw odds and less time, it's a very elegant balance between a big advantage on the one hand and a big disadvantage on the other. I think it's one of the fairest forms, Danny, of guaranteeing a result.
Well, we do actually have the results in of how the players bid, and I'll just read them here. Thanks to our production team who's crushing it behind the scenes. Let us know. So Fabiano Caruana bid 7 minutes and 50 seconds. Alexei Serrana bid 8 minutes and 20 seconds. That means Fabiano wins the bid because he bid lower and he chose the black pieces. So he will play black with 7 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yes.
Daniil Dubov, go ahead.
No, quick. Just to interject, Serrana has 10 minutes. He doesn't have 8:20. So white always starts with 10 minutes.
With 10 minutes, exactly. Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to confuse. Yes, so Fabi gets 7 minutes and 50 seconds with the black pieces. Alexei Serrana gets 10 minutes with the white pieces. Daniil Dubov bid 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Hikaru Nakamura bid 7 minutes and 59 seconds, which means Daniil wins, and he chose the black pieces as well. Maybe I'm actually wrong about that. Do they get the higher time? It's actually an interesting question. I didn't realize that. Does Fabiano get 8 minutes and 20 seconds because that was Serrana's bid against 10 minutes, or does he take the time he bid?
So the winning bid selects color and plays with his time bid. So
That's
no,
what I thought.
I'm pretty sure they get the time that they bid. Unfortunately for Dubov, I really, really don't think that's a wise bid against Hikaru. 630. There is no increment. Danny, I can't stress this enough. There is no increment in Armageddon, which means that flagging is very much on the table. Hikaru Nakamura, and he's got that 3.5 extra minutes. Daniil better pull off some magic, or he's going to get flagged.
Agreed.
Whoa.
Agreed.
Speaking of magic.
So much I can't even say we're in the same town. We're like in the same city. We're an agreed town population universe. I think that's a really interesting take for Daniil to choose the black pieces there with so much less time. So
I don't know. That smells like Vishy's bid. Vishy's famous bid. It was like 4 minutes. Anyways, we got a game going.
Yep. And it's a reverse sort of pan-off structure here with black having that queenside extended majority. You're going to put the rook on b8 as Fabi does. He's going to play b5, a5, b4, crash through on the queen side is black's plan. But white will try to undermine the d5 pawn. It can be tender with moves like e4 and use the king side.
And when you're on the white side of an Armageddon game, you don't want to become obsessed with your time advantage. You have to remember that the position on the board actually does matter. So you have to strike this very delicate balance. It's nice to keep that time advantage. You have to keep flagging in mind, Danny. You can't get a rook versus rook position with 2 seconds on the clock. You are going to get flagged. So Fabi, he's the one who has to be obsessed for the time being with his clock situation as long as he's down on the clock. He is definitely not down on the board. I love what he's doing on the queen side there. B4 is coming, and he's better. He's faster than white, and he can just ignore Alexei in the center, I think, and just play B4.
I think he should. I love it. Nothing like ignoring my opponent's plans. Been doing that for years. B4. Love it. You have a 2-on-1 majority even after the A and B pawns are traded. And in this pan-off structure, if you just took everything else off the board, black is almost winning in the endgame because you're so close to creating a passed pawn. So the dynamic is interesting. White will play F4 and F5 and maybe even F6 and go all in for these attacks on the king side. Meanwhile, black will win an endgame if all the pieces are traded.
Absolutely. That's well explained. I think Fabi has things under control. Let's switch to the other game because we've got a lot of action already in just 10 moves, 12 moves in Hikaru Dubov, an endgame, which is not necessarily bad for Hikaru, right? Just because the queens are off the board doesn't mean you're closer to a draw. I do like what Daniel is doing so far. He's got a pretty simple position, and he can continue pushing on the queen side, almost echoing Fabiano Caruana's plan in a completely different opening. This was a Sicilian.
Yeah. And let's not forget, we haven't had a lot of chance to talk about it. Hikaru drew their first game in match play with black and had white, and we thought, is he going to push? But Hikaru instead immediately chose to let the game peter out. He basically forced the draw as white. Okay.
Whoa. What did he take?
The question is because whether Hikaru really believes in his skills in Armageddon that much, and it looks like he does. And if he takes b5, knight takes e4, bishop to c6 is looking pretty good to me.
So Dubov's idea, I think, is rook b8. This must be what Hikaru is calculating right now. The eval bar is not a fan of this move, but at least it's forced Hikaru to think, and Dubov is cutting into his time advantage. I feel, Danny, that bishop b5 has to work somehow. I'm not seeing the move after rook b8, but I feel that it exists. Maybe just a4. Secure the bishop and then go after black's crippled queenside pawn structure. I think Hikaru likes a knight a3, knight c4 could be real juicy here after castling to protect f5. I don't like what Daniel has just done at all.
I agree with everything that just came out of your mouth. Every single word.
Took 7 hours, but it happened eventually.
Damn, girl. Took 7 hours, but the bond is real. You spend this much time with someone on camera, you might as well learn to like them. That's what I'm hoping people will start feeling about me after all these years. It hasn't been working. But
it was love at first
seriously, jokes aside, very well said, Don. And I love this move a4. I love the plan of putting the knight on c4, highlighting that the a5 pawn was weak. Super well said. And again, Hikaru now up almost 4 minutes on the clock with a small edge. This is why, to complete the storyline I was highlighting, this is why Hikaru forces Armageddon. He loves winner-take-all chess. He loves this format regardless of the color he gets. He feels confident in his ability to get the dub when it matters.
And I'm going to be a little unfiltered here. I'm a huge Daniel Dubov fan. I mean, his chess, and how can you not be, when you watch his games and some of the ideas he displays. So this is not a personal remark, but I really feel like that was a terrible bid by Dubov. 6.5 minutes. I mean, you can't stress enough how good Hikaru is in no increment situations. I feel like maybe 8 minutes, and yes, I'm playing armchair general here, would have been a wiser bid, because the problem is, you can equalize on the board, but Hikaru's always going to create problems, and he's going to use those extra 3 minutes to find moves that just force you to think, I just don't see Daniel getting out of this, but he's 2,700 for a reason. This game is still going. Our other game is starting to heat up as well.
Yeah, let's flip back over there. Not because this won't be awesome to follow. They're all awesome to follow. We're down at the stretch here, an 8-hour show will be done. Greg Shahadi hopping in chat, hanging out with us. What's up, Greg? The commish himself of the Pro Chess League. Okay, I like this plan from Serrana. This is what you got to do. Although the clocks are now completely even, and in fact, Fabi, who started out with a 2.5 minute time disadvantage, is actually up a little bit.
He is, but I feel like his wheels are kind of spinning in the mud on the queen side. He played that move b3, but he's going to find it very, very difficult to push the companion over to c3. Maybe start with bishop b4. Alexi is building up the pieces on the king side. Storm clouds are starting to gather around black's king. Can Alexi, Danny, get the queen into the attack, or can Fabi strike at the queen side with c3 first? It's going to be a scintillating finale in this game.
Yeah, and for those saying Fabi looks distressed, maybe you missed the memo, but he is distressed because he was up 1-0 and had no business losing to get us into Armageddon. So he needs to shake off those memories. He needs to focus on the moment that is now, because he's not happy that he's here. That's the other psychological advantage we have to talk about, probably favoring Serrano just a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. And that was a ridiculous finale. I mean, what haven't we seen in these must-win situations? Alexi, he brings his queen to d1 for a reason. He didn't eeny, meeny, miny, moe it. That queen, where it wants to be, is g4. That's where the party is at. That's where the bars are. But to do that, he's going to have to move his knight out of the way. And that means allowing black to play c3, and Fabi taking a different course, using some tactics, and getting his knight into the defense.
I stared at the position for 5 seconds before realizing that the knight was hanging, but the bishop was hanging. I'm like, whoop! I went full bippity boppity boo with Danya, right? Knight to d6. Just put the bishop on b1 if you're Serrano. You've got rook a6 coming in some positions. You still have Danya's knight g3, queen g4, knight h5. Oh my gosh, as I say it, I'm getting nervous for Fabi. Knight g3, queen g4.
Oh, here he goes. Battering ram. Bang, bang, bang. Get that pawn out of the way. He wants f5, f6 by hook or by crook. Can Fabiano keep the ramparts alive on the queen side? Maybe queen to d7 to try to keep that f-pawn alive. But Danny, knight g3 could come at the most inconvenient moment for Fabi. And if this f-pawn starts running amok, black's king could end up paying the price. Heads will roll one way or the other here.
And either way, you're happy with your play if you're Serrano. Why, everybody? Because white has to win. You need 3 results chess. Fabiano wins on a draw because he has the black pieces at Armageddon. So this is exactly what Serrano ordered. It's why Fabi is getting nervous here. You see that eval bar creeping. You see the stress starting to show.
You could have some problems on the queen side as well. Don't sleep on rook a6, which could hit those loose knights. In fact, he's played it in this position, and Caruana's defenses, Danny, are stressed even further. You know what the problem is? If you move your knight back to d8, rook takes d6, and then knight f5 picks up a second minor piece, and potentially the game. These are serious problems for Fabi, who is once again behind pretty significantly now on the clock. He needs a turnaround. He needs something like Alexi did in the previous game.
Yeah, that was brutal, that last game, that to get us here. And right now, I don't know that Fabi's going to have it. I mean, this is so tough.
Ooh.
Everyone's tired. This is how we separate those who will still be dancing in the main event with so much on the line, because it's designed to be a gauntlet. This is designed to be tough. And
crazy developments in the other game, by the way, Danny. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Oh, he missed it though. Knight d8, rook d6, knight f5.
I even think e takes d6 is simpler than wins on the spot. Rook takes e3, and then knight f5 just picks up the full rook. I think Alexi can just take with the pawn and essentially end the game right there.
Oh my gosh, Serrano with comeback. Caruana doesn't want any of this with Serrano.
Oh my God, we got craziness on the other board as well. Should we go there?
You're in control, man. Hey, I'm a passenger. You're driving me, right?
Let's go to Hikaru, and I will keep an eye on the Serrano game. We'll bring you back there as soon as we get more clarity. But look at this position. Daniel Dubov has engineered counterplay against White's king. Hikaru almost getting mated there.
Yeah, I was going to say
without bishop e3.
Mate.
Oh, here comes another strike. Bang, 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 taking the sriracha to the queen side now.
It's Cholula when it matters most, because everyone knows that. Oh, sorry. Okay, we're focused on the chess. But look at Hikaru. It was mate on the board. It looked crazy in the end. What's going on? White's position is totally fine, and he's still up 2 minutes. So Dubov is running out of tricks.
He is, and Hikaru is just going to play this until the crows come home to roost. He's going to play this for 8,000 moves, if that's what it takes to whittle Black's clock down to 0, and he is whittling his clock down to 0. Danny, I'm keeping one eye and 75% of my other eye on Dubov's clock. The board doesn't even matter. Hikaru will play rook and 2 and rook and 2. This is why the bid struck me as potentially unwise. Dubov's play here has been fantastic. The position is equal objectively.
Agreed with you. And the idea that you have to play any time scramble with no increment against Hikaru means I want to have more time than my opponent. And he doesn't have more time than Hikaru. So that's a problem.
And there's still juice to be squeezed here if you're playing white. I would take white in a real game. Knight c4 is a problem. Only one side has a pass pawn as of yet. And look at these 10, 15 seconds that Dubov is spending in every position just to maintain equality. This is where Hikaru is spilling blood. This is where he's setting himself up for the flag fest to come, even if Dubov manages to preserve equality. Jeez. And other game going crazy too. Oh my lands. I think we should go back.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm in that mode too. I'm watching the Fabi game. What is going on here?
Alexi missed e takes d6. That would have ended it on the spot. He has allowed Fabi to keep his minors, but now his pawn has reached f6. Danny, we said that if the pawn reaches f6, the game's going to be over in 99% of cases. Is this the 100th case where Fabi can keep himself afloat? I don't think so. Bishop f5 looks deadly here. f7 check is possible.
I know, that's what I'm looking at, is f7 check and some sort of discovery.
Oh, against the queen and the king.
It just doesn't look fun. Doesn't look fun. Fabi also down on the clock. No increment coming to save the day here.
But Alexi, he knows what's on the line. He's got to be feeling the nerves. Delivering the hammer blow, Danny. We all know how incredibly hard that can be against these super GMs. They never die. They never give up until they lose a queen or they lose a king. And that's what Alexi is going to have to do. Win Fabi's queen or win Fabi's king. One or the other.
Yep. It's last game of the year, Dan. Don't hold anything back now. You know? You got to win the queen, win the king.
Here he goes. Okay, he's trying.
Okay. Knight f5.
Queen. I think queen h5 and black is still alive. I think Alexi might have messed up the move order. I wonder what he sees here. Queen to h3. Fabi could give a check on f3, Danny, and take the queens off the board. That would be huge.
Yeah, and if you don't get mate as white and the queens disappear, this b pawn on b3 is still very, very passed and close to queening. So you have to not mess this up if you're Serrano. You got to get something against the black king. Don't let it slip away.
2 minutes now for both sides. Same situation on the other board. Hikaru's time advantage is dwindling. Dubov has activated turbo mode. He has turned those afterburners on, and he has serious chances to hold that endgame against Hikaru. That's going to come down to the wire. This is coming down to the wire. Oh my goodness, this is all you can eat. Rook takes g4.
The pawn is pinned. Fabi immediately played rook a8. He shakes his head. He doesn't like it.
I like it. He's got the best position he's had in the last 10, 15 moves for sure. He's got serious counterplay down the A file. Don't sleep on that B3 pawn. Sacks his queen.
But his queen was trapped.
It was. It had nowhere to go. Oh. But is it over?
It's not even
I
that
don't
he
think
sacked
it is.
He had no choice.
Take the knight and go b2 and pin your hopes on that pass pawn. Try to get rook a1. And I said if Alexi wins the queen, it's over. It's not.
I don't know. I think it is. The knight on e6 is falling with check if you take f5, bishop f5. I think the king gets mated even if black gets a second queen. I think Fabi knows he's toast. That was why he shook his head on rook a8. It was.
Yeah.
I think it's over.
I'm afraid you're right. Maybe he had a way to sack the queen in a better way. I didn't see it. It was very hard to defend. I think Alexi is going to take this home. I agree. Yep. This should be over.
b2, knight e3, and it's going to be Alexi Serrano.
Oh my
playing
gosh.
in Division 1. Amazing. You have to go back to the Nakamura-Dubov game.
Flag City population, Hikaru Nakamura in the other game. It's all down to the clock. Alexi Serrano has this in the bag, Danny. Now safely. Look at this. It's a rook and knight in 3 versus rook and knight in 3. Dubov is not worse here.
No,
but
he's
can
not.
Hikaru flag him? And now the time situation is even.
The time situation is even, and Hikaru could lose this if he's not careful, right? I mean, unlikely, but if the A pawn falls, Danya, black has an extra pawn over there.
The thing is, even if it falls, Hikaru is going to keep chances alive as long as he's got mating material. As long as he has a single pawn on the board, he's got flagging chances. I don't see Dubov defending this. I just don't see it. I've seen Hikaru win too many of these situations.
Remember, all Dubov needs is a draw, right? All he needs is a draw. So Dubov just has to play fast enough to peter out the game.
He has
Oh
to
my
force
gosh.
it. You can't allow some sort of rook versus rook scenario. You need to force Hikaru to make a draw or give up a rook. So use that past e-pawn. Don't just trade knights and bail out because Hikaru will flag you. He's doing a fantastic job. He's Daniel Dubov. I am very impressed with the way he's playing right now. E4, and he should have enough counterplay. Rook D5 check. Oh!
Rook D5, and then he takes
Rook
C5,
takes
and he
C5.
wins
Rook
with
takes
knight. Rook
C5.
takes C5. Oh, we didn't see it. Rook takes C5.
It's still no, he's going to find it now.
It was
No,
Rook takes
he didn't give
C5.
him
No,
a
not
second
anymore.
chance. He's still winning, Hikaru. Hikaru
He's
should
still
still be
winning.
winning this. King H5, E3. It's close. No, he had
Oh my
96, I
gosh.
think. Black had 96 and knight F4. Holy
He had. Okay,
Oh!
he takes C3. What is going on? Oh, knight G4?
Rook takes G4. No, then
Rook
king
takes
takes
C4 is a draw.
I think king F4, G7, and then there must be a move. Rook takes G4 and knight C7. There's tactics there. We might not have enough time. I
He
don't
has
see the
16
draw.
seconds.
Apparently, the move is Rook takes G4. It's the only move. He's not going to make it. He's not going to make
not
it. He's
gonna make it. He
calculating. He's
doesn't
got
see
8
it.
seconds. He's going to get
He's got 8
flagged.
seconds.
That's it. Even if he
Hikaru's
finds the
going to
move,
flag him, even if he finds it.
unbelievable. 2, 1, it's over. There's no increment.
King F5, and the knight is
King
trapped.
dominates
Can't
knight.
keep up with the pawn, and Hikaru wins. Oh my gosh. What just happened? What is going on here? Fabiano Caruana gets sent home in dramatic comeback fashion by Alexei Serrana. And Hikaru Nakamura is proven right, regardless of the skepticism and the questions. Should he have made more of an effort with white? He says, no, Armageddon's my jam. This is what I do.
He always finds a way to pull through. And that final tactic, Danny, was absolute genius. Knight G4, it posed practical problems that Dubov did not have time to solve. Had his bid been 30 seconds higher, I think we'd be singing Daniel Dubov's praises right now, and he'd be thinking about what to play against Magnus Carlsen. As it stands, Hikaru Nakamura, what a day for him today. Unbelievable.
As you see, everyone, if you just tuned in, the players who won these matchups secured their spots. There were 6 of them available to join Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So in the main event starting on February 6th with a lot of prize money and ultimately 1 seat that goes directly to the finals in December with $500,000. So who were those 6? Damaraju Gukesh, Ralph Mamedov, Ali Reza Faruja, Arjun Iragaisi. I was reading them and it's gone. And here they are, the Division 1 winners. They brought them up, productions all over it. Arjun Iragaisi, Ralph Mamedov, Hikaru Nakamura win the division, along with Gukesh and Ali Reza Faruja. They all join Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So. Those 8 players will be throwing down starting February 6th in the main event for the Airthings Masters, Danya.
This has been an absolutely unbelievable day. This hasn't just been a qualifier. It hasn't just been one of those throwaway events, because what we really want to watch is the Airthings Masters, which we do want to watch. This was an epic tournament in its own right. As a standalone event, I think this was absolutely epic. This competes with anything in terms of entertainment value, and I see no better way to inaugurate what will hopefully be a tradition, an incredible annual event, than with a 7-hour slugfest that we saw today. Each of those players so deserving of that spot.
This is how we will be kicking off every event in the Champions Chess Tour. If you liked what you saw today, Russell Crowe screaming in the Gladiator Arena, are you not entertained? This is how every one of these events will be kicked off. The players who lost their match play-ins will still be competing. They will be in Division 2. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Dmitry Andreikin, Fabiano Caruana, Daniil Dubov, Raunak Sadwani, and Vladimir Kramnik, the 14th World Chess Champion, joined the other Division 2 winners that you see to your right. And, wow, on that note, let's go to the Division 3 breakdown, because those Division 2 winners sent these Division 2 losers to compete in Division 3. Hate using that word because no one loses here, but let's be honest. It's a competitive game, and you win or you lose. Gusainov, Grishuk, Liam Lay, Keimer, Zhangyu, Vakitov, Sevian, Progdananda, Safarli, and Dura Bailey will join the Division 3 winners. Oh my gosh, I'm tired, Danya. I'm tongue twisted. Take it away.
I am as well, Danny. I'm with you there, partner. This was a long show. This was an amazing show. Alexander Bortnik, got to shout him out. He's a good friend of mine. He is a recognizable name to everybody, and he showed today, hey, I'm not just a bullet specialist. I'm a strong grandmaster, and I think people need to recognize is some of these players that you see playing 3+0 on chess.com, they're not just swindlers. They're not just flaggers. They are incredibly strong grandmasters with a proven track record, and they give everyone a run for their money. We saw all of the top guys have a run for their money. Nobody had an easy run, Danny. And at the end of the day, every single one of those 6 players who punched their ticket to Division 1, they deserve to be joining Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So.
Well, at the end of the day, we often have an interview, despite how long this day has been. Danya, Hikaru wants to pop on and say a few things, and so we're going to do that. Why not be joined by the man who punched his ticket in the most dramatic of possible fashions in Armageddon? We're going to take a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. When we return, it will be Hikaru Nakamura and literally the final moments for the Airthings Masters plan. Welcome back, everyone. We are now joined by the man who punched his ticket to compete in the main event starting February 6th, perhaps in the most dramatic fashions of all. Hikaru, a lot to unpack about today. I'm going to start by just asking directly, was there, getting out of the gate, it seemed like you were a little slow going. Was there a moment where you didn't feel your form was there and you eventually found it? Was there a moment that you felt like you got in rhythm? Yeah.
Well, I mean, first of all, thanks for having me. I certainly, throughout the day, anybody who saw my camp saw me shaking my head a lot. It got off to a great start. I won this very, very nice first game against Evgeny Tomashevsky, but in the second round, I lost this very tough game to the Chinese player. And after that, it just seemed like a slog. I thought I was missing a lot of stuff. Even in the final game, there's a moment when I actually walked into this tactic, which worked against Laquan, but then after this rook c2, I just missed this bishop d3, rook b2, bishop e5, bishop b1, and of course, half a second after I played bishop takes a6, I saw it. So, I think it was sort of just trying to keep it simple towards the end of the event, because certainly it wasn't going my way. I mean, I had many promising positions, but I also had many positions that weren't great as well. So, you take it as it comes. But luckily, at the end of the day, much like in the great event Arena Kings, there was a knockout. And I think in general, I do better in a knockout format than I do I do much better in a knockout format than just a regular Swiss.
Mm-hmm. Hikaru, would you say that there's a case to be made that these types of events where the grind is tough at the start are more satisfying in a way when they end well than tournaments where kind of everything goes right from the beginning?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's at the end of the day, if everything goes right, you feel really good. But of course, there were a couple of moments, the final game, or not the final game, sorry, the final game against Laquan, then of course, his final game against Dubov. I mean, things could have been very different, but certainly it's nice at the end, but you feel like you're going to have a heart attack in the middle. So I probably lost some years off my life today, but it's all worth it, I guess.
Hikaru, let's talk about that Armageddon strategy you have, because me and Danya are sitting here just, singing your praises and also just calling attention to the fact that you had no doubts in your mind that you wanted Armageddon. It seemed that when you got the white pieces, you knew that you were ready to take it to Armageddon against Dubov. How confident are you in those winner-take-all chess formats, and why do you feel that way? What is it about that format that you feel good, whether you're getting black with the drawing chances or white?
Well, I mean, I wasn't intending to do that, but when all is said and done, after we drew our first game, we weren't really sure what the format was. We waited a minute, then Dubov offers a rematch. I accept it. We start the game. Game gets aborted. Then there's we're told 5 minutes is closer to 10. Finally, I'm just like, okay, Dubov's going to send me the rematch. I don't care. I'm just going to accept the rematch and just get out of town. So probably ordinarily I wouldn't have done that, but I was just kind of annoyed about the situation in between the games. So that's actually the reason I did it. I mean,
well, then you could have just told
out.
Me and Donnie that. No, I'm teasing, but
no, but
we had no idea. We're like, why did Hikaru go ahead?
Well, the point is Dubov sends a rematch, I accept it, and then we get two moves and it gets aborted, and we're told 5 minutes, and 10 minutes have passed, and finally, I'm just like, what's going on? And I see that Dubov's rematch just sitting there, so it's like, okay, whatever. They're not going to automatically start the game, so let's just get this over with. That was actually the reasoning behind it. But that being said, I mean, I felt pretty good going into the Armageddon. I was actually I was impressed by Dubov's play, though, in that game. He had a very good opening that he came up with. And, I thought my bid of 7:59 was pretty decent, because when I think back to the Rapid Chess Championship, I think in the match against Jan in the Armageddon, he bid 10 minutes. I bid something I want to say 7:20 or 7:30, somewhere around there. And I mean, the game went into a long end game. I was okay. Probably should have drawn, but I was kind of getting low on time. Eventually blundered and lost the game. And so I thought that Dubov's bid was way too low, but he played very, very well. But luckily I was able to find just enough sort of counterplay or complications when we had about a minute or a little over a minute left on the clock, and things seemed to go my way.
Hikaru, we have a couple chat questions before we let you go. First from Andrew for 48590. For newer players, in general terms, could you describe the rationale behind your rook sacrifice at the end, and how excited were you when you found it?
Well, first of all, Daniel, you're a bullet player, and I would say it was actually a horrible decision by me. I was very fortunate that it worked out. The reason that I should not have done that is because we both had about, I would say, I had 30 seconds and Dubov had about 25 seconds. If I keep rooks on the board there and we get to some kind of endgame like rook and knight versus rook and knight or anything of that sort, I can probably flag him. But by playing that move, he actually should have just taken on G4 and then played knight e6 and then figured it out with 25 seconds. I think there's a good chance that he would have saved it if he had done it. But the problem is Dubov did the other order where he tried to calculate the draw and he didn't see the draw. And so then he had 5 seconds and it was just too much. I think that at the end, we both, well, I didn't actually calculate it, but I think when he was calculating it, what he missed is he missed that there's this line where he gets the king to f6, and I played g7, and you go king f7, not knight takes g7, h7, but king f7 to go king g8. And the other one was that instead of playing his pawn to h6 and king f6, I can also go g7, but then he takes, I play h6, and he has knight e8, f6. Which also draws. But the problem with that was with 25 seconds, he should have just snapped the knight on g4 and then used his time, and probably he would have drawn the game. That was just a mistake from not having bullet experience. So while I'd like to pretend that it was some great decision, it actually was a really, really bad decision from a practical point of view.
I feel like you're playing a meta game here, like 5 levels deep, and I'm just like, it's like Inception. I don't understand the dream anymore. But no, it's good. But
awesome. I mean, okay, like first things first, we all know that Dubov uses a touchpad. So in a pure time scramble, I should be faster than him. That's just simply the reality. I should be faster than him in a pure time scramble. But the point is, when I played that, the position's so simplified that he can just he can find those moves. And if I was playing your fellow commentator, I'm pretty confident he would have played rook takes g4 because of his bullet instincts, and then used his time, and probably would be a draw.
Danya, he was talking to you in that. He's saying if he was playing me.
No, I know.
Oh
yeah, of course. I appreciate that on your behalf.
I'm not talking about you, Danny. I'm not talking about you.
All right. Well, let's talk about next week. A comment from chat comes in saying that, hey, you beat Magnus in the SCC recently. We know that Magnus is not your only opponent next week. Ali Reza Farouja, so many others there. But talk about how you're feeling, how confident you are about the format as it stands for the knockout starting on February 6th.
Well, I mean, first things first, I don't actually know what the format is, so I'll probably go read what the format is once, like tonight or tomorrow to figure out.
It's a knockout, double elim knockout.
It's double elimination. Okay, so yeah, I mean, considering how poorly I felt like I played today at critical moments, I feel pretty good because I think I can only play better than I did today. I mean, like I said, anyone who was watching the broadcast saw me shaking my head a lot because I thought a lot of my decisions were not the right ones. So I really feel like I can only play better. If I play worse than I did, well, that's just life, and I don't deserve to win if that's the case.
Good. Well, we wish you the best of. Go ahead.
No, I'm out of questions.
We wish you the best of luck, man. It is double elim. I think it's exciting. I'm gonna be watching as a fan, not commentating. So, dude, I know it didn't start the way you wanted, but watching you come back was it felt like impending doom for the rest of your opponents. And I know it probably didn't feel that way to you. It was nerve-wracking, but congratulations on a great day of chess, and good luck next week, man.
Thank you so much, you guys. Appreciate it.
Congrats.
All right.
See ya,
man. There he was, the guy who punched his ticket in dramatic fashion. Let's remind everybody that what did he punch his ticket to? The Airthings Masters. It begins on Monday, February 6th. Like we said, everyone is going to recharge over the weekend. Oh my gosh, we are exhausted. The players are exhausted. That was nonstop, and it was chess of the highest level. We are bringing you a week of more chess at the highest level. The knockout begins on Monday. It starts at 8 a.m. Pacific time, and it comes to a head on Friday when one person is going to be punching their ticket directly to the championship at the end of the year. So don't miss a single thing. History is being made in every one of these events, and it's right here at twitch.tv/chess. Danya, man.
We did it. That was a long
I love you, Danya.
show. I take a nice extra sweet iced tea. I love you too, man, but we don't want to get too emotional. 8-hour show, one of the longest I've ever done. Nobody I'd rather do it with. I think that's a heart symbol you're doing right there. You're going to make me, reach for the tissues here. And I almost made it through the entire show, Danny. That was amazing. And no inaugural show of anything could possibly be better than what we saw just then. Every minute filled with action of a different kind, culminating until the very last moments. That's what we want from the start of the CCT.
We did. We got everything we could handle. I'm obviously sitting here applauding Hikaru Nakamura, finding a way to get it done Armageddon, feeling heartbroken for Fabiano Caruana. It seemed like in the beginning of the day, he probably was in the finest form of everybody. I don't think you would agree. He was on a roll, right? Finds a way, unfortunately, snatch defeat from the jaws of victory there. And of course, Alexei Serrano gets all the credit for getting that done. I'm not going to do the thing where I start unpacking every match in my head like I want to. Let's just say it was awesome. If you missed the show, where have you been? Watch the whole VOD. It's worth it. Enjoy your Friday night, because what the cool kids do is they turn on chess shows and they watch VODs on Friday nights. Right, Danya? What they do.
This was amazing. You know, I'm totally fried. I have no more words left. I've used all of them for this show, but Danny, it's so much fun to commentate with you. It was light outside. It was dark when I woke up, then it was light. Now it's dark again. And I'm just so happy that I got to spend these 7 hours with you and with these amazing chess players. It's an honor. It was an honor to commentate the first event, really, to set the tone for what will hopefully be months and months of epic action, Danny. I'm done, and this was amazing. Thank you, everybody.
You're done. No more words needed. Good luck to the team hosting from our studios in Oslo. Join them on Monday, as we've said. Shout out to the team who worked super hard. We got it done, kicked it off in record server fashion. So much going on in the chess community. It's only just begun. Enjoy your weekend, everybody. We will see you on Monday as the Airthings Masters kicks off and the Champions Chess Tour here in 2023 continues.